Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Scream of Large boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very big week. We have the non-farm payrolls. It's the start of a month and a quarter. You even had data over the weekend. It was a long weekend, and that's why we're up. People like the PCE for the most part. You had good data in China for the manufacturing that got people excited there. Everything is looking decent. Gold went crazy, and everybody once again is falling back into the golden path. Do we wait till the pow? The pow goes, shit, did he go do this? All that. But for the most part, we are chilling. It should be very good. We don't have an emergency FOMC meeting. You may see something on the Fed. People do that every couple of months, but no, we're good to go. You had the 3M Solventum, so now you got some new shares there. You got a little bit of things, and before you know it, man, it is going to be earnings. But as of now, broad reaction to the data. We're getting in everything over the weekend, getting ready for data this week. It is good, so we'll get into the news. We'll see where it takes us, but Chatadonia. Happy Monday, baby. Good morning. What's going on, Quincy? How you living, Lucky? Carissa Hines. Good morning. What up, 4-Lane? What up, Jamar? Open face, baby. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. Amari, Malcolm. Good morning, baby. That's how we open it up. Good morning, baby. Happy Monday. Happy Easter. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I forgot. Chad, good morning here. Before I get into the good mornings, I forgot. I got to get going in like 10 minutes. It is National Giraffe Appreciation Day, so I'm taking the day off to go find some giraffes. Yeah? No? Okay, that's my April Fool's joke. Okay. Good morning, baby! What up, Samuel? What up, Deez, Nathan, Mitch, no, baby, I don't know. Laker, Jay. At least I made mine ridiculous enough so you know I'm joking around. Okay, there's no giraffes in San Diego. Good morning, baby. What up, Agent of Chaos? Giraffe Kings, what up? Laker, Jay, Regal, baby, Charlie, B Dizzle, Chris, Humble Business, JJ Blanky, baby, Jerry Woods, Mr. VIP, baby, Amari, Matthew Armin, Tim Whitman, baby, good morning. What up, Gen Z? What up, Aaron? Me, not you, baby, Jerry, Wood, yeah, good morning. Yeah, we live, Eric. Good morning, baby. What up, Scott? Timothy, El Chapo's wife, Robo Handtech, Joe Mama, Jerry Wood, Hobby Life, baby, give me money, David Dangerfield, baby. Good morning. Turtle FN, Alaskan Assassin, Blizzy Bean, Mark J, baby. Doppler, Devlin. Good morning, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're feeling good, man. I hope you guys are feeling blessed. So, let me get you guys some news here. It should be a little quicker. I'm going to give you Josh AI. Then we're going to finish it out with headlines. Then we'll do the random plays, and then we'll go from there, baby. I know it was Benny's birthday. I haven't seen him yet, but when we do, baby, get ready to turn up, baby. A happy pre-birthday for Benny, and happy birthday when we see him. But Chatadonia, let's get into the news, baby. God bless you all. Here it is. Stock futures rally with gold on rate cut hopes. U.S. stocks futures gained and gold soared to an all-time high as last week's slowing inflation data reinforced hopes that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates this year. S&P 500 contracts added 0.3%, while markets in Europe, Australia, and Hong Kong were shut for the Easter holiday. Gold topped $2,265 ounce, and an index of the dollar inched lower. Bitcoin slipped below $70,000, a cool down in the Fed's preferred gauge of underlying inflation last month, coupled with a rebound in household spending, suggests that the bullish narrative that propelled stocks to records this year remains intact. The so-called core personal consumption expenditures price index, which strips out the volatile food and energy components, rose 0.3% from the prior month, slowing from January's surprisingly strong reading. You have a Fed that at the moment is highly data dependent, said Matthew Luzetti, chief U.S. economist at Deutsche Bank, until we get either confirmation or a different view on what the data are going to be. It's kind of hard to gauge exactly where we end up from a Fed policy perspective. At an event on Friday, Fed Chair Jerome Powell repeated that the U.S. central bank isn't in any rush to cut interest rates as policymakers await more evidence that inflation is contained. Meanwhile, AT&T Inc. shares fell 2% in pre-market trading. The company said over the weekend that the personal data from current account holders and former customers was leaked onto the dark web. In Asian markets, Japanese equities fell after a report showed confidence among the country's large manufacturers weakened slightly. Chinese stocks rallied as a rebound in manufacturing activity boosted hopes that the economic recovery may be starting to gain traction. The benchmark CSI 300 index rose 1.6% to lead gains in Asia. Emerging optimism about China is real, said Vishnu Varathan, chief economist for Asia ex-Japan at Mizuho Bank in Singapore. Key events this week: U.S. construction spending, ISM manufacturing Monday, Bank of Canada issues business outlook and survey of consumer expectations Monday, Eurozone S&P Global Manufacturing PMI Tuesday, France S&P Global Manufacturing PMI Tuesday, Germany S&P Global BME Manufacturing PMI CPI Tuesday, India HSBC/S&P Global Manufacturing PMI Tuesday, Mexico International Reserves Tuesday, South Korea CPI Tuesday, Spain Unemployment Tuesday, UK S&P Global /CIPS Manufacturing PMI Tuesday, U.S. factory orders, light vehicle sales, JOLTS job openings Tuesday, Brazil industrial production Wednesday, Eurozone CPI unemployment Wednesday, Hong Kong retail sales Wednesday, U.S. ISM services Wednesday, Eurozone S&P Global Services PMI PPI Thursday, India Services PMI Thursday, U.S. initial jobless claims trade Thursday, Eurozone retail sales Friday, France industrial production Friday, Germany factory orders Friday, Hong Kong PMI Friday, India rate decision Friday, Japan household spending Friday, Philippines CPI Friday, Russia GDP Friday, Singapore retail sales Friday, South Korea current account balance Friday, U.S. unemployment non-farm payrolls Friday, holiday catch-up. U.S. equity futures are rising on Monday as inflation figures last week did little to alter views that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates this year. Data released during the market holiday on Friday showed the core personal consumption expenditures price index, which excludes volatile food and energy costs, rose 0.3% in February, slower than the previous month and in line with economist expectations. Powell weighs in. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said later Friday that the readings were pretty much in line with our expectation. Powell added that it wouldn't be appropriate to lower rates until officials are sure inflation is in check and the Fed doesn't need to be in a hurry to cut rates. Investors are betting the U.S. Central Bank will make that first cut in June in gold record. Those bets on Fed easing are juicing a rally in gold, which hit a fresh record. Bullion jumped to as much as $2,265.73 an ounce on Monday, up 1.6% from Thursday's close after setting a series of peaks in recent sessions. A host of other drivers have helped push up the metal by around 14% since the middle of February, including elevated tensions in the Middle East and Ukraine and strong buying by central banks, particularly in China. China optimism. Markets around the world are also getting a boost from improving sentiment in China, where data today showed factory activity beat expectations in March, boosting optimism about the country's ability to achieve its ambitious growth goal of around 5% this year. That followed government data that showed manufacturing PMI in March snapped a 5-month contraction to rise to the highest in a year. China's CSI 300 index climbed as much as 1.8% on Monday, the most since February 29th. Top overnight news: China's NBS PMIs for March came in solidly ahead of expectations, with manufacturing at 50.8, up from 49.1 in Feb, and above the street's 50.1 forecast, and non-manufacturing at 53, up from 51.4 in Feb, and above the street's 51.5 forecast. China's cakes and manufacturing PMI came in at 51.1 for Mar, a small beat versus the consensus forecast of 51 and up modestly from 50.9 in Feb FT. Some of the biggest U.S. companies in artificial intelligence have asked their Taiwanese manufacturing partners to step up production of AI-related hardware in Mexico, seeking to diminish reliance on China. Taiwan-based Foxconn, the world's largest contract electronics manufacturer, and other Taiwanese companies are heeding the call and investing more in Mexico, according to industry executives and analysts. WSJ, Taiwan's former president Ma Ying-jeou, is set to visit mainland China and could meet with Xi, a sign of Beijing being receptive to certain politicians that favor closer ties. NYT. Turkey's main opposition defeated Recep Tayyip Erdogan in the country's local elections, claiming big wins in Istanbul and Ankara as voters pushed back amid rampant inflation. It won't lead to any reversal in the country's pivot to a restrictive monetary policy, BBG. Tens of thousands of people demonstrated in Jerusalem on Sunday against Benjamin Netanyahu's government and against exemptions granted to ultra-Orthodox Jewish men from military service in scenes reminiscent of mass street protests last year. Protest groups, including some that led the mass demonstrations that rocked Israel in 2023, organized the rally outside Parliament, the Knesset, calling for a new election to replace the government. RTRS, Venezuela likely won't see the U.S. fully reimpose energy sanctions, as Washington fears doing so could drive gas prices higher during an election year. One scenario under discussion would permit Intel buyers to continue purchasing Venezuelan oil, but not with U.S. dollars. WAPO U.S. PCE for Feb was largely in line with expectations. The headline number came in at plus 0, 3% MM versus the street plus 0, 4%, and plus 2, 5% YY versus the street plus 2, 5%, and versus plus 2, 4% in Jan. Powell spoke Friday afternoon after the Feb PCE personal spending and personal income data hit, and his tone was largely consistent with the recent post-meeting press conference. NYT, T fell pre-market after saying personal data from about 7.6 million current account holders and 65.4 million former customers was leaked onto the dark web. BBG, MSFT, and OpenAI are apparently planning a massive $100B supercomputer project that would contain millions of specialized server chips to power OpenAI's services and software. The information, infotech, and communication services were the most net sold sectors on our U.S. Prime book last week, driven almost entirely by short sales. The group collectively made up 75% of last week's notional net selling in all U.S. single stocks. TMT stocks collectively now make up 29.1% of total U.S. single stock net exposure versus YTD high of 32.5% seen in mid-February, which is in the second percentile versus the past year and in the 13th percentile versus the past 5 years. And then there it is. He tripped out on the year-over-year numbers. I think it broke him. For a little bit. But, Chad, there's still a little bit more. S&P futures are up by 0.1 Monday morning. Pre-market trading off a best level comes after stocks finished mostly higher last week with some broadening of market strength as S&P equal weight outperformed by 125 basis points last week. Also saw the S&P up for a fifth straight month in March, up for the fifth time in the last 6 quarters, and up over 10% for a second straight quarter. Treasuries mostly firmer with some curve steepening. Dollar index up by 0.1. Gold is up by 1.5, pushing further into record territory. Bitcoin futures down by 1.6 and WTI off by 0.3. 2023. Quiet start to the week with participation impacted by Easter holiday. Path of least resistance remains higher coming out of strong March Q1. Some support for largely in line PCE inflation out on Friday when market was closed. In addition, nothing really new from Fed Chair Jerome Powell at San Francisco Fed event that day following the dovish takeaways from March FOMC press conference. Reiterated Fed wants to see more good inflation data and can be patient and uneasy giving resilient U.S. macro. Better global growth backdrop also in focus today with official China manufacturing PMI expanding for the first time in 6 months. March ISM manufacturing on the economic calendar this morning. Street looking for a slight increase in the headline to 48.4 from 47.8, though index still expected to remain in contraction for the 17th straight month. February JOLTS job openings hit on Tuesday morning, along with February factory orders, ADP payrolls, and final U.S. services on Wednesday. Initial claims on Thursday, followed by March unemployment report on Friday. Street looking for 200,000 increase in non-farm. Big week of Fed speak. Bowman, Williams, Mester, Dolly on Tuesday. Bowman, Goolsby, Powell, Barr, Kugler on Thursday, Barkin, Goolsby, Mester, Musalim, and Kugler on Thursday, and then Barkin, Logan, and Bowman on Friday. Not much in terms of corporate news, though weekend press did feature a flurry of AI-related headlines, including report Microsoft and OpenAI planning data center project with a $100 billion supercomputer. UPS and FedEx down on USPS contract change. Wonk confirmed agreement to acquire Dorna Sports in a deal with an enterprise value of $4.5 billion. Japan's Nippon Steel said not considering options to planned purchase of X and negotiating with U.S. Steelworkers Union to secure their support for the deal. Elon, ELAN, reached settlement with activists Ancora that will give the fund 2 seats on the company's board. APPN Chief Revenue Officer leaving company, though it did reaffirm prior guidance. And then OXM missed and guided below but caught a downgrade at Citi. There's still more. Despite 3 years of rising prices, consumers should be wary of economic damage from deflation. Beginning today, most California fast food workers will now be paid a new minimum wage of $20 an hour. Baltimore Harbor opening a temporary alternative channel for shipping to avoid bridge wreckage. Other East Coast ports working to absorb cargo diverted from Baltimore. Google DeepMind CEO Hassabis warned that vast AI funding raises the potential for grifting. Tesla raising U.S. prices for Model Y by $1,000. Man, what is the price of a Tesla? How do they... I feel like it's always it's variable pricing. Tesla's China price hikes coming against price cuts, incentives favoring domestic EV producers. Microsoft to separate teams in office sales globally amid ongoing antitrust security. Elanco avoids a proxy fight by appointing 2 Ancora nominees to its board. Nippon pressing its case for U.S. Steel by trying to win union support. Autonomous trucking companies planning a major expansion while federal safety regulators lag. Caxton survey prints at best level since February 23. FM Suzuki says yen weakness partially ascribable to speculative moves that do not reflect fundamentals. U.S. Energy Secretary Granholm talking with AI companies about how to fulfill their electricity needs. U.S. oil pushing into markets once dominated by OPEC. Iron ore hits 10-month low amid worries about China's property industry. Turkey President Erdogan contends with regional election victories from opposition parties. Jerusalem now sees one of its most significant anti-government protests since the start of the Gaza war. Wow. Good timing, Chad. Good timing. We got the news. You got all of the headlines. Now we get into some plays, baby. Let's see the pre-market movers. We got a couple. CCJ, they're up 3.5% right now. Goldman initiates buy. 3M up 2.9, even though they're trading lower. Settlement with public water supplies to address PFAS in drinking water receives final court approval. Complete spinoff of Solventum. UNM up 2.5. Zoom up 3.5. Doc up 2.1. Bank of America upgrade to underperform. UPS up 2 on partnership expansion with USPS. Delta up 2. Morgan Stanley remains overweight. Price target increase 85 from 77. IoT is up 2. Baxter up 1.9. FDA clearance of Novum IQ large volume infusion pump with Dose IQ safety software. FDA accepts Estella's SDNA for Izervay. VST is up 1.9, Devon up 1.3, Wells Fargo upgrades to overweight, Solventum up 0.9, spinoff from 3M, LQDA up 6.8, FDA no longer enjoined from issuing final approval NDA for Eutrepia, an inhalation powder, SMR up 6.2, SGML 6.2, CWK up 4.7, GES 4.6, 200 million share buyback program, BE 4.2, Evercore initiates outperform, Sana 3.8, SMTC up 3.6 off earnings, GO 2.7 begins refinement refinancing process. AUR up 2.5, VSTE up 210%, SGRP up 40 off earnings, DOMA up 35, agreement to Tidal Resources to go private, $6.29 a share. XLO is up 25, ZPTA 24 begins trading after SPAC merger closing. DWSN up 19 off earnings, QLI up 18, Curve up 18.1 off earnings, DXYZ 11, RZLT up 9.4, PAV-M 9.3, ADCT up 8.7, ALLG up 8.3, Thurn up 6.3, GHM up 6.5, SDLP 5.9, PWFL 5.8, TSQ 5.4, buys back 10% of outstanding shares, reaffirms guidance. ACIU up 5, NKTX up 4.8, CMPS 4.6, Morgan Stanley initiates overweight, GoEV up 4.5, VINC up 4.5 earnings, Save up 3.5, update to A320 Neo aircraft, Pratt & Whitney engines. Gilt up 3.5, TSAT up 3.4, agrees to terms of $2.1 billion loan to support Telesat Lightspeed. IREN up 2.2, business update. TSVT 1.3 completes previously announced asset purchase agreement of Regeneron Pharmaceuticals. Gold and silver all trading higher. Select Chinese ADRs trading higher. Trading lower. AT&T is down 2, update on recent data released on dark web. FDX down 2.1, USPS contract termination. Cody down 1.8, DT down 1.5, Needham downgrades to hold. LW down 1.4, FITB down 0.5, Baird downgrades to sell, ABCL down 11, OXM down 10 off earnings, DJT down 5, Encino down 5, Bill down 3.3, Wells Fargo downgrade to underweight, Vet down 3.1, AMBP down 2.6, Tilray down 2.4, IDCC down 2.4, Bank of America downgrades to underperform. GCTS down 21.4, Guts down 19.6, FDA IDE approval for Revita Remain 1 pivotal study, BCG down 19, Bior down 18, KYCH down 16, APAC down 15, LPA down 12, APLT down 10, FDA extended review period for NDA of Goverstat. Murno down 9.3, SAC down 9.2 off earnings, Zivra down 7.4 off earnings, Nanox down 2.8 off earnings, and Bitcoin-related stocks trading lower. Wow. So, Chad, I got a couple of plays for you. We're going to get to those in a little bit, but I'm going to use this commercial time. So when I come back, it's play moment. So I hope you're locked and loaded, baby. Happy Monday. Good morning. And I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity and like the video. We need 1,000 likes. And only you could get us there, Chad. Only you can get us there in the morning. You have been chosen in the morning. Yes, amen. Solventum, SOLV. That's what happened to 3M. I will be right back, baby.
Long duration. So it's been, one of these worlds where you take profits when things rally a lot, whether it's different rate structures like Chinese rates or credit spreads, and you just earn your carry and you play a little defense until you get a better opportunity. And the same is true in the global rate structure.
Catherine, what would be your line of defense if I said to you, I know that you got some cracking tech names in there, IBM has done well, etc. But if there was a defensive line, briefly, what would it be for you?
I'd probably say consumer staples and utilities.
Lovely and succinct. That's what we like. You can come back to Countdown to the Open. Michael Collins, Catherine Avery setting the agenda this Monday morning. Coming up, your morning calls, and a little bit later, Citigroup's Stuart Kaiser joins me with his outlook for stocks after logging their best first quarter since 2019. The conversation right ahead on Bloomberg.
Stuart Kaiser here on Bloomberg. Yes, Chad. All right. So it's game time. Before I get into any plays, Lord bless it, we got the random account generator. So shout out everybody on the watch list, baby. Let's get this popping. Lord bless it. Lord bless it. Let's go. Random play. What do we got? Dropping in to say hello, baby, from Guatemala. Hakuna Amigo, baby. Amen. His other name's Jorge on this on the stock market live, baby. Let's go. M-Dog, 816, $20 call. Messed up black belt. Let's go, baby. M-Dog. Honestly, it's just fun to say. M-D-O-G, M-Dog, I'm down. M-Dog, baby, 816, $20 call. Random play is in the book. So, Chatadonia, I got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching gold, CCJ. We're in that. Keep an eye on 3M and Solventum. Those are going to move around a little bit. CNTX, they actually got good data here. That was the biotech play we made. They're up 15%. Going to be watching Marvel as well. Event next week. We'll see how it lines up. Bad news out of AT&T and FedEx, so we'll see if we get any movers there. Random play with MDOG, and now it's your turn, baby. Let's go. You got a minute and a half. What's your first play of the day? Post it in the chat, baby. What do we got? Check silver, miso, morning, IWM, SPY puts, UWMC, snow calls, SMTC, IAU, SPY plays, CXAI, GME, PM calls, BABA calls, Tesla shares, like the video, MES, MSTR put, Meta puts, adding to silver and gold, adding to NVIDIA, Pfizer probably, SPY credit spreads, Palo Alto, NVIDIA, SPY calls, waking up and dry, go EV, watch the first 30 minutes, see where we go, SLV, AT&T, 419.15 puts, invert my daughter's 10K, gasoline futures, buy Palantir, Microsoft, DXYZ, Palantir, BOK, SPY puts, back on defense, watching CL, Josh calls, Myrna, Josh Rock, PayPal Law, and Bowen puts, everything in the red. Hit the like. Disney calls. Good morning. ZM, CXAI, IWM, DJT, more PayPal, NVIDIA, above 905, Outlook, log on NVIDIA, CLSK, MSOS, and the final plays. DXY, more on Tesla, SOL mail, Square long, coin put, and FedEx puts, baby. Let's go. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So, Chattadonia, those are the plays. Honestly, a nice little mix here today. I don't think it's even one way, but, I mean, we are waking up feeling good. We are waking up feeling good. But, Chad, you know what I feel better about? Every single morning, man. Before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, here at the Cult, baby, we like to pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice bigger than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for making a commitment and sacrifice for those people in this country you have never met. We love and appreciate you, and I hope all of you continue to show this love and appreciation to those who made that sacrifice. So, veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the firemen, anybody making things run, baby. God bless you, and thank you for your service, baby. Keep it up, but... Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. Let's go, baby. It's game time. The Jets have been sent. And your boy, Benny Silverio. Happy birthday, baby. Happy belated. Oh, let's go, baby. Show some love to your boy. Oh, we saw him, baby. Oh, halfway during the pledge. Good morning, baby. Happy birthday, Benny. Hope you're living good, man. Good to see you here. And I hope your day, week, month, year is amazing and blessed. God bless you, bro. So, Chattadonia, you got birthdays. You got data. You got a new quarter. You got the data for the jobs coming out at the end of the week. So, I hope you like the video. I hope you guys are ready because the day and the week is about to begin. So we got 1 minute till the bell. Drop that thumbs up. Make sure you guys are subscribed. If you have any questions, let me know. We are shy of about 200 likes here until the bell. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get 1,000 likes, baby. I don't know if we could. I don't know, but I've learned to not doubt you guys. Because last time I thought you guys wouldn't hit 1,000 likes, you guys did it in like 10 seconds. So I know you have that ability. We'll see if we get blessed here today. So 30 seconds to like the video. We could hit any of our goals. If you have any questions, let me know. Post any plays in the chat. You need anything? Again, we have data about 30 minutes after the bell. So that PMI data is going to be coming out right away. And then we got nothing else to deal with. And then we got 20 seconds. You need 50 likes. Holy crap. Random play is M-Dog. Very fun to say. We have long-term deposit. I don't know if I'm going to buy anything. And we have 8 seconds and 949 likes. 3, 2, 1. Oh, we hit 990. Round 1. Fight. Oh, man. We hit 9. I'll give it to him. It's Monday. It's Monday. You know what I'm saying? It's Monday. We even got Solventum. So, again, 3M Solventum. I'd watch out for that. That's why the stock is trading lower, but you should have gotten shares already. So, we'll see. Carm went down. So CNTX, they have the data. They're going up. You're getting Canadian data right now. Did I send those plays? Again, shares, maybe. I mean, the data was good. Watch gold, too. But, again, China, they're going to have a little bit more data. But to start off, they did good. Watch FedEx and UPS. Again, the USPS deal. Or UPS. Yeah, FedEx is down 5. Remember, they just had the earnings there. SPY is up. Oh, I need to open up another one of these. A Nikolai short squeeze. I haven't heard that one in a while. Is today do or die for MPW? I don't know if it's like a do or die moment, but they still have not declared. But I guess April. I think they'd have till the 13th. I believe it's something around there. But then again, we still have not heard from them. We got to watch MPW, though. Remember, last week they had that good news. 3M rises 2.7. It's crazy because they say it rose, but you see the spin-off price on the low. So CCJ, again, they got to upgrade. Hopefully that one ends up holding up. 3M's moving up. 3M 91. Oh, we got rid of NVCR. All right. And then, damn, oil. 83. SPY, 52.55. So, again, you're like right off of the all-time high that we set on Friday. FedEx coming down again. 3M moving a little bit. JD. Again, China Place should be doing good. I don't know. JD's up 3. Pinduoduo up 1.6. Baidu 1.4. Yeah, all the China plays. Marvel's on the high. Baba's coming down. Oh, I forgot to get the M-Dog. Silly me. MDOG. Which one was it? It was an M-Dog 81620 call. How come that doesn't load up? I searched up M-Dog. Is M-Dog not a ticker? Airbnb 170 or 167? Yeah, M-Dog's not a ticker. Oh, man. So, wait. What did he mean? Isn't there a play that... Is it MGOD? Intel, again, Marvel's coming up. Watch any of the chip makers. Amazon, 52-week high, and Google's climbing up. Intel just got a pop. I think it did. Was it April Fool's? I think it would have been. Is it MODG? Yeah, I think that sounds familiar. It's one of those. I think it's MODG. Yeah, $20 call. I think it's MODG. Ah. Yeah, MODG. Target going nuts. Eli Lilly down 1. Oh, man. August. I'm still, I'm on a, oh, what's it called? A manual option chain, you know? I gotta do the little dance. All right, I grabbed the MODG. Oil slipping, Russell dump. No, gold, dude. We've been talking about gold a while, even on yesterday's watch list, and then literally to start off the quarter, I just woke up with a vengeance, man. And then CCJ breaking out again. So again, they got to upgrade there. And then, I mean, we've been holding uranium, waiting for the breakout. Meta's on the high right now. Again, CNTX, that was the bio from Friday. CARM is break even, then CNTX is still holding up there. MU ripping. Google, yeah, Google and Amazon, they were going crazy. I forgot about MU. MU's at 122. Remember that 120? That was a big price there last week. And then again, Marvel's running. Yeah, we're back. I think it's the highest we've been on Marvel. And then bonds flip big, bro. I went from green to red on that. I got my Solventum shares. It shows up in my portfolio, but I don't like see any more data like on it. It just shows up as empty like this. So like it says I have them. It says I have 12, but it doesn't give me like a price. And then I think the 3M has already moved around. Yeah. It's so weird. It says we're up on the 3M, but then again, that should have flipped it around there. Oh, CNTX, I just flipped 6 cents. Solventum. Damn, so Solventum's already down 5. And then again, 3M is dropping with it. Google, new all-time high. NVIDIA running, yeah. UPS, because again, UPS, they got the deal with USPS. And then FedEx lost out of it, but I don't know if it was necessarily the best deal. That's why I think you're getting a little bit of the hesitation there. Marvel's still going. Meta's on the high. Again, UPS just went red to green or green to red. And then FedEx was already clapped. Baidu's on the high. And Google. And then NVIDIA as well, too. You sold Solventum. Solventum is your new company. So it's the healthcare unit of 3M. So 3M, the shares dropped 10, 12, or what was it, like $20 or something? Shares dropped $20, and then you got shares worth $70. But it's their healthcare unit. NVEI. Oh, there's a halt? I didn't know that. NVEI, remember, we're still waiting for buyout data on that. Again, that was the rumor. That's why we played it last time. DJT, I forgot about that. Yeah, damn, 56. Baidu's breaking out now. Baidu, one of those big random candles. BMEA. Random play was a MODG. $20 call. I don't know why Nuve is halted. Let me check. It's either movement or maybe news. Nuve. Advent reportedly in advanced talks to acquire Nuve. So this morning, 6 a.m., Bloomberg citing people familiar with the matter. Shares are up 7.5 pre-market. This comment was revised to a link prior to March 17th, reported by Reuters. It was revised to note the report was from Bloomberg and provided a link. So wait, I think it's just a reiteration of the news. It's kind of weird. Yeah, MU's going nuts. Again, Intel's up 2, AMD. All the chip makers are doing really good right now. So again, even Marvel, we got another 3 on that. Google, Baidu's popping up again. And then again, Nuve. So Nuve, it's the same news we responded to. I don't know, though, if the headline like reiterated it and gave it a pop again or if there's another development. That's kind of the issue there. TSM, SPY hitting a new high. We're up 0.25% right now. Chad, you're 2 points away from hitting a new all-time high. 52.62. All-time high is 52.64. TSM going up. Again, China names even getting some love here. Microsoft on the high. Now Pinterest as well. Even Twilio. IWM maybe just outperformed last week. I wouldn't read too much into it. Again, we had the holiday, and then we're coming back here, but I wouldn't look at any underperformance or outperformance as too heavy right now. But in general, IWM had a lot to catch up with. It finally got that in the last couple of weeks, still trailing behind the SPY. So I would just kind of let it meander around, and I would expect it to lead, if anything. Oh, and I'd expect the peach to lead it. Micron new high in Peach Nation. You got a new peach in the chat right now. Bradley Frizzle in the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Horna. Oh, are you kidding me? Peach Nation, get your ass up. Bradley Frizzle, happy Monday, baby. Oh, my goodness. He's back. Guess who's back? Back again. He has the peach. Tell a friend, it's the peach, it's the peach, it's the peach. Down, 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 down. I created a peach because nobody want Bradley no more. They want Bradley Frizzle with the peach. Well, if you want the peach, they said, well, I'll give you a little bit of peach. Okay, I don't know, man. I don't know. First remix of the day, of the week. I'll take it. I'll take it. Good morning, baby. God bless you, Bradley. Thank you, my friend. My goodness. The pizza consistency. Yeah, 3M is because of Solventum. So it says it's green, but it's not. They're down like $12, a little bit more, I think. And it's because you got the new healthcare spinoff shares. SOLV should have been added to your long term if you were holding 3M. Bruh, Micron, 123.84. Clean Spark, K-Web, China names doing good here. Again, another high on Baidu. I would like a breakout. Come on, strong PMI numbers. There you go. CCJ, that one keeps climbing up there as well. I'll take it. Oh, Josh AI for the 3M. You're right. That's probably going to come up several times. You realized it before I did. I think that question will come up like 50 times today. Bro, bonds got murked. My goodness. You've been holding for months and have no spinoff shares. Give it a second. I think Fidelity's really quick at updating them because I already see them, but I think all the other brokerages will, if it doesn't show up, you will get it. Trust me. I mean, and if you don't have it yet, hopefully you get it at a lower price. Again, Marvel on the high, Pinduoduo, more China names moving. SPY near the high, bro. It's been a one-way road since futures opened up last night, man. Again, you've just been gapping and riding up here. You're about a point in 8 from the all-time high. VIX did gap up today, ironically enough. Spotify on the high as well. Again, you're getting a decent amount of movements. NASDAQ's the leader, 0.6. SPY up only 0.17. Dow and Russell are in the negative. Are they? Well, no, you get to keep your 3M shares, and then you just get Solventum shares for free. So that's why, like, on your 3M, you lost value on your 3M shares today, but then you got free shares of Solventum. So for me personally, I had about 84, 85 shares of 3M. It led to me getting 12 shares of Solventum. So I still have my 3M shares, but now I also own Solventum. Let me see. Yeah, Coca-Cola dividend. So, like, so 3M, you guys have watched me hold 3M for a while. I still own all of my shares. Where does it say my amount? I have, wait, I only have 51? Oh, wait, no, they took your shares, did they? Or I guess I only had 50. I swear I had more. No, I guess I only had 50, yeah. So, excuse me, I thought I had 80. That's Alibaba. So, I have my 50 shares, right? So, I get to keep these, and then I now have Solventum. I have 12 shares at $70. It's worth $800 or so, just like AT&T. If you guys remember, we owned AT&T, and then they gave us free shares of WBD as part of the spinoff. That was a couple of years ago. So, if you do have 3M, you should be able to get it, and then you are going to you should keep 3M. You'll be able to hold it and then get your new shares. Elon joins Disney chief diversity officer. Is that real? Probably not. CNTX, that they had good data. So remember, we bought it for a data approval, and they announced today that they're announcing the phase 1 dosing of their cancer drug, and that it got approval in Europe, and they're able to start their phase 1 trial. So just good news, good biotech. And they're up 18 from when we bought it. It was up a little bit more. Oh yeah, it's April Fool's Day. Yeah, what the hell? The Jolt Jobs chart? No, I did not get to see that. But I do now. Interesting. First time Jolts has diverged from the S&P. Ugh. Well, I mean, even that, I think that's why it's just following the path and not the data. I forgot it was April Fool's. Yeah, you got to be careful with the headlines today. U.S. manufacturing PMIs. So 15 more minutes, we get the other one. That's not the main one. So that's S&P Global, I believe. Or no, is that the ISM? No, that's ISM. We want, or no, S&P. We want the ISM one in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Okay, I think I have it. I think. Seems so strange. 3M is down today due to the spinoff of Solventum. The shares are down, but shareholders received free shares in the new company. So although the stock is down over $1.20, shareholders received $1.70 a share for Solventum. I don't know why it says $1.70. There you go. There you go. CCJ, I want to, but we're very close to the ultimate breakout. So either or. I'm kind of down though. I got like just under $3,000 of profit on that one. But like, if we start breaking out into here with oil, it gets beautiful. But then again, they always sell off the next day. And then bonds dumping right now. So again, get ready. Bro, bonds are murdered. I went from up 1,800 on bonds to now I'm down 1,200. That's crazy. And then the 2-year, I'm down 600. That one's surprisingly not moving crazy. Marvel's still going up. Oh, yeah, coin. AMD on the high. I have 2 CCJs. AMD's ripping it. Again, bonds, bigger flush. SPY reacting a little bit. AMD on the high. And Giggle. Yeah, Nuve's kind of weird right now because it's either a reiteration or an update of the news, but essentially the same headline that got you in the play. There is some updates. TSM and AMD. AMD 186 right now, or just under it. Dow Jones and Russell, remember, they kind of outperformed last week. So they might be able to do their thing. Yeah, Pinduoduo, 120. Again, even Baidu woke up there. Well, actually, wait a minute. Oh, no, we need a little bit more. TLT breaking down. The bond just kind of flipped. I think it's a little bit of the gold and a little bit of the data. But broadly, I think bonds just gave up that holiday bid we were talking about. Because the yields we woke up in reverse today. The Nuve contracts, they'll wake back up once it opens up. But remember, we need a buyout price. So here's the deal with your Nuve. Are you ready? Anything above $35, if we get info on Nuve, anything above $35, you have guaranteed money. If the buyout price is below 35, you're screwed. Welcome to the stock market and options. So, yeah, that's the only thing there. We will have to see. Nate Positive Oz, baby. Oh, with the Jets. God bless you, baby. Good morning. Amen. Let's see. CJ still holding. Coin on the high and Mara. Coin's only up by 0.7. Again, crypto was a little bit lower today. We'll see how that plays out. 3M, no options. I think 3M just needs to adjust with everything. Again, they already sold off the little quote-unquote gain. And then at least Solventum's holding up. How are you interpreting the data? What does it say for rate cuts? It says nothing. I think all of the data is quite meaningless. I think it gives us something to respond to. But that's why I've been saying, like, as of late, it does seem like we're following a path more so than we're following data. So I do think for the data to really move us, it's going to take a couple of months. And until we get there, I mean, I do think, you know, you're not knocking the market out of this Goldilocks vibe that it's really in. And again, I just think the ship moves really slow. So until we actually, get a new terrain or a new map that we haven't really traveled, I think right now markets are on autopilot. MU not stopping. Solventum. We either go up, slight melt up, or maybe eventually we'll kind of, take a breather near a higher level. I mean, I do think last year was a really good example. So I even said it at the beginning of last year or this year. I don't know if you guys remember me saying, but I was like, I feel like this year is going to be like a weird continuation of last year. You remember last year we ran up a lot. You started up good. You did have a little bit of the breakdown there with the banking crisis. We didn't have that this time. And I just think you're getting that, we'll be able to do our melt. Maybe we'll have periods where we stay up before you know it. And then really around like middle of the year, summer, we'll see if that shift and if what Powell and the boys say about the data, and then buy some more time until then, or maybe we get the shift. Like I was saying on the watch list yesterday, we're 1 quarter into this, so I hope you guys have realized it. 1 quarter later, remember how fixated we were at the beginning of the year on this idea of rate cuts. That is still the story, and right now, the number one theme in the market, whether you want to believe it or not, it has to do with policy shift. And until that shift happens, nothing else matters. Nothing else is more important right now. I'm telling you, unless there is a black swan or a external shock for some, unless that occurs, I mean, there's nothing. It's actually quite fascinating to think about. So I hope you're with me on this one, man. But get ready, locked and loaded. Well, the value rotation is happening. It's doing it slowly. 3M was worth like 111 last week, 112. Start a new long-term today. Solventum, I'd wait a little bit. So again, like I said, spin-off shares, you never know what's going to happen. Sometimes the spin-off person goes up or down, but then usually the spin-off shares just dump for the next couple of days. That's what I'm used to, so you never know. But it's just like you might be able to get Solventum at a better price. China plays, I've been liking them from the beginning of the year. But again, until policy actually shifts, dude, we're not. I mean, you're playing a game that's not really playing. Like, the game hasn't started. It's weird. We're still like, in Fortnite, when before you go to the bus and load out, there's like that pre-game where everybody like runs around shooting and stuff. That's kind of how I feel. Until we get a policy shift, we're still, oddly enough, in a weird pregame, as weird as that may sound, considering how much we have already moved. Nuvei still. I still don't have an update on that one. Again, the Nuvei one's weird. Yeah, Canadian Investment Regulatory Organization trading halt. So literally, it's halted in Canada off of the regulatory decision. So like the company didn't even decide to do it. But yeah, halted pending news release. So we're going to get a buyout. We're going to either hear about them rejecting or accepting a buyout deal, most likely. Uranium breaking out. All right, 5 more minutes, PMI data. So again, that's going to be big. PMI services is bigger tomorrow, but manufacturing PMI, we're expecting 48.3, still expected to be in contraction, and then employment expected to be 46. There will be a prices element as well. And then coin on the high. CCJ still going. Bro, Micron again. And then Baidu is up there. And then SPY bouncing a little bit. Bro, Micron's unreal. 7%. It did this last Monday too. Remember, it was chill on Friday, then gapped up on the Monday, and then came back down, and then it just did the exact same thing. Tree on the high as well. SMCI waking up. Do you buy 3M? No, I'd wait, let the dust settle from what's going on. I mean, we have our deposit, which is good, but let the dust settle. We'll see where 3M and Solventum are, and then we could talk about buying them. But for now, I'm not really looking at them. For like the long term, I mean, there could be flips. I do think 3M and Solventum are going to have a wide range here on the day. STLD on the high. I'd say Tesla deliveries are kind of like an earnings play, yeah. You could price in the option chain and look for 2 standard deviations for sure. SN? What was SN? Shark Ninja? Bro, Micron. Disgusting. Even AMD, bro. That thing is just melting up. I guess even Marvel, but that one stopped going up. Shop on the high. SPY trying to come back up. Remember, we are next to all-time highs right now. But we've kind of been dancing around here in the, first 30 minutes almost? Bayer, new CEO, making a lot of changes. AT&T is down due to the hack, yeah. Home builders, another good day. Yeah. I mean, a lot of things are doing pretty good right now, unless you're value or small cap, but then you had your day last week, if anything. You have 3M on Cash App. I don't think Cash App has Solventum, though you'll get it eventually. So, again, if you own shares of 3M, you should be entitled to those shares. So, mine, it shows up that I have it, but I don't have it technically. So it shows the transaction is initiated, but technically I don't own the shares yet. Like, I can't sell out of them. The breakout level for CCJ is right around here, actually. So, again, it's like 46.50. And then if you break out, you get into the 47, 48 last time. So just pretty much getting to the gap fill here. But this is literally one of the tops. Again, they got to upgrade. Uranium's doing good. So we'll see how it plays out. OPEC March oil output falls by 50,000 barrels a day from February to 26.42 million. If you have it on Cash App, I think you'll get it. Just be patient. I wouldn't really trip about it too much. And then 1 minute now until the data. So again, ISM manufacturing PMI, we are expecting 48.3 on the aggregate index. Employment, we're expecting 46. ISM new orders, we're expecting 49.5, and then prices 52.5. With construction spending also coming out to expected to be about 0.4 month over month. So 3M, it said fractional shares would be given in cash. So anyone had 1 to 3 shares, check your cash balance. Sava. Tesla. Okay, we'll see if bonds move. 30 seconds till data. I haven't even checked Schwab, actually. I'll check the Schwab for the Solventum in a little bit. And there it is. So data, I think 50.3. So manufacturing came up. Employment came in stronger. Construction spending dropped. That was negative 0.3 on the months instead of a gain of 0.4. New orders beat, and then prices surged. Honestly, it seems like a bad set of data. But then again, I don't know if it's going to kill us, but yeah, the data's not really that hot. So literally hot PMI, hot employment, hot orders, and then hot prices. All very slightly, but generally everything came. Bonds are going to die. I don't know if it'll kill the market. Again, like I'm saying, it is bad data, but don't forget about the path, my friend. Bonds are getting destroyed, dude. I can't believe that. Yeah, I'm down on 1,800 now. Bro, I was up $2,000 on those bonds. That's crazy. That flipped big. And then construction spending came in lower. People thought that was going to come in higher. So little knee-jerk reaction. Data, I would say, is negative. Doesn't necessarily mean it changes anything here, but we'll see. Maybe the market does finally want to respond on a Monday. Oh, yeah, dollar might shoot up off of that. Honestly, dollar ain't do shit, but it's already been green today. So we'll see. Again, SPY's already holding up. Bonds, though, they're going to be the casualty, as always. Oh, CNTX, you were looking so good. SMCI still going. And CCJ came down. NTAP on the high. Bad is good. Good is bad. Well, in this, I mean, it's just hot. So in this case, it's good data. That's why I'm saying it's bad. It's good in the sense that, employment's doing good. Prices are going higher. New orders are ticking back up. But if you are worried about the, all of the signs of inflation, that's another one to add to the list. But bonds will pay the price. Happy Easter, and then equities I guess their sins have been forgiven. We'll see what happens. Happy Easter. Happy belated Easter. Dell, I forgot about them. They had that little drop and pop last week. No news on AMD, just chip makers woke up in a high gear this morning. So SPY going a little lower. Bonds already got murked off of that. Is dollar starting to wake up? There it is. Yeah, I was saying dollar didn't do shit. But there you go. It popped up. Yeah. So we'll see how long this lasts for. Again, like you said, it doesn't have to necessarily kill it, but we've seen a lot of weird things as of late. AKA, more bonds react to the data, stocks don't. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here. Load the puts. Well, the dollar is up. Again, we do have a lot of data this week. So remember, tomorrow morning, you're going to have JOLTS jobs openings to react to as well, too. Then private payrolls, then non-farms. Then you're even going to get PAL thrown into the mix, and then you're going to get the non-farms on Friday. Dollar Tree and Walmart. Oh, Pfizer. MO. I do strong. Inshallah, Habibi. It keep going. Again, anytime, I think last time we had a huge China rip, it was the same data. It was Chinese PMIs came in hot, but then we faded it after more bad China data came in. So if more China data comes in, especially even after last week, maybe we start off quarter two with more China rally comments. But other than that, it's still, hopefully, the situation changes. Otherwise, it might put us in the same position. US ISM shows first expansion since September of 2022. I don't think 3M's dividend has changed for now, but that's why we want to kind of wait for some more updates. I like oil, but the only thing I don't like about oil, I trip out at these high prices. That's it. Anything a little bit above 80, it's hard. Remember, we played this on 83. We bought it below 70. It was like 79 bucks or something. You just got to be careful with the $80 prices because it's either going to really rocket from here or die. And then SPY, new low here. Again, a bigger candle. Strongest ISM manufacturing data or first expansion in years right now. Bonds are already the victim, but SPY is starting to come down. SPY went negative, or at least on the SPX. NASDAQ gave up half of its gains from the morning. Oh, I forgot about Reddit. 47. Damn, they were at 7. Even DJT, bro, they're down 10. Donald. Yeah, 3M starting to come back up a little bit, but still cratered. Solventum has not moved at all. Walmart's in the green. And then XLV's on the low. Low ticker is gassing, though. So you are getting that little green candle. Bonds didn't hit a new low there in 4 minutes, but SPY did. Meta's just holding up there. Watch AMD and like SMCI. Those are the ones that were really strong in the chip world. Marvel came down. Where's Banks? Banks down by 0.3. Vid. The dollar's still ripping. I mean, the whole year we found a way to, play with this dollar. The irony of this dollar is that, I mean, it's just because it's both expensive and still lower than the highs. But, I mean, effectively, we have ignored the dollar until we don't. So for now, though, I just think take it as a little sign of volatility. The more and more it climbs up, it's kind of like the check engine light coming on, but it's not necessarily breaking any of the engines down. Yeah, but this is the peak of the dollar. Damn, we were here on February 13th. And last time we were here was November. And then a little bit in September. Remember, above like 29, the dollar starts to piss people off. Or that's where it starts to get scarier. So we'll see. We got a little bit. But it's been one of the best performers. How Bank of Japan's fine with the yen being this weak. Imagine oil price. Well, it's good. Remember, they want inflation. The currency stuff helps them out. But I do think they are. I think what happened last week, 2 weeks ago, was a policy error. I think they failed. I think they put it together a ceremonial hike, and it wasn't enough. It was too small, and it doesn't account for. And then, if anything, though, I do think there's a weird residual benefit of the yen weakening. They benefit off of that oil price being high for their citizens in terms of their goals staying sustainable. But then again, it's just like I do think it was a borderline failure with how it played out. All right, Baidu climbing again. And SPY, bonds stopped dying there. SPY getting to the second flush candle. Again, we were right near highs, and you're still there. Nuvei unhalted. Oh. It says 33.75. My shit's not trading. Are you sure? I don't see Nuvei unhalted. It's still not trading. Maybe got unhalted in Canada. Because, again, there's a Canadian version and an American version. Netflix holding up. Remember, Netflix earnings right around the corner. Baidu hitting a new high. Tesla, Microsoft getting a candle. Again, Baidu hitting a high. Watch of JD. Pinduoduo. Honestly, Baidu's the one doing it. What's that other one? Hut 8 running. Hut. Oh, Nike died. I forgot about that. Maybe that's a long term. I mean, again, I want it with like closer to a 90 or a 87 handle. I don't want to buy any new names, but I do like that. Yeah, low ticker is going pretty insane. A couple names on the high, random crypto ones, and then Baidu. Yeah, GRTS again. They have the data's around next week. Baidu 109, Teladoc crashing down 2.5 into the lows. Oust on the high. Man, Google's still running too. And then CCJ trying to climb back up here to the high again. 46.50. That is the breakout point on CCJ. Then Baidu. 0.7. All right, man. We'll take it. Square murdered. Square wasn't doing that bad in the morning. Yeah, Teladoc on the low. HD. Remember HD bought a company on Friday? Reddit down 6. Where's Redfin? They're down 2. And then SPY right back at VWAP. Watch if the bonds start dropping again. It's 10.11. Oh, wait. Is Euro closes 10.30 now, right? You guys had daylight savings in Europe, correct? Because it is April. I think Euro close might be in 30 minutes. Yeah, we're back to normal. Beautiful. 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 Awesome. So, what, 19 minutes till Euro close? Oh, wait, is Europe even open today? They take the day after Easter off. I forgot. I don't even think they're open today. Maybe that's why we got this movement here. Damn, weed stocks at 10.08. Killer. Where's Marvel? Intel. Oust. I keep seeing this thing. OUST up 13. SPY at VWAP. Bonds creeping back down to low of the day here. Dollar at the high of the day. Moved up almost half from the data. Again, all the ISM data came in strong. And then construction spending was weaker. NVIDIA, I mean, just same old chip valuation game. Play the hype. Again, you got an AI event in like another week on the 11th there with your boy Marvel. Nuvei's halted, news pending. So there was like a reiteration of the buyout news or the rumor that came out like a week or two when we made the play. And now there was like halted, news pending on that news, and now we're just waiting for it. Uber on the low. Any banks that do Forex? Chase? I mean, most bigger banks, they're willing to do it. Or whenever you get to the country you want. But yeah, your local bank should be able to transfer currency for you at a good rate. And then, I don't know, you got to check the fees. Worst case, if you can't get it without like a good fee, you could always buy Bitcoin and sell it in another currency. Ta-da! But again, there's slippage and fees associated with that too. 3M melt up, inshallah, Habibi. SPY coming back up here again. Bonds still ugly. Meta trying to break out there a little bit. Is that legal? Why would it be illegal? You're buying in one currency, and I mean, you have tax implications depending on what it is, but I mean, you can change one currency to the next, or you could sell your crypto in another currency. NVCR, no, I got out of that on Friday. We took like $1,000 off of it. It's arbitrage, but I'm saying, like, let's say you go to a bank or the airport and the exchange rate isn't favorable and they're charging you, let's say, 20%, but then the exchange rate on crypto is giving you the exact exchange rate of, like, the yen. You could just sell your Bitcoin out in yen and then transfer. But then again, you would need a receiving an account that could hold yen or whatever the currency is. Tesla's on the low. Baba. Pfizer, do you drop $2 today? I will buy you. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I want to check the Schwab. MPW Flushing. I haven't looked. Again, the news last week, that was the big one. People are still talking about the divvy. Yeah, I don't see anything as of late. All right. I'm checking my long term, see if the Solventum's in there. Woohoo, we did it, Joe. Yeah, I have the Solventum. I got one share. Dang, they gave me one full one. So where's my 3M? Yeah, I had 4. How many? You get one share for every 4? And then I guess I'll get the cash for the 0.23. So yeah, even in Schwab, it shows my Solventum. Wait, why do I have a option in here? Ah, fuck. I accidentally bought a random play in the long term. Dang, I spent $20 on it? Oh, boo. That CCL, yeah, I forgot. Well, yeah, because it's the same, the 2 random accounts. I just didn't switch it when I did the switch, you know. I need to go repent. Can't sell for 20 years. That's fine. It'll expire. That's why I like ownership. But bump. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week, Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Hit that thumbs up. And then CCJ coming back down. STLD on the high, 150. Ajax on the high. SPY coming down as well as the bonds. Dollar still up and getting volume. HPE. They're doing pretty good. And then Dell's at the high. Intel came down. AMD chilled out a little bit. NVIDIA was just at the highs. You sold out. No worries. A good gain. It's very, very nice. How do you start your journey to find faith in God? I think you already did. You know, that's the beauty of it. It's the beauty. There's no like step-by-step process, dog. The fact that you're even asking that question, I think you've already began. The 3M, I mean, they're going to probably adjust them for everything. They might, but once everything is like, once the dust is settled, it's just going to be a normal option. 12 shares of Solventum. How bizarre. Yes, sir. We got those 2. 1 on the small account. 3M actually came back up. So maybe watch if that breaks out there. Like I said, we never know. It's funny how it's showing a green, but it literally gapped down 10, 15 bucks. SPY dropping now even more. So new low. It looks like SPY's catching up to the bonds. I mean, you're down almost 20 points there from the morning. OpenAI moves to lessen reliance on some NVIDIA hardware. No. Check NVIDIA. I don't know. I don't know how much they buy from them, but You literally, OpenAI moves to lessen reliance on some NVIDIA hardware. Headline sounds vicious. Twitch will be up, I think, in a month. Maybe like 3 weeks now at this point. And then SPY on the low. Tesla flushing. Another one here for the SPY. Dollar new high. My goodness. So again, no euro close, or I guess it happens in 10:30, but they're closed. Volume's at 11 million. So what? Almost 1 hour, or about average? Isn't the OpenAI news old? Didn't they say they're working on chips? Oh, could be. It seems like it's like a update, and then again, it just doesn't sound good. 11:30. No, Europe is done daylight savings. So now we're back on the same schedule, but Europe is closed today for Easter. LPA resumed trading. I think Nuve still halted. SPY near the low. Bonds are going to probably hit a new low off of that. Yeah, Nuve still halted. G Bio. Oh, wait. It's still only 7:30. Yeah, you're right. I'm tripping. I thought it was 8:30. It's only been an hour. Happy Monday. DJT going down. Yep, that's on the low, 52.65. Again, G-Bio, they just got a bid there. Bonds hit a low and caught a bid. Biddy on the high, so Bitcoin going lower. Rude, Tesla, Bidunius came down. They got the lead a little bit. Gold negative? No. Gold's up, still up 0.5%, but it did sell off. I think it was up 1, 2 in the morning. ZQZ24 died. Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, yeah, new low today. Again, even after all the data. Crazily, it was lower in October. But those might be good to play again. Oh, where's the May, actually? The ZQK? That one won't touch a new low. Tech folded up. NASDAQ still up a quarter. That's the only thing green. Russell's down by 0.8. SPY down by 0.09. Dow down by 0.5%. But Dow and Russell did outperform. It's not like tech did bad last week either, but still, for the most part, they are the leader today. And then we will see. I think big tech is more of the strength. Again, DJT 52. Oust again. Yeah, Meta's doing great, and Amazon. Amazon's up. Actually, they were up 1.0. I guess they came back to break even. Google's up 2.7. And then I don't know where's Apple at. At least we didn't wake up with a bad Apple headline. Micron did the same, just literally stay pinned on Friday, Thursday, Friday, and then just go insane on Monday. And then CCJ still up 5. Uranium. Oh, SMCI. Yeah, they're right near the high, up 5. Again, just below 1100. NVIDIA. OpenAI news did not hurt it at all. SMR new scale up 18%. And then GLD a little bit on the low. When can you sell out of CLRO? Just pretty much ex-dividend day. So if you buy before ex-dividend, you get the divvy. I don't see an ex-dividend on CLRO. So my thing doesn't show a date. But technically, if you own it before ex-dividend, the day before, and then you even sell on ex-dividend, you'll get the money. Bruh, Micron about to hit a high. SPY bouncing. Looks like the bonds have been pinned for about 30 minutes here near the lows. Again, gold gave up a lot of that. Again, dollar is climbing. Dollar hit a new high with all of that. All right, again, a pop. SMCI new high. Donald Trump, or the warrants on the low. I think that's selling off. Again, Micron and SMCI ripping here now. I would like Marvel to play along. That would be nice. Bitcoin tumbles below 70,000. Micron 52-week high. I still see SMCI, LYT lit. They're right behind it as well. Elgar Bio, EIGR resumed and then halted. TSM. Bonds are getting destroyed today, dude. Again, I think the holiday bid helped out, and then now without that, remember there's a lot of sales. Micron 127. Micron actually gassing right now at the highs. TSM even going PayPal on the low. AMD stopped moving. Intel. So again, a couple of the chip makers switched gears there. Some more than others. UPS finding. Remember, they had the lows last week, and then they did have the good news with the USPS stuff, but they just kind of slipped there alongside FedEx. Again, bonds near the low as well, too, again. So we're still not out of there. Dollar still near the high. Market a little bit off the lows. And then 4 more minutes. First hour will be completed. You could do an early TSM. Aren't they around the corner? Remember, with the earnings plays, if you're early and you get the run-up, you get rewarded heavily. But then sometimes if you go too early and it's already moved a lot and then you get one pullback, it's going to clap all of them. So remember, we played like JP Morgan early. That's kind of what happened on the last earnings season. So you got to kind of find the balance of like just a little bit ahead of the earnings, but not too far ahead of it, because then you might get clapped. Strong inflation, wouldn't it make gold go up? Yes, but in this case, we're so later in the stage. If inflation is going to go up, that's not good for gold, because then that means rates will stay higher and then we're less likely to get a cut. So if anything, I think the reaction you saw today on gold was the data picking up the dollar a little bit, and I think the dollar kind of gave gold a knee-jerk reaction, but gold is still doing phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? Even if gold sold off 0.5% of the gains, I mean, it's still at a record high. Like I'm saying, we don't even know if it's leading or lagging. So, but I would chalk that up to the dollar effect. What's going on with 3M? Thought you'd never ask. 3M is down today due to the spinoff of Solventum. The shares are down, but shareholders received free shares in the new company. So although the stock is down over 20 a share, shareholders received 70 a share for Solventum. There you go. There you go. And then bonds new low. SPY coming up behind it here. Again, the low ticker is very, very active. It's crazy what you have leading and lagging, again, because the NASDAQ is the only thing green. VIX is in the green as well, but low ticker is pretty on fire compared to what we've seen. Oil breaking out. Another high on oil now. It's already up on the day. GLD. Again, oil breaking out here. SPY near the low. Bond just hit a fresh low on TLT. And then 3M came back to opening price, man. I'll take it. Solventum still staying pinned. Tesla. Oh, shit. Was Tesla here already? Yeah, 161. I would say, though, anything below 170 does get your attention. MDAI on the high. I don't think they dropped the 3M dividend, but I would just let the dust settle out of an abundance of caution. I don't think the dividend will change, but As of now, it hasn't, but you never know. Again, MDAI, bonds, new low. Cigna, that's interesting. I don't even think healthcare's getting murked. Healthcare's down 1. Even financials down by 0.37. KRE down. XLRE. Real estate down 1.3. ARRW, new high on the bonds. So new low on the bonds. And then new high on the dollar. And then SPY is about to hit a new low, it looks like. 5249. Low of the day is 5247. ARRW, I just saw that hit at 52-week high, I believe. That was on the high ticker. It's 10:30. Bank of Canada headlines coming out. The Bank of Canada Q1 business survey of outlook shows firms reported better business condition, improved slightly, uptick reported widely across nearly all regions, sectors, and firms. More oil. Oil's on the high. Bonds, stocks lower, dollar higher. Same, again, literally ever since the ISM data kind of been one-way route. It was already bad for the bonds, but SPY stock slipped and then dollar woke up. So you're going to probably hear that a little bit until we break out of this. Tesla's flushing a little bit more. Microsoft's holding up great. It's crazy how the NASDAQ is actually up. I mean, we are still near all-time highs, so I don't know. LAC, it's another lithium name on the high. So these are like the lows of Thursday. So we actually hung around 5249 for a little bit. You spent most of your last trading day last week at this level. So like in between 5248 and 5255, you spent like 6 hours on your last trading day. Ta-da! 3-month, 6 mil box auction an hour away. Abivat bonds, green shoot, and SPY. Nike, I mean, it's looking good. I would really want a big flush this week, and then maybe I'd buy it. Like I said, I don't want to buy a new name, but if this thing drops enough, I mean, I can't say no. So I would like a break of 90, man. Like, I don't know if we could get blessed in the 80s. Even 90, I don't know if that's how bad that is. I used to hate Nike at $90, but because, again, $90, 90 to 107, that was their all-time high at one point. Like I'm saying, you get me in here 2018 prices, man. I don't know. I might get too greedy on Nike. I might wait too long, but then again, that's kind of the idea. I really want it more bargain bin than not. That would be the most ideal. And bonds or SPY getting some volume. 3M waking up. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. If 3M could break out here, that'd be awesome. It's my 25th birthday. And 6-year long-term. No way. We had Benny's birthday. Now we got Creative too, baby. 25. God bless you, bro. I'm very, very glad and grateful for you, man. To see you hit 25, bro. All the work you've done long-term to real estate. I love it, baby. Horna. Tyler. My man. That's crazy. 25, bro. You're 25 with Saturday. Happy birthday, Johnny. No way, man. So many birthdays. Let's go, baby. Toast to the long term. Another year, baby. Another year. God is good. All right. New low on this SPY. You kind of flushed there. Again, low ticker not stopping. Crypto names selling off there. A couple of value names. Tech is holding up better, but yeah, and then GCT on the high. Giga Cloud. Didn't we watch this the other day? Your birthday's today? Man. Happy birthday, baby. Are you kidding me? I think you guys gave me the hiccups. Again, my morning hiccups. Oh, man, those birthdays got me too excited. Oh, CLR special divvy. Oh, that's what someone was asking about. So I need to go double check that, but I didn't see an X dividend. But I need to go to the bathroom, you guys. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love all of you. I hope your day is doing great. It's already been quite the move. We have a lot of data and moves this week, baby. So let's get it, but I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Sounds good. All right, like the video. I love you.
Go into Florida. Tell us about that push out from just the Northeast, for example. When you're identifying potential expansion opportunities, what does that checklist look like?
It really comes down to a couple of things, Katie. I mean, one is where are the people, right, that have disposable income to be able to go out to eat and are targets for our brands. The great thing about the U.S. right now is people are moving around. There's lots of transplants. You know, I walk around here in Dallas, Texas, and everyone knows Friendly's because they grew up with it. They came from the Northeast. And if you look at Texas specifically, it's the 8th largest economy in the world, not just the country. So when you have that type of growth, that type of brand familiarity, it's a no-brainer. Let's bring the brand to the people that know it, that can afford it, and that want it here. And we see that really across the Sun Belt. And you mentioned frozen yogurt. Frozen yogurt was on an increase. It's declined in the last couple of years. We believe there's a lot of untapped potential to bring frozen yogurt back to a number of consumers across the country. In both our red mango, which is a little bit more healthy, probiotic, and our orange leaf frozen yogurt brand, which is, think of it as Willy Wonka for frozen yogurt for kids.
Yeah, speaking for myself, I would definitely love to see more frozen yogurt locations throughout the country, specifically in New York City, though. So it'll be interesting to watch those developments. But of course, we're talking about frozen yogurt. I would eat frozen yogurt for breakfast, but most people probably wouldn't. But talk to me about breakfast as a potential growth opportunity. Do you see that as an avenue that you could expand into, or are you sticking to lunch, dinner, dessert?
We definitely believe breakfast is an untapped day part for us, especially in our sit-down restaurants like our Friendly's. We have a number of restaurants now that have revamped and we've upgraded our breakfast menu, but still putting that Friendly's twist on it, right? So you mentioned frozen yogurt and mentioned a scoop of ice cream on your waffle. Something different, right, for breakfast that only us as Friendly's can provide. But some of our biggest business in our red mango is actually during the morning hour. Folks coming in for acai bowls and smoothies in the morning as a breakfast meal replacement is a growing segment and a growing need in terms of what guests are looking for. And we believe it's a major growth opportunity moving forward.
All right, so breakfast, potentially a growth opportunity there. Let's talk about Friendly's a little bit more, because Friendly's, you bought that chain out of bankruptcy in 2021, which is really interesting. Of course, it's a really difficult time for the restaurant period, difficult time for most industries, but would you be opportunistic in adding to your portfolio here, or do you feel that you're at a good size?
No, we are actively looking to grow and add to the portfolio. There are a lot of opportunities right now in the restaurant space, a lot of chains that may not be growing as expected and looking to get out and exit. And we as a portfolio group, we can leverage that. We can help those brands grow because we don't need to, we have a great core shared service group here in Dallas, right? We can support many brands from one core. We can create leverage for guests. Think of a loyalty program where they can go to 7 brands, not just one. So there's opportunities as a portfolio group to really continue to grow, continue to leverage and gain scale for the benefit of both our shareholders as well as our guests.
All right, Sharif, a really interesting conversation. I'm going to keep my eye out for Froyo expansion.
Froyo expansion. I didn't tell y'all, man. You know what I had? You know what I had over the weekend? I'm very honored to say this. I don't know if y'all have ever had this. I gave it to my girlfriend. It was her first time trying this one. And I was like, welcome to the family. So y'all need this. This is part of have I taken my girl to Sushi Deli? I don't think I have. Now that I think about it. No, man. I got her a date shake. Have you guys ever had a date shake? It's very rare. It's very rare. It's very, 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 very rare. A date shake. Yeah. I finally got one. One of my favorites. Just like the fruit dates. into a shake. It's amazing. All right, man, you just flushed, though, 5-6 points right there into a new low. So now you are lower than Thursday, and, I mean, where are we getting back? You're getting right back. Remember that little gap down, those 3 days we spent lower? You're, like, near the top of that candle, that flush. So pretty much what? No, there's not even any gaps that you need to fill. I think the only gap we haven't filled has been since, what, Powell? I believe the 2 days, day before Powell. The 9 a.m. news, pretty much nothing. Oh, right here, you're saying? So 10 a.m., I mean, this was the manufacturing PMI. That was where we started to kind of flip. Futures gapped up over the weekend. Again, PCE data and then Powell over the weekend. I mean, people were quite optimistic about it. It's the most Arab thing ever. He's good. My parents were the one who showed me it. Lurking this week, painting after the fire. Oh, I hope everything's okay. Google just outperformed today. I don't know if it was some AI ramping up headlines, but other than that, they just woke up on the weekend good. Again, some names traded a little higher than lower. There was a lot of optimism from the PCE and the China stuff, but other than that, this was kind of just digestion over the weekend. Some names ended higher and they're gapped up and gapped down, but for the most part, it looks like if you had an outperformance last week, starting off a little slow today, and then some of the underperformers woke up today with another emphasis on chips in the morning. And then again, Chinese data, manufacturing data doing good, got people feeling optimistic. And then our manufacturing data kind of got us a little hesitant. Yeah, dollar has been unreal since that. Dollar, bonds, stocks. Yep, another new high on the dollar as we are near the low. Again, we just had a big flush there on the SPY. And the bonds are coming back down here as well. Are we getting greedy? We might. Like I said, I like it. I really do like Nike. It's starting to get to a really good price. I mean, the thing about Nike is that it doesn't really pay a good dividend. I mean, you know, even though it does pay a dividend, you know, 1.6, I mean, we're not buying it for the dividend. You're buying this stock for upside. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it's like, I do like what that offers, but I do prefer dividends. And like, I mean, I would want it a little bit more cheaper. So I don't know how greedy I'm going to get for it, but I do think low 80s is a better price than not. But I don't know if it'll go there, and then maybe I wait too long and it bounces. But then again, I'm kind of chill with waiting. I got my deposit in for this month, but it's my only deposit. So I don't have really that much cash. Board member talking. Dude, you know that's in what, 2 days? Yeah, today's April 1st, so here it is.
As a board member and a shareholder we look at Bob Iger's track record of success since he came back. And we want there to be harmony in the boardroom. We also want there to be really good debate because there is a lot happening in the consumer media landscape. Consumer behavior is shifting dramatically, but it's not like Bob Iger and the board just woke up to this fact. Back in 2015, he made a bet
Disney
on
hit
streaming by
123?
buying a 33% stake in BAMTech. Then in 2017, the entire thesis around the Fox acquisition was around getting the content ready for streaming. Imagine if we had not bought it. Your parent company would own Hulu completely, would own The Simpsons, would own the Avatar, would own FX and Searchlight, which are engines of creativity. So Bob has been thinking about the transition since 2015. We want Bob Iger to continue the work that he is doing. And when we look at his report card, since he has come back, he has dramatically restructured the company, $7.5 billion in costs. $500 million was recognized in Q1. He has fundamentally worked with Jimmy Pitaro on ESPN's future. We launched the JV, or announced the JV, I should say, with Fox and Warner. We have college playoffs, which just got renewed, and we're going to launch flagship ESPN in 2025.
Right.
He's made a significant CapEx commitment in parks.
All those things. But my question was, if in fact Nelson Peltz wins and Bob Iger comes to you, the board, and says, you know what, I'm not up for this. He's too as he continues to say, too disruptive and, life's too short. What do you say as a board member to him if he says, I'm out of here?
I think that would be a terrible outcome.
Coco
for Disney.
reaches new
We're talking,
high.
The future of Disney is at stake here.
Best
That is
performer
why
on the
this
quarter.
vote is so important. Bob is just in the midst with his leadership team of a massive transformation of Disney. We're the #1 performing stock in the Dow in first quarter. The stock has been performing very well. We've reinstated the dividend. We've announced a $3 billion share buyback. We're going to get Disney Plus profitable in the fourth quarter. This is a report card of a CEO that every shareholder right now should say, I'm betting on him and I'm betting on this board.
But it's also a report card of a CEO that is under immense pressure from an activist investor who wants to join a board seat. Why not just keep that pressure, bring him on the board, and then you have a shareholder advocate?
What Bob and his team have been executing in the board have not anything to do with the pressure from Nelson Peltz. This transformation started before Nelson Peltz announced his position in October of 2023. Nelson Peltz has made statements that the stock is performing as a result of his investment. It's factually not true. It went up 2.1% the day he announced. Then it went down 6.2% the weeks following. And the stock has been up because we announced our fiscal year earnings on November 8th and on February 7th, our first quarter earnings. We've had 2 upgrades recently from Bank of America and UBS. The momentum in the stock is due to execution. The critics would have said, well, Bob made a lot of announcements. Let's see it in execution. Guess what? It is all being executed on. And if I am a shareholder, I'm betting on that momentum and the leadership team that's doing it. I am not betting on putting somebody in the boardroom that could potentially be highly disruptive and change the future course of the Walt Disney Company.
Some of Peltz's comments lately have touched on notions of cultural representation, equality, at least regarding studio content. You got the settlement with Reedy Creek now in Florida. Is the board trying to extricate Disney from the culture wars, so to speak?
I think one of the things that Bob was very conscious of was turning the noise down when he came back into the role, because there was a lot of noise, and Disney does not want to be in the midst of a cultural war. And part of what Bob has done with reinvigorating the studio is actually looking at the lens and really thinking about the quality of the creative. He has this saying that it's a relentless pursuit of perfection. Do you know what Bob Iger was doing yesterday on Easter Sunday? He was screening films and giving more notes on a film that's coming out in a couple of months. He has killed 2 animated films that he did not think were going to be great. It takes courage to do that once you start the process and say to pull back the films. So he's reinvigorating the slate. He made changes to bring Moana, and he has Mandalorian, which he's super excited about, as well as the creative team for 2026. So part of the strategy was to turn the noise down, Carl. And I think that we are very pleased that we came to a resolution in Florida. I think it's important we get back to what we do well in Florida, which is entertain millions of guests and invest in creating jobs for the economy.
Yeah, have you been lately? I know you go to the
Twice
parks.
Since I was on.
Twice.
I did not know if you were going to ask me that question. And I did. You probably don't have current pictures, but I've been twice. I hosted a reunion.
What are you up to?
Over 52 now. Yes.
To Disney World.
Correct.
That's crazy.
Yes.
One day you'll ride Jungle Cruise as much as I did.
I like Snow White. Really quickly, Carolyn, because you're on the Under Armour board, Kevin Plank is back as CEO today.
Why don't you own shares?
That was a surprise. Stephanie Lauren-Artz was only given, what, a year?
If the board owned shares, I'd be down with the board.
Take over as CEO and implement a strategy. What happened there?
Kevin Plank, today is his first day, as you mentioned. We think he is the right person, has the right passion for this next phase of Under Armour's transformation. He is as excited as ever to be back in the chair, and the leadership team is on board and
she
surrounding
sounds very
him,
confident,
and we
but
made
she doesn't even
changes
own any shares.
to the structure of the board as
So,
part
like,
of him
you
coming
guys
back. We put
own more
Mohamed
shares than
El-Arian,
she
who's
does.
on with you quite a lot. He
That's
is
the thing
chair
that
of
Nelson
the Under
Peltz
Armour
says
board,
that
and we are looking forward to
that's the
next
thing I
chapter of
really
their
agree
growth.
with him the
Board
most
work can
on.
be pretty all-consuming.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only part that's like,
Very
what?
interesting.
Yeah, you think I don't have a full-time job?
It's very interesting, that's for sure.
Carolyn,
So
thanks
there's
for
a high
being with us.
probability
Thank you so much for having me.
that more Chads,
Still ahead,
you own
record-breaking.
more than that lady. And she is on the board of directors with Disney. So that's why she was again, the vote is in a couple of days. So if you guys haven't filled out your proxy card, I would go ahead and do that. But yeah, that's the sticking point for me. I agree with what she said, but if she, if the board had a financial ownership, I would feel more confident in them. That's it. The only thing I like about Nelson Peltz is he has $3 billion on it, or $6 billion or whatever. So you know what I'm saying? Like he makes money, we make money. Vice versa. We don't have really the same guarantee. And Bob Iger is going to make $40 million no matter what. Why don't they own shares? That is the question that Nelson Peltz is asking. Oh, she owns over 983 units of Disney stock of 183. So she has 180 grand. Really? So then I guess I was incorrect on that. Let me double check, though, because I'm pretty sure nobody on the board owns anything. September 20th. Oh, wow. She was just added to the board in September 20th. 22. They own about 15 million, which isn't nothing. He's just comparing it to his 3 billion. Yeah, that sounds a little bit better. I know there's a couple people on the board, though, who do not have anything, though. Or, again, if they have anything, it's just what they get granted from the company. So they still get paid in shares. Disney. You could, if you see her latest Form 4, I'm looking up now. Where's ownership? Yeah, Iger. How much does he have? Iger owns $200,000 of Disney shares. Oh, no. Iger has 25 million, but I think that's his what's it called? I think that's his payment. Insiders, beneficial owners. Yeah, so I guess they all, like, Mary Ibarra has $2 million, Mark Parker has $3 million, Safra, Michael Froman has 2, but she doesn't even show up. Carolyn's not even on the top 20, so she might have 100 grand, but seems like they all have about $2 million or less. Let's see. So they got some exposure, but it is very minor. So Chads do not own more than them. I thought we did. We probably own more than, I think collectively we own more than one. Maybe half of the board. It just depends. Bob Iger, though, gets paid a lot in Disney shares. Yeah, I think it is too late. I mean, I don't know about, I think buying the shares. I still think Disney has a lot of value. I mean, no matter what, I think Disney's going to, it's just a question of if they make a lot of money or if they just maintain. But I do think I like the price we got Disney at. I mean, the reason people are fighting over it, there is value, and I really do believe in that. So no matter what, I think regardless of who wins, Nelson or Bob, I mean, I think if you got shares at a low enough price, I mean, it was a very, very nice pickup. Tech shares dropping, energy on the high. NASDAQ did go negative right now. So NASDAQ is at break even, going negative right here, right now. Since Iger took over, why and it's gone as low as 80 to 123. Why fight Bob? It's because the stock had a lot more valuation prior. So Bob left. His stock was doing good, and they kind of made some bad acquisitions under Bob. And then they moved in, and the new CEO fucked everything up. I like Bob Iger a lot. I really think he's good. But people are distraught with the value that has been destroyed, not necessarily, regaining value that you once had. It's great that he went from 80 to 123, but again, this stock was as high as $200 at one point, and they have, 27, 30 billion revenue. It's like the company makes a lot, but the where it's going and like making sure that they really take advantage of that value, that's where people are kind of questioning Bob or anything else. I don't question Bob. I just think Nelson Peltz would be a good addition. Or like I'm saying, I think more somebody on the board with a heavy vested financial interest. I think it'll get Disney to make some better moves. You don't question Bob. He's a good top. Well, Bob has a good track record above all else. Like, again, even since coming back, Disney has already changed a little bit. So it's like, again, when they say that he is like one of the best like CEOs in media, I can agree with that. Like, again, as far as like Hollywood is concerned, Bob Iger's big, man, and he's done a lot of good things. So he's not really it's not a bad point guard to have or star player when it's all said and done. But it still doesn't change the fact that like Disney Plus is running at a loss. They spent all this money, hasn't gone into the growth yet. That's kind of where, and then again, people are worried that Disney just gets caught up in this, again, culture war from Florida down to every movie causing a uproar over who's this character and who's that and the contents of the storyline. So I do think they need to make sure that Bob needs to make sure that he could make it clear they're not going in that direction. Thank you for the streams. Happy Easter, baby. Story of the stack. God bless you, bro. Happy Easter. Good to be back. I hope y'all got some good rest, too. You can't make content without being part of the culture war. That's the nature of the world today. That's a very good take. I like it. Cannot win on shares or options or anything. What about the long term? Don't be afraid, man. Long term for a little bit until you could get the momentum back or until you start seeing what you got there. Like data, SEP days, I think following the momentum. It sucks that the SEP last time didn't really give us much to chew on. Or it was just all the same story for the most part. Ghetto spreads, earnings season's good, but ghetto spreads, anytime the stock moves big. If you ever make an option trade and, you want that upside, but then you made good gains and you want to secure the investment, ghetto spread is perfect for those. So usually just big runners. NRG. And then SPY's still low, man, and bonds. We got Euro close in 30 minutes, but they are not even open today. Take two, price target announced at Jefferies, 195. Coverage assumed at buy. It's pretty big. Oh, they're just still up. Where's CCJ? Everybody in the CCJ. And GLD, where'd Marvel go? Disney's climbing up a little bit. So again, the vote is in 2 days. So you better put in your vote now. Otherwise, get ready. Fireworks on Disney. I wonder how it's going to react if they. I feel like it'll pop with Nelson, but we'll find out. Nuve could be halted till whenever they come out with the data there, or whatever the headline is. Lay, what's good with Disney? People are just talking about the vote. We just heard one of the board members. So if anything, the other news, China plays. They had good news. Chip makers, Intel or AMD, SMCI, they're going nuts. We had data from ISM. That's where you get the big candles in the downside, but nothing too crazy. Mara puts for the halvening. Oh, yeah, because aren't they going to make less money? Less but more? The gap on the high. GPS, damn. 27? Yeah, oil's still up there. JP Morgan, I'm going to play it before since they're, but again, I got clapped on the last JP Morgan one because I went like 2 weeks early. So again, now that we got earnings coming up, I mean, we just got to find the timing. We don't know if we're going to get the run up, and then once we like, you know, everybody like outlines kind of how they're feeling. We're going to get an idea. Is it good earnings or not? What's the vibe and attitude? And then go from there. USO is still going there. And then SPY going lower. Bonds haven't died yet, but they want to. Four, 5, 6, 5. You can't hear. I didn't say anything there. Oil's up 1.2. Is oil at 84, actually? That would be nuts. Yeah, oil's at $84. Holy shit. Damn. So that's a new dollar level. You're even now. Last time we were here was October. It was October, and then leading into August, we hit 84. And then end of August, when we got clapped, oil broke out. It went from 84 to 90 or 87. That's not good, no. I don't think it is. I think that's, again, not only are we having some data and inflation worries like creeping back up, but in general, I mean, I don't think soft landing and high oil goes hand in hand. So the higher oil goes or the higher it stays, the less likelihood of a soft landing I think we have. So that's the only thing I think getting in the bulls' way. Everything else, I would say bulls have everything on their side right now, but as of the only thing that's like every day and you're just like, what is energy and oil on the high. I mean, the higher that goes and if it stays up, I mean, it's just not a good sign. It doesn't really correlate with a soft landing, more or less. Bonds, they want to die again. I mean, so does this SPY. Dell is hitting another high. They're getting a candle here. And again, we were just talking oil, that move. Another new dollar high there. You haven't hit $84 since last year. And then Micron still staying up there again. Dell new high. Apple new low. Wow. And then the NVIDIA. And then the Pfizer. Wow. PayPal. Are you currently options trading? We made a couple. I think last week we did the snow, and then we have a Nuve. But we do options, shares, futures, and then long-term. PayPal, we needed a little low. Again, I think I'm going to hold my deposit. So again, I do have a long-term deposit today, but I mean, I like Pfizer if I just want to blindly not think about it. I still think this is a good price for Pfizer. Actually, when's their ex-divvy? I think I have like a month, maybe. I know that ADM, I really liked it. I think the idea was there, but just option scam. I think we got like 3 weeks till Pfizer's dividend. And then bonds trying to get a bid. NBIX on the high. I feel like I saw that last week. A GRTX, I believe. No. GRTC. Hold on, let me pull it up. I keep blanking on that one too. I was looking at it today, but I also think we could let it drop a little bit. GRTS. Yeah, so they're down 6. They've been selling off. That's why I'm thinking maybe they fill the gap back here to this support level, and then it starts ramping up ahead. Because, again, you got like 1 extra week on that one. I'm not in that one yet, so I'm still waiting to make a play on that. PayPal got rid of its DEI policies. I did not see that. SPY going lower. Ethereum down 4.0 on the day. I'm not your PayPal, buddy. Okay, buddy, I'm not your PayPal. No pal, no PayPal, no buddy, no friend, buckaroo. Well, remember, Walgreens is coming off of earnings. So I think this is post-earnings, but yeah, they are getting demolished. And value today didn't get hooked up. Dollar on the high, man. Dollar 28.49. Bond still murdered, and the SPY here. Everything's red again, and then the VIX is back in the green. Dollar does not stop. Does not. It's not loading up, but it's hitting a new high right now. There it is. They didn't get rid of their DEI policy. It's easy to Google. You could literally type it in and see their policy. Well, there you have it. Chad reporting. PayPal gets rid of DEI. PayPal doesn't get rid of DEI. I'm going to hold on to Solventum. I like the company. I always hold on to my spin-off shares. You never know. Maybe one day it'll become a beast, but I do like the numbers behind Solventum. I don't know if you guys have looked at it. Like, that's why they spun off the company. But Solventum is, like, growing. I want to say it's, like, 12 or 16% growth or something. Like, Solventum is actually, like, pretty, it's pretty based. Is that, if that's the right definition? Solventum. It's holding up again. 3M. They came up here a little bit. Any thoughts on the GE spinoff? I think it'll be good. I mean, I like the spinoffs. I mean, but usually if it is one of these bigger companies, the spinoff company should have growth, but then like the spinoff needs to like settle into it. Again, even Abivai was a spinoff from Abbott. It took like 2 years before that thing started moving. So we got to kind of let the dust settle, but in general, I'm going to take my free shares and hold them. Usually with any of the long terms, I'm generally down with that. I don't know. Solventum doesn't pay a dividend. So I think the dividend is going to stay the same. Let's see. 3M is notoriously generous with dividend and share repurchases. They paid $3.3 billion in dividends, $33 in buybacks. Spinoffs haven't had the best track record as of late. J&J and Kenvue has lost more than 20% since it spun off. 3M stock may take a tumble since its launch of Solventum. Investors want to own the spinoff via share distribution, sell off their 3M stock holdings. Some suspect 3M may reset its high-yield dividend after launching Solventum, which contributed to a significant amount of its revenue and earnings. This is another common move for spinoffs. And then they just got a new CEO. So, yeah, no one knows about the dividend. It's highly suspected, but it's not, it's not, like, confirmed. Fed swaps price in less than 50% odds of June rate cut. SPY going lower and bonds again. And, I mean, we just had the dollar at highs. I mean, dollar might go to 28.50 now. 50 more cents, I think the dollar will start to get. Again, once the dollar starts getting back to 29, I think it'll start to hit a little bit harder. Fidelity is resetting policies. Seems to be getting worse. It burned you? What do you mean? I wouldn't add to the Solventum until later. I want to, like, let it play out. Again, it's just first day of trading. Yeah, so we don't know. Dividend, all the dividend stuff is just speculation. So as of now, as of today, your 3M shares still pay the dividend, the same exact dividend. So now you have Solventum for free, and you still get paid the dividend. A lot of people are suspecting, though, that 3M may cut the dividend afterwards. But remember, 3M makes money off of this deal. So when by 3M, they own shares, and then the rest of them, they sell it. So 3M is making like $8 billion off of this. So it's not like they're not going to have cash, but we'll see how that plays out. But it's pretty much up to them. USO on the high again. Oil was just above 84 on crude, which is big. So if it's still up here, that means it's climbing. Again, SPY went a little lower. Why would they cut the divvy? Well, because a lot of the revenue that they got came from Solventum. So that could be a reason why. Is that the company they just spun off, that was responsible for a big portion of their, that was where all of their growth was coming. Fidelity would no longer hold 500K private stock. Give you 60 days to move it. IRA, mega tax hit. Like private stock, like a private company? Or are they saying you just can't have more than $500,000 in an account? They just, if it's a private company, they just may not handle it. You might have to go to like Chase or somebody. They're probably just closing that unit then maybe. E-Trade, they do private stock very well as well too. NVIDIA flush, USO getting big, SPY flushing down a little bit more too. NVO still on the down. BNB, Oxy on the high. Oh, I forgot about that. I don't know, did Oxy come back up? Wow, I'm $14 green on. Again, anytime I go green on Oxy, it's going to last for like a day and then go red. So we're even green after the divvies. I like the Oxy, but I've held this thing for so long and it's done nothing. Natural gas was going crazy in the morning. I think it's still up there. Again, all energy and commodities, again, even with China pumping up a little bit on manufacturing, I think that's had a big effect there. The candle. This one is from the data. ISM manufacturing, bonds are already dead, but then that gave you the dagger there. Oil's still going up there. So watch it. Oil's climbing as we are hitting into the lows. Gold staying low. Dollar was 1 cent off of the high. FCX, CVX. Oh, we got Oxy going up. What is the dividend on Oxy? 22 cents. How much is that paid out? 220 or 22? That's it? No. Oh, so they made like $100. 3M is going up now, and then there's Oxy again. SPY going lower. So even though the value names are down today, you're watching a nice little shift here. If you look at the high ticker, a couple names still going. The high ticker is actually balanced out, but you are going lower there. Bonds 2 minutes haven't died, but SPY hitting another low right there. CCJ, do what you need, Habibi. DLO, Honeywell down. NVIDIA clapping heavily. Yeah, they just went red. They were green. Watch if like SMCI and AMD flips. Again, AMD was up a little bit more. 3M starting to break out now, 92. Walgreens, remember, they did have earnings last week. Biden and Kishida summit to see deal on repairing large U.S. warships in Japan. SPY dumping a little harder. Bonds stopped going, but if anything, SPY has to match up with the bonds here. So you got a long, long way to go. But new low of the day, 5233. So that's it. You're back into now kind of that last week. Remember, we started off the week, gap down, and stayed in the gulag. You shook that last week towards the end. Well, now it's either we bounce off of this and get back up, or you're going to be stuck right back into that range that you were in last week. And then bonds finally catching a bid. But again, market and NVIDIA leading the way down heavy. Israeli airstrike on Damascus kills leader of Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, Mohammad Reza Zahedi. Security sources to Reuters. That's not good. So Israeli just killed head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. People were just talking about dragging Iran into this. Watch if oil gets a little higher off that. Oil's already climbing into the high. It could be. Again, they have names like Iranian Revolutionary Guard, but it's not necessarily like government sanctioned, if that makes sense. It's just, that's the way we name it. 50% off. Apple target cut 170 from 185 by Loop Capital, maintained at hold. Bro, you gave up all 5 days of bonds in 1 day right there? That's cold. Okay, bonds a little on the low. Watch our SPY off the low. Watch what happens there. Because watch, if we get like a baby bounce on the SPY and then the bonds start hitting new lows, this is just going to be baby relief here. And then we're going to keep going again. I mean, you would technically have Euro close in 12 minutes, but Europe is closed. ELVN. Tesla a little bit. So, yeah, look, bonds didn't hit a low, but that's SPY green. Already turned red. NVIDIA is flushing now. NVIDIA is lower than the open. Now down 0.9%. They were up by like 2.5%, I want to say, at one point in the morning. SMCI's up 2.2. They're coming down now as well. Dell was just up. They got a couple of reds. So high ticker starting to play out a little bit more. BABA, China names are giving up. I see Yang on the high, but they're all still green. My thoughts on this move, I think we're just coming back from, there's still a little holiday effect. I think we're just kind of meandering until the data back into the range. I'm not reading into any of these moves really too heavily, Because remember, we have quite the calendar this week. You got everything from Powell to jobs data. If anything, the bond move is a little bit more like, whoa, but then again, last week, holiday usually gets a bid for no reason, so I think people came back here today. Too early to talk about Black Monday? I think so. Again, I think we hit a new all-time high. Or again, remember, we were like a couple points off of all-time highs today. You were about half a point. So remember, we're just still in that awkward, extremely elevated position when it's all said and done. Yeah, and there was the end of quarter rebalance on Friday. Definitely. That could be factoring into some of it as well. EIGR resume. I've been watching that one all day get halted and unhalted. No, they're just dying. Down 50. Go CCJ. Do it for the kids. 5650. That's the one. Coin. Nucor on the high as well. Where's Adabe? Adabe back to 500. And then Marvel coming down. Those are even doing good. Again, high ticker trying to catch a bid here, but last 20 minutes or so, been all about the low ticker. SPY into another low. So you're not holding any of these candles. Again, bonds have held up a little better. But like I'm saying, watch for bonds and SPY to be hitting lows. But another new low. The data wasn't that bad, but, I mean, you just finally had more of a negative reaction. I mean, lately we've kind of brushed off any of the data. But I also think, you know, bonds were already down like 1% leading into it. So that's why I'm saying, like, I wouldn't read too much into this in the sense that there was a lot of, you know, getting back from the holiday and all that playing into this morning. PBF on the high. Again, the high ticker trying to catch a bid, but SPY still going lower. Walgreens, I think, post-earnings reaction. Again, they had earnings on Friday. TLT. No, TLT just gave up a week of gains in one day, one morning. Wired, Dell, and Google. That I couldn't tell you. I mean, it's not to say that everything went down. That if anything, you know, today was a weird mix because you gave up the outperformance names like the Russell and the Dow. But let me give you a checkup, man. You know, we're about 2 hours in here, 8 minutes shy. Tell me what you're working with. You got 23 names red in the Dow, 7 names in the green. 3M is actually the best on the Dow. NASDAQ 100, 28 names or 78 names in the, or 73 names in the red, 28 names in the green. Micron's the best. Walgreens is the worst. And then S&P 500, 397 red, 104 in the green. So more names are still trading red than not. Any way you want to cut it up today, it looks like you just got more of a little bit of that give back from last week. And again, little green shoe. Like I'm saying, watch. If bonds start hitting a low, whatever green on the market, you may be able to fade that. But if bonds can bottom out, then SPY could bottom out too. That would make more sense. But like I said, I wouldn't read too much into any of these moves. We got a big week ahead of us. A lot of data on the way. And then even then, you're even got a decent reaction off of data today. So if that continues, then voila, habibi. There, a green shoot. Baidu coming down. Tesla, they're trying to come back up, but they sold off a little harder. Again, watch NVIDIA and SMCI. Again, NVIDIA went green to red. Hello, Chad. Welcome back, baby. Happy Monday. And oil's still at 84. It hit 84.40 on that other war headline and then came back down here, but 84.18 right now. Which isn't too bad. But my goodness. Oh, wow. Is this? I didn't know this was a thing. You have the White House Easter egg roll. Is it like an egg roll, like a spring roll, or like you roll the egg? How you mean? Did y'all? I didn't know they did this. Did y'all know about this? I didn't know we had an egg roll. Apparently they roll eggs. Yo, this looks kind of lit. Like, look at that White House. Look at that's not bad. I didn't know they do this. Oh. They had a new rule today. They can't have religious connotations on. I don't know what happened in 2024, but people got really weird this year about Easter and like religion. Like I said it the other day. There was like even churches, like big, those mega churches. They were like, we're not going to use words like resurrection this year or blood of Christ. So yeah, and then I think even you had Biden did like transgender day appreciation yesterday too. Like there was a lot of Easter pushback this year to say. It was very weird, very weird. Easter. Oh yeah, Easter is supposed to be in April, huh? Usually, I didn't think about that. It was March. Man, we'll see, man. We'll see. It's already over, though. It's no longer Easter. It's good. I hope you had a good Easter. I relaxed. I enjoyed it. A lot of the European countries are celebrating Easter today, or at least they get a holiday. They killed someone high up in Iran. Wars come. If that was actually somebody in the Iranian government and not one of these like offshoot names that just sounds like it, I mean that is escalation. That's why I said watch oil. It's the primary branch of the Iranian armed forces. Yeah, that's not good. But wait, no. Oh yeah, it's Khomeini. Yeah, that's not good. Who bombed Iran? Well, I don't know if it was. It could have been in Israel or in Gaza, but Israel literally they killed the leader of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Airstrike on Damascus. So it was in Syria. Tesla does have production numbers. Somebody asked me today, can you play it like earnings? And I said yes. So Tesla earnings suck because the stock moves 2 weeks ahead of earnings on the delivery numbers, right? So like low key, if you want to play Tesla earnings, you should probably play it today for the delivery numbers. So you can do the same exact thing, though. You could price in the option chain, look at the pricing, and then go from there. I think it's pricing in $10. It's actually not that bad, pricing in $10. So it's like 5% priced in, but then again, a 10% move on delivery numbers, I don't know. That would be 2 standard deviations. So you need like a $20 move for 2 standard deviations on Tesla. That would be like a 190 contract or a 150. And those are still like 100 something. It's actually kind of expensive. So if you wanted even 2 standard deviations on Tesla for the delivery numbers, I mean, you are not getting it at a discount. EQT on the high. The deliveries number, I think it's tomorrow. I haven't double checked, but that makes sense. It's usually ahead of earnings. Those delivery numbers come out, and it's pretty much its earnings. That's why when usually the earnings come out, you already knew how many, most of the numbers. It's just a matter of margins at that point. Yeah, Israeli airstrike kills Damascus senior commander in Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Mohammed Reza Zahedi, Lebanese security source to Reuters. So that's still, again, Reuters is reporting it first. I think we got that early. I'd keep an eye on oil. It just depends how people react to that. That could be very escalatory, or we're just going to brush it off. But for the most part, I do think that's coming in a little bit ahead. So watch oil and gold, but oil's already in crazy mode. Mm-hmm. 6-month bills. You got that auction coming in now. I think this snow play is clapped. Yeah, I mean, we got clapped day 1, but now with no upside today. It's at $28, down 50%. EQT on the high. PayPal, Pfizer. Iranian consulate building in Damascus destroyed. Death and injuries reported. Is it weird to think we're responsible for... Like, you think we killed the Damascus guy? No. Don't underestimate, even though America, has this, like, weird relationship with Israel where we're like, we love them and we'll do anything for them. We have a lot of historical disagreements. So, like, Israel and their, like, the IDF, bro, like, they will do some shit that we don't necessarily agree with. So, again, they have a much more different approach than the United States. So, like, I wouldn't, like, what I'm trying to tell you is that I would not see it as uncommon for America to recommend something and Israel to do the exact opposite, as their history has kind of shown. They do whatever they want, low-key. When it's all said and done. So it's just like, it's not, I would really say this was Israel. It's not I wouldn't say this is like a plot of the U.S. trying to do it, but I would easily say Israel had if they wanted an airstrike in Syria, they would. Even if the U.S. said no, if they wanted to, I mean, I don't think it's out of their norm to do it. Iran's Tasnim news agency, citing unnamed sources, says 5 people were killed in Israeli airstrike on Iranian consulate building in Damascus. We've punished Israel before, but not like tribunes and shit like that. But we have pulled funding before. and we have withheld weapons and support, and it kind of was like this situation where they were willfully very defiant of the international community on what they were doing. But in this case, as of yet, I mean, America has not, they have not waved the support carrot and said we're willing to pull support. We have not gotten to that stage yet. Microsoft. Bro, bonds did that flush again, so watch out. Because like I told you, if those bonds end up hitting a new low, I don't think our lows might be done. But then again, I'm attributing less influence on bonds in the market, and I think the market can move much more independently than bonds. The U.S. adds 2.7 million barrels of crude to SPR in March. No news for the bonds. I think we just came back from the holiday. And then again, the PCE data, market liked it, but it's a little harder out there. Baidu again. The bonds relates to, well, just the cost of money. I think I've answered this question for you. I remember my classy Egyptian, but like we said, the cost of money. So as interest rates go higher and lower, the cost of money has both immediate and long-term effects. And then as of late, like as compared to the like current context right now, what we're looking at the bond yields because it's letting us know how the market feels about policy and whether or not, and the data, and whether or not we actually think we're getting those rate cuts or not, and if the bond rates reflect the path that's been outlined so far by policymakers. Yeah, Baidu, it's held up good. Where was the other one? CCJ kind of looked like that. Yeah, CCJ, we're getting back to 46. Again, 46.50. It gets very, very excited. Defense stocks unfazed. CETOS on the high. PPC on the high. It's 11:30 now, too. So, Chatadonia. What's up, baby? Happy April. Happy new quarter. Happy month. Hershey's on the high, baby. You know, you shouldn't be eating chocolate right now. You can if you want. Maybe you want ice cream on your waffle. That's what I heard last. But Chatadonia, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving then. Optometrist recommendation. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feel good, don't it? Woo! Feels good, don't it? Oh, man, that's glorious. Oh, the eyeballs needed that, you know? You had the whole weekend to relax, but there you go. And then, Chad, man, let's start off the week good, man. Let's start off this Monday amazing, bro. And I'm just looking out for you. I know there's a lot going on. I know there's a lot of news, but can you just do me a favor? I need you to clear your mind right now. Don't think about anything except dropping your shoulders and relaxing them. You don't need that tension. You see what I'm saying? Empty your mind right now. I want you to just dump. I need a mind dump right now. And just all you think about is dropping the shoulders. That's it. As low as possible. Just let the shoulders relax, man. It's the morning time, bro. Why you scrunching them up like that? No one attacking you. You good, bro. Just... There you go, baby. And then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you, baby. Boom. You look good. You look good right now. You know that? You look good. I like it. I like it. You look tall. You starting off the quarter very, very strong. Love to see it. Okay, then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Just like that, Chad. Just like that. Easy. Easy. Let's get some resistance. My back is sore, bro. Whew. Get some good ones, man. Oh, man. And 3M going up. The VIX is going higher. So that bond low is not letting us get out of this. MPW, I think it's all of the financials and real estate is down today. And the bond's getting killed. So there's a lot of movement here. It's not all really attributed to individual news on some of these names. Oh, man. I haven't had these resistances all weekend. Oh, wow. $3M, bro. Kind of impressive. All right, let me hit the wall stretch. Let me see. I'll play something for you. An Optimist Guide to the Planet. Sit-ups. 5235. We're right near the lows. Again, this would be Euro close. All right, I was gonna try to play something for you. I'm gonna just hit this wall stretch. I didn't want y'all to have too much silence. Echo. I'm still here. Oh. Man. This feels good to stretch, man. Feels good to stretch. You know that? Oh, man. Oh. We did it, Joe. We did it. It is ugly. It looked good in the morning. All the chips did. Switch gears. All right, back above 46 on CCJ. Hopefully that holds. But SPY near the low. Again, bonds already touched the new low on that little fiasco. And we'll see how it plays. Yeah, Iger Bio plummets after Chapter 11 filing. We undo all of March in the first week of April. It'd be crazy, but I just think y'all are getting excited. Anytime, I guess we're not, like, we're kind of getting fucked up, man. Like, you know, we're just so not used to red days that anytime it's like a tiny bit red, everyone's like, yo, I think it's the black swan and we're going to die. What if the apocalypse happened? Jesus came back, and then this, and then that. I'm like, man, there is a lot. It's just one red day, man. One red day. We'll take it. It's very, very minor. We're still near the highs. So I doubt that would occur, but I've already heard a couple of theories so far. People getting worried. It's just chill. That's what happens when you've only had 7 red days in a fucking year. Everybody's like, I think this is the big one. And what does this mean? Negative. I don't get that. How does that? I think it's Black Friday, Black Monday. It's just awful. We went down. So patience, my brethren, patience. Little by little. All right, I'm going to go pee. You get your stretches in? Y'all feeling good? Y'all feeling blessed? I hope so. I hope so. I will BRB. Should I sell the long term? I'm getting scared. What are you going to do with it? So I'm down to have a serious conversation, but if the plan is just sell because you're scared and then let the money sit there with no strategy, I'm not down with it. But if there's a plan to move it and say, well, then I'm going to take the money and I'm going to put X amount into 5-year, 10-year bonds, and then I'm going to go put this in maybe a rental property, or I'm going to put it into a private equity or whatever it may be. But there has to be a plan with it. Without the plan, it's just, there is a graveyard in the stock market of people who have sold because of fear and never got back in. And that was it. They just sold because it went too high. You know what I'm saying? Or they're like, okay, I'm getting worried, or wow, I have a lot of money again. Everybody who sold off NVIDIA, Meta, 100%, 200%. And that's not even being scared, like comparatively. So as long as you have a plan, I'm not against it. I really am not. But without a plan, I've seen it before. That's the thing. So like I've seen it. I've been there myself, as well as like, imagine all the people I've encountered in the financial world, not even beyond just YouTube. Anybody I have seen, I wouldn't say all of them, but I would say a majority who have sold out of a general fear with no plan of what they were going to do. It ended up in an opportunity loss, essentially. They sold out, never got back in. Even if they wanted the same thing they had, they would have cost them a premium just to recoup what they had. So I've seen it too many times. And if you have a plan for the money, though, money likes to move. You know what I'm saying? Money loves to move around. So, you got it in a good space now. It's working in the market. If you're going to take that out, make sure you keep it moving and don't let it sit stagnant in a pool. All right, I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity.
Impossible, but Kodak didn't win in digital photography. IBM didn't win in mobile telephony. AOL isn't talked about too much in the internet space.
Right. How engaged are the advertisers? Forget the agencies and the platforms. Caroline and I have talked a lot about the proximity of a brand to, it can be malicious content, it can be mislabeled content, but that's what we're talking about here. Great opportunity, but also heightened risk.
Yeah. So look, I think at a big picture level, 100% of the headlines today are on Gen AI, and less than 1% of the content is created using it. So I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. That said, I've never seen anything in my career like this in terms of the level of brand interest. It's literally, and many of the big surveys have said that over 60% of the global CEOs are saying it's going to impact our top and bottom line this year, not in the future. But obviously it comes with issues. So I think you've got this incredible interest, and then it's okay. What do we do about copyright? How about data and privacy? How about bias? There's a number of big issues. And in fact, when we built the Pro product of Pencil, it was designed to circumnavigate all of those. But there's a real learning curve going on for everyone. And I think you often see brands go from sort of initially being concerned, and as they understand more, almost our general counsel is our kind of secret weapon in Gen AI. But so yeah, enormous interest, but also some complexities.
Talk about your GC. You've got a new CFO. You're reportedly valued at about $4 billion. You're looking going public?
Look, I'm very happy being a private company at the moment. My kind of quote on this is I look at going to many places on holiday, but it's not because I look that I always go there. Obviously, it's an option in the future, but so is staying private. We're profitable, high growth, we're well funded. So we'll see. I think it's not something that is off the cards, but neither is it a plan.
When you file the S1, we have that clip to play.
Yeah, exactly.
The next time around. We appreciate your time, though. Brandtech CEO and founder David Jones, thank you very much. So coming up on the show, multimedia production company Shy Kids made one of the first short films using OpenAI's Sora. Airhead. We'll have more for you with the director of that film next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Is buying real estate now worth taking the 1 to 2 year duration risk for refinance? Well, a lot of people would like to say yes. As someone who's watched Powell every day, we still don't know if Powell is going to still cut within that time frame. Again, the 2 year bonds don't necessarily believe Powell, right? The 2 years at 4.5 right now, but in 2 years the Fed says that rates will be at 3.9. So in theory you're correct, but it has to really occur like that. Have you seen geopolitical issues intensify like this before? Yeah, I mean, we've had, I said it a lot of times, like, there was other moments where it really felt like the world was falling apart. Like, I know we have a lot of bad shit going on now, but I would say it kind of always feels like that. But then there was other moments, bro. Like, I'm telling you, there was passenger planes getting shot out of the sky near Europe, and again, it was still Russia, Ukraine in 2014. There was way bigger issues with finances and how other countries were set up. So it's like we've had bad tensions before. I'm not saying that these tensions are light or good, but it's definitely, I haven't seen it exactly like this. I don't think anybody has, but I do think it's not the thing that's going to be like, oh my gosh, the market will not last because of global politics. No, because I mean it has survived the other 100 or so years. See. I don't know. Natural gas, I want to say it's some of the China stuff. There was Phillips selling a stake in something, but it's still been going up. And then the open interest on natural gas contracts is positive 12,000. So people are actually very bullish on nat gas contracts, but that's about it. Iran State TV says several Iranian diplomats were killed in Israeli airstrike on Iranian consulate building in Damascus. And then SPY going lower. Dude, the bonds, they died today. Again, I was telling you last week how holidays, the bonds just go up for no reason. And I think that happened. And then we just sold off, started the quarter and everything else. And then some of the data, the hotter data and all of that from PCE, even though market liked it. But there's some reasoning you could answer that question with. Others, I do think it just vomiting up and giving back a little bit of last week's random melt up. All right, SPY going back down. It's matching up with those bonds. We were talking about this for like 30 minutes here. It's just moving pretty slow, but be on the lookout. Watch if bonds hit another low or not, but they're kind of doing the same. Bro, 3M. Microsoft's still staying good. Apple's down. Amazon's right there. Google's still up 2.6. AMD, Intel. What would take China to bounce back? Just their real estate recovery. That would help tremendously. Or a very, favorable Xi Jinping. I mean, don't underestimate. But then they don't want to do that. And what I mean by favorable Xi Jinping is a very stimulative Xi Jinping. But, I think China is trying to, they're trying to transform their economy to not have to rely on such stimulus. And that's why they're still going with the pain. But essentially, real estate or politics, those would be your saving graces. STNG on the high. Tesla still at the low. SPY hit a new low. Bonds are meandering right near it. I don't know if they hit it. But yeah, 52, 32, 58 now. That is your new low. You're right back into where you're at on Tuesday, like near the opening levels. not as low as Monday, and then where you opened up at on Wednesday before we started to ramp up. Wouldn't 3M be a good pickup, or just uncertain of what it will do? The latter, yeah. I like the company still. I even like, what's it called? Solventum. First Watch, FWRG. Oh, didn't we see this a couple weeks ago? I remember calling this out, FWRG. That thing's popping up again. But until we know what 3M is going to do with the dividend, I think it's still a little uncertain. So until we find out that answer, I wouldn't buy them. And then until until Solventum like levels out a little bit, I'm not really looking at that. But I'm down to hold the shares. Back to the top of Powell. Is that where this is? Pow. This quarter we're going to drop. All right, man. I don't know. So about like 3 months ago, someone was like, Josh, that ES short is going to print. I lost $10,000. Okay. So these chat rooms lately, man. I don't know, man. The internet, they've been lying to me. Just get the long term. Dang it. I ain't seen him since either. I ain't seen him since. I didn't keep my HBI, no. I sold when they eliminated the dividend. That was my only long-term sell. Power hour get worse? Power hour, I mean, it might get better, but we got a long time. We got a long time in the day here before we start talking better or worse or anything by power hour. And then remember, like I keep saying, it's just that this week is packed. So, like, you don't have to be so jumpy. Whatever again, energy is hitting a high right now. But no matter what's going on, just don't forget, like, dude, you have data this week. You know, last week was a lot more boring. You had the holiday. You didn't really get much. We're getting non-farms this week. 3 other sets of jobs data. Jerome Powell, little bit of earnings is going to start creeping up. Then next week, you're going to get the CPI. Then, boom, earnings is up. So, like, wherever we're at now, especially since the SEP did not give us anything to, like, read into because it didn't change. I mean, thankfully, you have this data right around the corner now to start getting us moving a little bit. It's now confirmed Abu Mahdi Zahidi is Iran's top general in Syria and Lebanon, was killed along with others. And then FWRG, that popped up there. Bond SPY, new low. Yum on the high. Russell down almost 1. Iran's Revolutionary Guard commander killed in Israel. So oil's coming up. Again, I'm telling you, I think we got those headlines a little early. But as that gets confirmed, I would watch out for escalation. That's the thing. I don't know if it's guaranteed, but that is very concerning. Yeah, XOM, all of it's running up. If oil wasn't up so much, I'd be down to play it. You could go with a small one, but I didn't wake up this Monday feeling like top ticking. So I'll hold on. I'll hold on oil for maybe gold, but again, gold's already ramped up too. Iran ambassador to Syria. We are not concerned about any action taken by Israel. Okay, that's good. So Iran is taking the route of non-escalation, it looks like. So yallah, there you go. We have data tomorrow, JOLTS jobs openings, and then ISM services. Or ISM services is Wednesday. I have to double check. MU's insane. Telling you, even this Monday, last Monday, both of them were insane. Pinduoduo. It's held up good. Who was the other one? JD. JD held up really good. Again, even Baidu. Still coming down. But China, again, China manufacturing numbers was good. The VIX is on the high, so watch out here. Bonds hovering near the lows, haven't hit it yet, but VIX is climbing. SPY near the lows. Dollar's at 28.50. 50 more cents. The dollar starts to get, I think, once we start knocking at 29 again, then I think I think the dollar might start hitting back a little harder. But then again, we've ignored it for a quarter. And then Apple about to hit another low as well. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA into the lows. Low ticker taking over now. So again, you even got like ETFs, just overall indexes. I think I saw XLV. Coinbase on the low. Low tickers printing. Snap, Zion, banks down to healthcare, all selling off right now. So again, you're already at the low. I don't know if no, you got a lot more range. But now we start anything below like 52.25, then we start to drop a little bit harder. But now you're going back, you're giving back all of the Powell gains and all that good stuff. Iris TBT, bro. Bonds death again. So SPY and bonds both flush there. Watch though. If SPY bounces and bonds do, otherwise same scenario. If bonds keep going down here, I mean, at least for today until they stop following. But then again, that's big bond pressure. But SPY only wanted to react after the data. Sell in May. Well, March is bullish. It was bullish. And then April too. I mean, April's not really a bad month. So honestly, I mean, if anything, I think we're moving around a little bit. We had a little bit of Friday rebalance and a couple of other factors, holiday and all of that. But for April, I mean, I think we're going to be playing the same little game of follow the outline 60, 70%, and then 30% respond to the data. And little by little until we get there. Oil about to hit another high. It's creeping up a little. And earnings are right around the corner. Earnings are there to support or kill anything if you really think about it. You know, it's like if you want another leg up and you're like, nah, this could get crazier. Well, earnings is going to have to support that in 3 weeks. And then vice versa. If you really are like, yo, this is unsustainable. How in the world does this hold up? This can't do this. I mean, hopefully those earnings will give you some evidence for that. So that is literally right around the corner. CXAI, they were running in the morning. Tesla pop. We'll see about that. Tesla, man, I still can't believe it. Tesla's still the worst performing stock on the SPY this year. Seems so nuts. CXAI still going, 142%. Citi raised Wells Fargo price target. There's CCJ just dancing around. NVDS on the high, so NVIDIA still dropping. Yeah, there's NVIDIA on the low. Relative to all the other EV makers, Tesla probably gained market share. Yeah, I didn't think about it that way. I think that's been the story since the beginning of EV time. Bro, 3M is still going up there. So again, it's lower than where it was on Friday because of the spinoff, but I'm surprised it's catching a bid. Want to hear something insane? If today ends red, it'll be the first down Monday since October. Really? Wow. No red Octobers. Or no red Mondays. Red October? I have my Solventum shares, but like I can't sell them. But it shows up in my portfolio. I don't plan on selling them, but it shows up on my Fidelity and my Schwab. NVIDIA still flushing against CXAI. 3M on the high. Like we said, Bonds had that little flush, and then SPY. Just watch. If Bonds level out, maybe that'll be a sign of life. Other than that, see where it takes us. And we're at like, what, 4 minutes from the top of the hour? Not bad. Only 9 o'clock. Happy Monday. 30M. Well, good for you, 30M. Back to your low. The last 2 Mondays were red. Well, no, last Monday was red though, but the one before that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you got that stat. Yeah, because that was last Monday. Last Monday we gapped down and closed down. We already had PCE. PCE data came in hot, but the market didn't. Again, that's why I think bonds may have suffered a little more, but everybody literally, ignored it. I think PCE, that's why I was saying for the jobs data, bro. Jobs data, even then, like, although I do think data is the main event, just the market's already pricing in very awkwardly for the jobs. So they think jobs are going to be lower than last time, still around the average. Wages are going to go up, and unemployment's not going to change. That's a very, very wild one. Then it's Marvel. Marvel is April 11th. Where is it? Oh, 3M. Yeah, my Solventum, it still shows, but it shows nothing. Like, it's still just pending. CVX. Is oil still going up? Again, CXAI, first 5 on the high. Have you been thinking about stacking up cash? Yes and no. I mean, I'm not opposed to it because I don't have anywhere close to 20 in the long term. But there's a couple of names that are still discounted that I like to buy. Like, I still like Pfizer. I'm kind of just waiting, but I'm not opposed to, like, again, if I hold this deposit for a little bit and, like, things move too much, I'm not necessarily going to, if things are too expensive, I'm down with stacking for a little bit. So I'm not like, I don't have to buy anything. I don't have to not buy anything. So, but again, that's kind of the flexibility we have. One deposit. Don't need to put it to work immediately, but if I could put it somewhere, it may have some good value. Otherwise, though, we could be patient no matter what. I mean, we are going to be getting movements with the market, or we're already fully invested, so we're not really going to miss out on much there. But I do have my deposit. It's sitting right now in SPACs. So we good to go. AMD moving and the SPY. So bonds hit that low and then they haven't gone further. So if those all bounce, maybe we get lucky there. Oh, did I not deposit it? Where is it? Okay, pending. Yeah, my YouTube account hasn't deposited yet, but Fidelity has. Not a SPAC, but SPACs. Yeah, SPAXX. That's money market. Lift Pop. AXTI. And then bonds still a little lower there, so watch out if those keep flushing. Yeah, Lyft is moving here. Last like 10 minutes or so. But yeah, I do like the Pfizer. This was the one for the deposit where it's like, I'm not opposed to buying it here, but I'm like, might as well just see for a little bit. They have dividend in a couple of weeks, so we could give it a little bit of time. I'm hoping Pfizer, I just wake up one day and it's down 5% like when we got MO. And then bonds and new low. So I don't know how I feel about this little bounce there, unless bonds could bounce real quick. Otherwise, bonds still dying. SPY had a little bounce off the bottom, but I don't know if the pain is over yet. $12.11 still at $28.50. Tesla, TBT, so bonds more low. CXAI, you guys are probably all loving that one now. That's another 20%. They both took that dump on the same day at the same. Yeah, Pfizer and MO, That's why I'm like, maybe ahead of ex-dividend, there might just be a little dump moment. Otherwise, we won't get anything. And then we waited too long. But then again, it's like, that's why I don't really care, because like, I want some good deals, but if I miss out on everything, like, I'm fine stacking up a little cash. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to it. So, but then again, I do like I'm trying to grow my dividends. That is the plan. So where is it? 5139. Our dividends go up a little bit with every reinvestment. What is it organized by? Ex-dividend date? Gold would go up if the Fed cut rates. That's why gold is partly going up. CXAI, I have no idea. I mean, just the AI name. Some people in the chat were posting some stuff there. But I could double check if there's an easy headline. I see 852 signs partnership development deals with Google Cloud for CXAI platform launch. Said Monday they'd signed a partnership with Alphabet Google as part of the planned launch of CXAI software as a service platform. The agreements cover AI partnership, Google provisions of advanced services to power the platform's cloud mobile experience, and adding that CXAI to Google's marketplace with the go-to-market partnership agreement, CXApp said. So it sounds like a partnership with Google, but I don't know. I feel like that's worded very rosy, but it's just momentum off of that. Yeah, international rate cuts definitely helping out gold and silver already. Nuvei is halted, news pending. So since this morning and in Canada, again, a little bit news of that buyout, the reason why we bought the play. We got some info, so we might hear some buyout news today on this one. Hopefully. Win is climbing up. High tickers starting to wake up. Again, bonds didn't go lower. So like I said, I was worried there if they keep going. So watch if bonds can level out here. Bro, I was up a lot on the bonds. I didn't think that'd get wiped out in 2 hours. I had 10-year back to 433. Even the 2-year's back above 4.6, which is odd with all things considered. Average on the snow play? No. That play, again, I've kept it small, $40. I'm trying to get the the bounce after the earnings there. So again, CEO bought 5 million, got a little bit of a bounce there, but it's not like waking up. So I'm not going to go too crazy on that one. So bought it for 40, down to 20 bucks. I wouldn't chase it too hard. Win still going. There is WDC right there. 52-week highs. I think a lot of people are still thinking June cut, but I do think more people are on July now. But, you know, every day that goes by, every data set, I mean, odds keep on slipping into Fed futures. 44 months, baby. Added 10 shares of Pfizer. Let's go. Amen. Shout out to long term. Amen. Amen. 3M still climbing. DraftKings on the high now. First set of highs of the day. So DraftKings just starting to move right now. It was red before that. How bizarre. Russell Carr. Hey, Steve Kerr. Welcome. No news on MP Dub, just bond pain and bank pain and other real estate REITs all getting clapped here today. Some people are still worried about the lack of dividend declaration on MPW, but I think general marketplace and vibe of bonds and REITs right now and financials just not good. ANLV, boom. Okay, bonds holding up a little bit there, and SPY's held that bounce since, so not too bad. MO's just been chilling out since ex-dividend. And then, again, value plays, they outperformed. So a lot of you guys, people were saying dividend stocks red today, but I recall about like 2 weeks ago, I think when the market wasn't really doing much, and everyone's like, my dividend stocks are crazy. So I think you're just getting the back and forth. So, again, I think big individual moves today when you it's kind of like, whoa. But I think things are just falling into place from what we had last week. So I wouldn't read too much into it. But I do think value and other things are kind of getting their footing after outperforming the last couple of weeks. And then, again, new quarter, preparing for the data, and then nice, interesting bond move today. That didn't help. Go Daddy. On the high. SPY still going. 3M. I thought you'd never ask. 3M is down today due to the spinoff of Solventum. The shares are down, but shareholders received free shares in the new company. So although the stock is down over 20 a share, shareholders received 70 a share for Solventum. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Still no on SoFi. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to buy SoFi as long as I'm alive. So, why? Because I plan on holding those other financials as long as I'm alive. So it doesn't have a place in my portfolio. The risk associated, not even just being a SPAC, but early. So it's just never really going to find a place in my. I have other higher quality financials that are working, have a better yield, have cushion on them, so I don't think I'm ever buying SoFi ever. What if JPM buys them? Then you have to own them. Well, I didn't buy them myself, so that's chill. You only have 3 shares of 3M. What do I get? You're probably gonna get cash value. So you get to keep your 3M shares, and then they'll give you whatever the cash value was worth. I hope one day you buy it. I want to gift you some. Oh, feel free to give me shares of SoFi. I'll gladly take free money. So don't let me stop you. But I don't, like I said, unless something changes with like JP Morgan And, you know, I already have high risk REIT with like MPW, but like we even have like O and IRM. It's like unless anything materially changes, I don't have it anywhere on my list for now. Dave and Buster's for earnings. Didn't they move big on the last one? But I haven't been keeping up with them. I want to say they've been doing good. Wasn't their last earnings? I think they had a pop, but it wasn't really the best like earnings play. You're going to add Teladoc with the deposit. That's an interesting growth. I guess they're probably down on the year too. I think Teladoc I like as a company. I think the valuation, their debt and all that's really, really high. Yeah, they've been getting murked, but you're at least getting a discount. But that one, you get a discount, but you don't necessarily have the stability in the name. Iran's ambassador to Syria says Tehran's response will be harsh. What? Y'all just said y'all ain't responding. So watch out for oil. We're getting another headline on that. City to lay off 363 workers. All I'm hearing is Pfizer then. Yeah, but I also, like, the last time we bought Pfizer, we got it way cheaper. So Pfizer's, like, kind of in the middle, but I could buy it and average down still. That's why I like it. So I said I'll just wait. I want to see some other things. Like, I don't have to spend my money. You know, Nike is coming down to a level. Starbucks is also fell down to a level. So might as well give it a couple weeks, couple of ex-dividends coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could let things play out. Maybe Nike takes a fat dump. Starbucks, if they drop big enough, I might be down with that. Pfizer, if it goes lower, even better, because I already know I want it. But and then again, if they all bounce and I miss out, I mean, the portfolio could use a little bit of cash. So I think we were very aggressive. We got our exposure, so now we can kind of wait a little bit and let things happen. But also, too, I have a goal of increasing dividends. Where I could even buy BABA. Buy my 15 shares. But how much would I get? So Pfizer, 42 cents a share. So let's see. Divided by 2766. I get 108 shares times 0.42. We're getting $45 a quarter. Times that by 4. That would increase my dividends by $182. And then we'd be at like 5,300. Nike, it would help our dividends, but very, very small. So Pfizer still yields a good amount, but that's the one. Otherwise, or I even said I could even add 14 shares of BABA and then put the rest into Pfizer. That way I'd have 100 BABA and then go from there. Like I've said, I'm gonna wait a little bit. Let's let some things run around for the next couple of days. We'll have the money ready to go, and then we'll see where it leads us. We deposit every month. So small account, Dow Jones, Donald Trump, down below 50. We deposit on the small account $300, and then on the big account we deposit $3,000. And then we have another account, my sister's account. She does $200 a month. Let me see, does that come in? Yeah. Iger paused again. Nuve is halted pending news. Yeah. And Donald Trump on the low, and bonds are coming back down. Remember, we were feeling a little good here, but watch out. And the big account, if you go to this channel, which you're on right now, all you got to do is click on the channel name. So, like, this is how your screen will look, even on mobile. If you click on Stock Market Live, and then come to this channel, and then go to Community, you should see a post with all of the accounts. 3,000 a month, 300 a month, and 200 a month, with all the holdings organized by market value. So top position is the biggest in the account, and the one at the bottom is the smallest position. Ta-da! And I updated it 4 weeks ago. Again, we bought MO. Very good purchase. But yeah. And it doesn't change much. So I know you guys like the post, and so you're like, woohoo! But I think even then, like, from the last, 2 months, very minor change. It was all MO and Pfizer, even for the last maybe 6 months. So not too bad, but that's probably going to, portfolio, it looks exactly the same. All that's happened is the value has changed. Like, where is it? It's been crazy. I mean, it's been a crazy year so far for the long. I mean, here it is. The small account looks the same. But, I mean, this is from the beginning of the year. So, like I'm saying, the plays in there, the values might move around, but all of them are exactly the same stocks. I mean, here's Colt Sister. I was just looking at that one. So, again, I don't have the same history. I think year to date, I mean, all of them have gone pretty nuts when it's all said and done. So, same position, just the values are going to move around. No bill in the portfolio. I've used all the cash. I have a deposit today, so that's sitting in SPACs or the money market, but I haven't had deposits. I've been using every single one of them. And I'm glad I don't have a rush. Even last month, I took about 9 days, and then I finally bought MO, and I just waited till it had a fat discount. So for now, we only have $3,000. I guess, what's the percentage? I think it's like 3% or less of cash. But that is gaining yield as if it is bill, but it's just not in bill. No, 1.68 cash right now. We're about to see small cats catch up to the SPY. Well, I don't know if I should break it to you, but it kind of has already been happening. So the last week, we finally broke out on the Russell. So it's very gradual and small, but it's already been happening. Intraday, short term, I don't know, but little by little, you are watching small caps. Again, even then, you finally had the first breakout of the equal-weighted SPY last week. And then SPY's still working, but bonds, bro. Dirty, man. 4D molecular therapeutics maintained, outperformed by BMO. And then SPY's still working, man. We'll take it. We'll take it. Bill is a ETF that buys bonds on a specific duration of 0 to 3 months. So it's attached to the short end of the bond curve, and that's it. You put your money in there, and since it's an ETF, you essentially own what they own. And they own bonds, and then since it's a bonds that mature in 0 to 3 months, there's always a payment, and then you get paid out every single month on money that is held in there. You get paid through either a dividend or appreciation in the shares. It's BIL, yes, just to clarify. So SPACs or any money market operates the same way, but easier, and they're not ETFs. It's just you put your cash in there, one step removed, you get the same yield. Yeah, Wynn's been running earlier unless it flipped, and then SPY. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, Wynn's at 107. I think Bill is very much worth it. Yeah. If you don't have if you have too much cash, it's not worth it. But if you have a small amount of cash where it's not like you're not holding 20, 30, 40%, something high, I think it's well worth it. I mean, you're still getting 5% on your money. I was just thinking about it right now. I'm like, man, if for the next 6 months, if I make deposits and everything runs up and I can't buy anything, I will not be that disappointed. Why? Because even if I put in 6 months of deposits, that'll be $18,000 in cash at what? Times by 0.47 or 0.49? I'll still bring in another $882 in dividends to the long term. So you know what the funny part would be? Guess what? If I just take my next 6 months of deposit and I hold it and I don't buy anything, the dividend that I will make on it will give me $800. I'm at 51, almost 5,200 right now. That would bring me just under 6,000 in yield at the end of the year. If I just take the cash and don't buy anything and just hold it. That's the crazy part. So the cash still is very good as long as I'm just not holding too much of it. So, because again, some plays you could get the yield and the growth. So it's 0.4445. No, it's just 4. I'm going based off the year. I guess you could cut it in half or divide it by however months are remaining in the year. There are taxes on the dividends, yes. There's also taxes on your dividends, too. Bro! Fuck me. They hate you, Chad. I'm leaving. No fucking way. Bro, Nuve enters into agreement to be taken private for $34 a share. I jinxed it this morning, and I told you guys. So, yeah, we were right. We made the plays free, thankfully. We were right on the idea. We were right on the timing. We killed it. But now they just got purchased $1 below your strike price. Literally 75 cents higher than where they're at now. Fucking scammers. So all of our contracts are expiring worthless. Because why would anybody pay you for the right at 35 when the company's getting bought out at 34? Womp, womp, womp. Could have been big money, but yeah, $1 off. It's already there. What do you mean? You gave them no premium on today's price? Bullshit. Bob called them from the guy. He said $1 off. Yeah, good call on making them free. Well, that was the risk. We didn't know. It's cool to watch that play out, though, because a lot of times, when you get the rumor and then it, marinates and then finally. So that took, a week and a half to get into fruition. So at least you got to watch that news play out. But, yeah, unfortunately, we made the plays free. No real risk on our part, but if you bought the shares, though, yeah, you got hooked up. But then again, you're only going to get a couple more dollars than where it's at now. I would probably sell if I had the shares. Because why wait when you're already getting, you literally 33, 37. If they get bought out at 34, I mean, most of that premium's already there. That's why I'm like, really? They really agreed on that price? No fucking way. It doesn't even seem like a good price. all it did was screw us out of the options. So, I mean, here, to give you an idea, just take a look. 4,800 options are going to expire worthless. Every option 35 and above is worthless now. So another 1,000 on May. Then another 2,000 in June. You see, you could go, that's all open interest. So people bought and are holding these as of today. So all of those are going to expire worthless. Even when the market opens, they'll be worthless. There may be a little bit. We may have a little bit of time to get out of the play when it unhalts, but for the most part, you're going to be clapped. This is for Nuve. We played this a couple days ago. So we called this out. They had like a buyout rumor. I put this one on the watch list like twice. They had a buyout rumor and then nobody talked about it. So then I waited a couple of days and the contracts got cheaper. And I was just like, fuck it. You know, if we're going to have buyout rumor here, it had a lot of upside. That's why I liked it as a buyout, because I'm like, oh yeah, they could get bought out with a nice premium. And then no. But we grabbed the options. They went up like 200% or something. And then we made them free, and then we held one just in case, and then unfortunately got bought out $1 shy of our strike. It's not going to go up past 34. No, there's no value. That's it. If the deal 34 and it's agreed upon, that's it. You know the price of the stock. That's why any options above that, they literally have no worth. If you were at the strike, you would get this. It may have value, but maybe 10 cents, but it would probably be worthless as well. Because why would anybody pay you a premium when you know what it's worth? You see what I'm saying? Why would I pay you $1 even for the right to buy it at 35 when I know the stock is going for 34? What is this? This lady's creeping me out, but I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you, Chad Adonia.
Been so extreme, and because we're really pricing in some Armageddon and worst case scenarios, whether it relates to growth or geopolitical concerns, the stocks, especially the healthy stocks that are existing within that technology area, they're really priced pretty well. So I think when we're talking about considering the risk of China, we really have to focus in on portfolio construction. So this is a sizing consideration. We think there's massive amounts of opportunity, but of course a wide range of outcomes. So it really matters how you size that position, making sure that it can't kind of capsize the whole portfolio.
Right. Have to imagine that is very important when you're talking about things such as Chinese tech. But I hear what you're saying when it comes to valuations and looking, for some discounts there. The pushback, of course, that some people have raised to me is that some things are just cheap for a reason. And when you're looking at the different valuations in this market, how are you avoiding value traps?
Well, I mean, it's a critical question. I think something like China has its own risk of being a value trap or a falling knife. And so really in that instance, it is that question of portfolio construction. But when we think about some of the other areas that have been under pressure, I'm not sure some of these areas are really kind of disaster zones or dumpster diving in the traditional sense. So utilities, consumer staples, some of these areas look really cheap, and they've been cheap because of concerns about rates or debt levels. But the companies themselves aren't necessarily falling apart. And so in that instance, we think there's actually opportunity to take advantage of maybe the relative valuation story that exists there without taking massive amounts of fundamental risk.
And so that's the equity market discussion that we're having. Talk me through what's going on in fixed income, because if I look over the past quarter, of course, you did have Treasury yields rise a bit, not too much relative to what we've gotten used to over the past couple of years. Credit spreads are incredibly tight. How are you thinking about debt in a portfolio right now?
You know, it's an interesting question, and you're raising that consideration between yields and spreads. And I think that's a real conundrum for investors because, of course, yields and fuel future returns within fixed income, but you want to make sure you're getting compensated for the risk of downgrade or default. And so when we're taking a look at the fixed income landscape, we do like the much improved yields that we're seeing relative to the past few years. And in fact, if we're taking a look at the Treasury yield curve, all points of the Treasury curve are now above our fair value. And that's historic for us in the history of our models. But with investment grade spreads being so tight, high yield spreads being so tight, we think we can capture yield in the Treasury side of things, in the MBS side of things, even within the hard currency emerging market debt side of things without taking massive amounts of spread risk. But once we start looking at investment grade and high yield, that's where we feel like the spread risk is at its worst.
Are you more comfortable with duration or credit risk at this juncture?
You know, we're somewhat walking a fine line on both. So with credit risk, the fundamentals are actually quite solid. The spreads are tight, but you know, you're not looking at falling apart companies. And so there's some room to take some amounts of spread risk. On the duration side of things, we're actually more at the short and a little bit in the intermediate side of things rather than at the long-term side of or part of the yield curve. And a big part of that is where the federal funds rate is. We see that there's far more utility in short-dated bonds when the Fed funds rate is above 4% than when it's below 4%. So at the current state of things, we think there's far more utility in the short and intermediate part of the curve than there is at the long end.
That's interesting. I mean, this is one of the biggest questions in the market right now is when it comes to the short end of the Treasury yield curve, that's one of the most popular places to be. From your perch, what do you need to see that would make you feel more comfortable migrating out the yield curve into those longer duration sections?
Well, in terms of getting to just moving out of the short end of the curve, we are starting to make a little bit of adjustment there. And that's as the Fed pivot becomes more into focus, we think there's room to shift out a little bit. When it comes to the long end of the curve, I think there's a lot more room around, a lot more questions around economic growth that needs to be answered, and maybe just kind of the correlations between equities and long-term debt that we'd like to see right-sized before we start moving into that area. Now, if we start to see economic deterioration, I think the long term of the curve has obviously a lot more utility. But that's not our base case. Our base case today is for a soft landing, and so that makes this positioning a little bit more palpable.
All right, Marta, really enjoyed this conversation. That, of course, is Morningstar Wealth Chief Investment Officer Marta Norton. Now, we do want to bring you some breaking news, and that is that Advent International will buy Canadian payments processor Nuvei and take it private for $34 per share. That represents a value of $6.3 billion. And, of course, the potential for a deal has been reported over the past month with Bloomberg News, the latest with a story out today. Now, remember, Nuvei, it's backed by Ryan Reynolds. It provides pay-in and pay-out services for brands such as DraftKings, Shein, and BetMGM. And of course, the stock is halted at this moment. We're going to continue to bring you those details as we have them. But coming up, we're going to talk about EV demand as Tesla releases first quarter sales and delivery data this week. This is Bloomberg.
Bump. Nuvei, 34 share. That's pretty funny, though. I haven't had that happen in years. There was one time, I think it was, who was the biotech? Somebody may have been there. Sound like my dad. There was a play. What was it? It was a big biotech in Regen, bought them out in 2014. 2015, and I remember, bro, I had 50 contracts. I'll never forget this. I was supposed to make like 200 grand. Regeneron bought them. No, Regeneron ended up buying them, but like, dude, it was unreal. And it was like it was like by 50 cents or $1, I was out of the money, and then yeah, I got clapped. It was a big name biotech. I forgot who it was. Regeneron. April 19th. Damn, those already went up. Never mind. Do you like Fleming's? Have you tried Tomahawk Tuesdays? I don't think I've ever been to a Fleming's. Or I might have. But I've been to a Morton's. I like Morton's. I've heard... No, I've been to Fleming's. But I think I was very young. Or I guess I'm just getting older. How many houses can you buy with 200,000? The world is yours. You could come to California and buy like maybe a door of a bathroom. You could go to Ohio and buy a village. You could take 200 grand, separate it between 5 down payments, or you could put 200 grand on a down payment for $1 million house. So there's many ways to break it up. It just depends what you want to do. Okay, I'm sorry for the Ohio jokes. I'm sorry. I know. But you get the general idea. IBKR on the high. Then that is win. GD breaking out. Gold went crazy. Well, GD's General Dynamics. But gold. Amazon investing $10 billion in Mississippi. Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of places, dude. There's all of these like small places in America, or again, just like not the big cities. There's a lot of development, and like I said, if there's good job opportunities, I mean, all the way down, like again, Phoenix, Arizona, all the chip factories, Amazon, again, Tennessee, Austin, Texas, where I think even I think South Carolina. And then Georgia, you got a lot of auto stuff around there too. Georgia to Michigan. I've never been to Yellowstone, no. I heard it's beautiful though. So just like some places where these companies are investing, I mean, there is a nice residual effect, but they're still affordable properties. I mean, again, I still contend, I think America big city properties are ridiculous and they're very expensive in the major metropolitan areas and even the suburbs, but I do think in the rest of America, there is still decently affordable homes if you're looking for both investment and to live in. DJT. He did not like this Monday. I'm trying to get out of my Oxy shares. I'm holding them, but I want to sell them just because I've held them for so long. And anytime these things go green, they go negative in like 2 days. Problem is jobs unless you can work. Well, that's if you're going to live in it, but like we're saying here, depending on the area, I mean, there may be an opportunity you go towards. So that's like kind of the thing, like the amount of jobs it's created that are decent it just depends on what it is. Again, whether we're talking Austin, Phoenix, Mississippi, again, even Buffalo. CCJ's felt like Oxy. No, I mean, CCJ, we've held it for a couple weeks, but no, I think completely different. Oxy was just, I think I've held that place since, it says beginning of the year of 23. So like a full 1 year, 3 months. But I think your uranium did good. It gave us some good returns right away. It's still holding up, but I am a little, I want to see how it trades around here. It's either going to go nuts or finally we'll chill out. Talking about how energy is pumping. It depends where you're looking. I mean, I've heard energy even talked about on Bloomberg this morning. I mean, we've been discussing it. We were just talking about the Iran stuff too, but it's at a highest since October. Again, even natural gas, I don't know why it went up today. And then there was some of the China stuff that's helping it out too. Yeah, we went 2-3 times and it would sell off. But that was in a short time frame. That's why I was cool with it. But like Oxy, straight up for like a year and a quarter, every time we would go green, it would go red. Every single time. Literally. Like right here is where we go green for a whole year. Green, then red. Green, then red. Green, then red. Green again, then red. Then green again, then red. Then back to green, then red. Okay, you're back to green. Nah, just kidding. Red, and then now we're back to green. That's how I was like, oh, man. So Oxy, has very, very strong feelings. Nuvei to resume at 1 p.m. Yeah, honestly, now that I just showed you that, I'm going to get out of it. I took $30 and then I probably netted another $120 in dividends. So like $150 total. I'm out of Oxy. Yeah, I'm out. How bizarre. How bizarre. Oh, you out? Yeah, I'm out. There you big greens, baby. That's why some of y'all should hold though. Like for real, oil's going crazy here. So maybe they just needed me out of this bitch. It took like 4 highs, but I'm out. I'm out of it. I don't want anything to do with Oxy no more. I'm just gonna trade oil futures. Call it a day. Unless it goes down again though, I would be down to buy one of those dips. You'll buy it now then? Good luck, my friend. Good luck. CCJ back to 46. NVO. I like NVO a lot. But I don't know. I don't know if I'd FOMO at the top. But if you are willing to buy it over time, I think you could get a decent position. It just depends on how that all plays out. But like I said, the only other opportunity that I would want to take advantage of, it would be selling covered calls on Airbnb and then using that free money to buy the shares of NVO. That's the only way I could justify it. But I like NVO. I think you're paying for, it's like in the video, you're paying for the growth, but they do keep growing. I bet Powell keeps CL futures on the top of his watch list. I mean, he hasn't said anything as of late. Remember, that was even part of the last Fed we heard. Remember, oil's been going up. Oil's been up on the quarter. And even then, Powell in the Fed, like these guys haven't addressed it. It's not like oil. That's the crazy part you guys got to realize. Oil has not gone up quickly. I don't know if y'all feel me on this. This is not fast. This is a year to go from like 7, I guess a quarter. Depends on how you want to look at it, but it's like we've taken a decent amount of time to like slowly climb up here. So in the same time period that the market has moved, 700, 800 points, the Fed has had moments to address $75 oil, $80 oil staying up higher, the gas pump. They've had that opportunity and they haven't. So that's why like people still aren't really freaking out. Again, with everything, whether it's oil prices or not. So I do think Powell cares about oil prices, but I don't think he's going to let you on to how much he really cares about it. And even as of late, they've had an opportunity to respond. It's, they're not trying to be as reactive. Got 20 shares of NVO, dollar costing for last couple of months. Yeah, I like if you are really going to commit to it, buy high and then average in throughout. I do like the name a lot. So I've thought about ways to get creative with NVO, but as of now, I don't own any. Oxy still, so I just got out of that. That was a fun time. Yeah, UNG's killing it. Tesla came back like 1%. Ryan Foreign Minister Amir Abdullah says Israel attack on Iranian consulate, breach of international conventions, says Tehran holds Israel responsible for the consequences of the attack. NVO is Novo, Ozempic. MP on the high. And CCJ, we'll see. We'll keep that one up there. They did good, though. And then SPY coming down. Notice bonds, they have not moved at all from that range where we started bouncing. Dollar came in 1 cent below 28.50. And then Microsoft getting a red. Random play was MODG. The golf one, I think. And then CNTX was good, but then they came down. ATLX. Didn't we watch that run earlier? ATLX. Dash. Where's Uber 2? They were hitting 81 last week. Dash at 139, Uber 76. Damn. Pfizer. We already had our long-term discussion. You've been babbing ATLX all week. I say that sounds familiar. Lithium. That's like the third lithium play that I've seen today. I think LYT and another one were up. Or was that in Lit? I guess lithium's only up by 0.4. We have not had a comment on Josh AI on 3M, no. No one's really asked. I mean, 3M went up today. I'm sure some people are like, why did it drop? But it says it's green. I hate when it does this. ATLX, Yum China, where the China plays. Bidunius. Pulled the trigger, more MO below 40. Hey, man, get that. It's still 9% divvy. I always like MO. I'm glad, though. I'm glad. I think we're just now green on it, which is good. But I do want either Pfizer or Patience. Can I use some of my black magic to make NVIDIA hit 1K? Oh, I don't do that, man. Peace and love, dude. Peace and love. You know what I'm saying? Peace and love, man. Peace and love. God is good. Okay, Nuvei agrees to deal to be taken public. Japan chipmaker Rapidius to receive $3.89 billion more in government aid. Aren't they traded? Rapidius? Rapid us? Rap? No, just Japan. Can't trade it. No ADR. The Egyptian church. No, we went the night before. They did like something in the evening. So we went to that one. Is it okay to sell Bill on the 1st? I mean, it just depends. however you sell it, you're either going to get a dividend or you're going to get the cash value through the equity. It was cool. I mean, bro, I didn't know there was that many Egyptians in San Diego. That's what kind of tripped me out. I got my He is risen. He is risen. Okay. Man, oil, again, we were talking about that headline. Oil is either going to go nuts off of that, depending on what Iran does or not. But in general, this has been the highest oil has been in what? 6 months, maybe? 5 months? October? Nuve unhalted. Yeah, are our options dead? Yeah, Nuve dropped down to 32. So it's not even holding up near. Because remember, you now know, our options are worth $5 now. we bought them for 30 and we sold out at like 120-ish or something like that. Or 90. I think I only got 60 for one of them, but they kept running, but then nope. Yeah, so watch Nuve, though. They're unhalted again. They just got buyout deal, $34 a share. And then SPY coming down. Bonds have not moved. Dollars back to 28.50. I mean, this is still kind of the carnage zone, bro. You haven't even came close to VWAP. I mean, none of this. Literally soft bounce. Nothing up to VWAP. You've killed a lot of time. You're still 10 points off the low, maybe. But still pretty... Then Nuve still going, not moving as much, or not moving up. Coin about that, I guess it was at 218. Bro, the range on Coinbase is unreal. And then Nuve, again, they've already sold off like, what, 2 or 3% from that? So, again, more people were just speculating on a higher price, us included. You were able to sell it at 15. Nice. I put in an order for like 60 cents, but I don't know if that's going to fill. And then dollar came down a little bit, so hopefully I think you either need big dollar drop or a big bond pop maybe. Get that a little bit active. We'll sell the news. And again, the price. Just Nuve could have been purchased for so much more. And then that buyout price was literally right where it was trading at. So everybody was like, oh, you'll buy it for the premium. It gets announced. It's already within 1% of the price. You know, why would you hold the stock for however long it takes to close the transaction? And then you're already there. So it's probably going to sell off maybe like 10, 12% below the buyout price until everything gets situated. You could buy the shares at 32 and then you have to wait. See what I'm saying? So if you're 32 flat to 34, that's almost 10% premium. But just like any buyout, like VMware or any of those deals, you could buy the share and you will get guaranteed a higher amount, but you have to wait, and then if the deal falls through, if anything else happens, you're going to end up taking that risk as well, too. Did you miss PHILO? So did you wake up feeling unlucky? Were you like, I don't feel lucky. I think I missed the PHILO. Because that would make sense. That would make sense if you woke up feeling unlucky. But for those of you who are feeling lucky, you may still have a shot. You may still have a shot. So it just depends. It just depends, man. It just depends. HD. could be some of that value move, but then, I mean, I think a lot of people forgot. Remember HD? They bought somebody on Friday for like $3 billion. Remember they bought that roofing company? I'm feeling lucky. PHILO. MUVWAP. I want to keep Nuve up here, but I think that story's already done. Micron's good. Gave up a little bit, but I'm still shocked it did that again on Friday. VIX is kind of calming down, but still elevated. I mean, granted, though, wasn't it just at 12 yesterday or Thursday? And then oil about 30 cents off the high right now. Vanny May. I think Vanny 2 weeks. I'll be buying it. If not sooner, but probably 2 weeks. I want to wait till we get closer to May. But that event, I think, is going to be exciting. So they sold off from the stuff, but nothing with the whole Ozempic shit still remains. Eli Lilly clapped. NVO and Eli and bonds went lower. No, we might have a little bit more carnage left in the tank. Russell down 1, cytokinesis up. And dollar came down a little bit, but still overall elevated, just up from literally 1 cent below the high. NVDA near the lows, SMCI. They're doing good, actually. And then what's the other one? Marvel. Ozempic. Auto parts. My goodness. I feel like DJT going to 45. Because he's the 45th president. That's right. Who cares? Vote for me. It's November almost. Stop playing around. Okay? I hope you had a good holiday. But now I want you to come back and stay focused on the mission. We have an election coming up, and you need your own power to lower rates. Okay? Simple. You don't vote me in, you're not getting low rates. Very sure I don't know what you're asking so many questions for. 3M on the high. 30M. White House, if reports are true, it's deeply concerning that Israel plans to shut down Al Jazeera. Oh, no. Really? I was just... Okay, I'll give it for a little bit. That's it. I'm going to play this before PHILO. So then that way... You can let all of your negative comments out before PHILO rather than after.
May have heard Tom Perez
give you a little exposure therapy before. Let's see. Just know you about to get PHILO after this. Okay?
And laid that out.
So
certainly we've been in touch with the
lumps
family
of coal
members.
on you.
I just want to be
you have PHILO after this.
And
yeah.
They are mourning at this time, and so just don't want to go beyond that.
Is the White House considering some kind of parole to let the people
I don't have anything beyond that.
Just a couple more on Baltimore. You went into it a little bit at the top, but what does the president hope to get out of the visit on Friday? Like, what does he want to see, and what does he want to hear when he's there?
So look, sadly, he's done these kind of visits. Not obviously not this dramatic with a bridge before, but he has been there for communities when they've experienced a traumatic event like the people of Baltimore have. And I think it's important for him, for people for folks who are working on the ground, whether it's the first responders who were there in the first couple of hours or the folks who are there now, to see to see the president, to hear from the commander-in-chief, to know that he appreciates the work that they've been doing around the clock, to also be there for the community. You know, we've seen Governor Moore, we've seen the mayor do everything that they can for the community in this time. And so the president wants to be there as well. Governor Moore is going to be joining him. I can share that with all of you, and certainly we'll have more beyond that. And so I think it's important for when something like this, when something this traumatic, 6 people died, a community is affected by this bridge, to have the president be there. And so we know that there's a whole of government approach happening here, a response, and so the president's going to see for himself what happened, see for himself the work that's being done. I don't want to get ahead of what that's going to look like. I know it was asked if he's going to do it by air or land. I just don't have any details at this time. And see. True, and see, we'll have more details to share if the family members are going to be there. We just have more detail to share. Obviously, he'll be there with Governor Moore, and he will assess himself and see for himself and hear directly.
Wow, OpenAI starting Monday. Users can use ChatGPT without needing to sign up. Check Google.
The bridge collapse last week.
I'm surprised Google's not going down on that.
To them, and did they talk about that? What's the White House response to that?
So look, I think Governor Moore said it perfectly on Sunday. We do not have time for this foolishness. We just don't. We don't have time for this foolishness. And our focus is reopening the port, making sure that bridge gets rebuilt, making sure that we are there. We are there for the people of Baltimore. And so I will add that these claims are baseless and they're just wrong.
Yeah,
they're just wrong.
It's already
And,
free, but I'm just saying, like, that's why I said
these
watch Google. I think the whole logic here is if people could use it without signing up, that's more tantamount to competing with Google search.
So,
you see what I'm saying?
We just have no time
So now anybody could just go to
ChatGPT,
ChatGPT, type anything in just like it's Google.
That could be said by the Governor Moore, who said this yesterday.
I'm surprised Google's not moving off that.
I'm referring, I mean, Karen could speak to her question, but they've been under attack. There was the DEI comment on the mayor. There's been other really misguided, misinformed, just awful, awful statements that have been made. And those are wrong, and those are baseless, and we cannot be distracted here.
Statements?
Look, what I can say is they're wrong, and they're baseless. And I think that that goes pretty far, right? And let's not forget, 6 people lost their lives. 6 people lost their lives. Yeah, Jared.
As you have these conversations with Congress about the funding needed to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge, are there also conversations about any additional legislation that may be needed as it relates to like regulation or oversight?
So look, I'm not going to get into. I'm not going to get ahead of the funding conversations here that we're having. And I think that's what is the focus here right now, is to make sure that we have the funding, that we get that bridge built, make sure that we open that port. I think that's really important. Just don't want to get into, not going to get ahead. As you know, there's an investigation happening, so don't want to get ahead of that.
Does the president support the $20 minimum wage that's going into effect for fast food workers in California today?
Let me look into that. I have not seen that reporting. Obviously, the president believes that every worker should be paid. Should be able to be paid to support their family. And you hear the president talk about making sure that folks are able to live in dignity, right, and respect, have that dignity and respect to raise their family. You hear the president talk about his own experience growing up and how difficult it is to be when you're around the kitchen table making those difficult decisions. On this particular report, I don't want to speak about it until I get more information.
But going back to the LNG export ban, the Energy Secretary has said that that's a temporary pause. I'm wondering how long temporary is, and if it is to the level that was read out earlier, related to the climate crisis, are there plans to make it permanent?
I would refer you to the Department of Energy.
Thank you so much. Starting with Turkey, can you just tell us a little bit more about the Turkish president's visit next month? What priorities the two presidents bring to this meeting?
Yeah, we'll have more to share as we get closer to that date. Don't want to get ahead of obviously what's actually going to happen in the meeting, but certainly we'll have more to share.
Well, then I'll move on to a Chinese national was arrested for trespassing on a California naval base. Does this speak to larger concerns that the White House has about possible Chinese spying, national security, and what are you doing about this?
So look, we take those types of incidents very seriously. I can't speak to case by case, but obviously that's something that we take very seriously. We work with folks on the ground when we see those types of cases pop up, but I just don't want to get too far into it.
Finally, on Senegal, the president and the Secretary of State have congratulated the new president, the 44-year-old president. This is leading to other societies in West Africa pushing for quicker elections, for a loosening of their entrenched leadership. How does the White House see that, and is that something that you support?
Say that last part. It relates to. Say that last part.
Sorry. We're seeing now that other countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, to name just two, their citizenry are now pushing for democratic transitions. Is that something you guys support? What are you doing to support that?
I think it's important, right? Free and fair elections, democracy working at its best in this regard. I think it's incredibly important. That is something for each individual domestic country to decide on. But I think it's important to have free and fair elections. Let the civilians, let the people decide who's going to represent them. I mean, that's something that we have said multiple times on every election.
Will the president post his new Senegalese counterpart?
I don't have a call to read out or anything to speak to at this point.
Thanks, Corinne. Most of the border crossers accused of beating up Texas National Guardsmen in a riot last month were released on their own recognizance Sunday. How does that make people in this country any safer?
So I have to refer you to Department of Justice and DHS on that particular reporting. I will say this, as the event unfolded, the Border Patrol was able to act quickly and get the situation under control and apprehend the migrants. And we were grateful that the Border Patrol was able to do their job. Look, there is a challenge at the border, right? Our immigration system has been broken for decades, even before this president became president, obviously, more than 3 years ago. And this president, a couple months ago, worked with the Senate in a bipartisan fashion to get a negotiation done, right? And what we saw is from the last president, President Trump, told Republicans in Congress not to move forward with this negotiation, this agreed plan, this agreed proposal, because it would help Joe Biden. That's what was reported by some of you. And we can actually deal with this. We can actually deal with what we're seeing. And because they didn't move forward, right, because they didn't move forward with this proposal, because of the last president, and because they put politics ahead of the American people, we are seeing chaos. And so we want to get this done. We did. We worked with Congress to get this done, to deal with the challenges at the border. President Trump got in the way, and because President Trump got in the way, Republicans are now getting in the way.
So does President Biden wish that Republicans in Congress would help him make a law that made it easier to deport people?
What the president wants to see is he wants congressional Republicans to move forward with a bipartisan border security agreement. A bipartisan border security agreement that was supported by the Border Patrol Union, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, something that we don't see nowadays. And we were able to get that done. What the president wants to see is that being passed. He wants congressional Republicans to not put politics first, to put majority of Americans want us to deal with this issue. That's what the president wants to see.
Totally different topic. How worried do Americans need to be about squatters?
About squatters?
About squatters. There's a lot of stories out there. Homeowners are showing up at places that they own where the locks have been changed. Some squatter has moved in and the homeowner has no rights. Does President Biden think that is right?
So if my understanding is that this is obviously a local issue. We are certainly tracking that issue. The rights of property owners and renters must be protected. And we believe that, ultimately, what needs to happen is the local government needs to make sure that they address this and they take action. And so everyone in their community in this country wants the same thing, right? They all want the same thing. They want their families to be safe, and that's what we want as well. We want to make sure that Americans and their families feel safe.
In Florida, there's a new law where victims of squatting can call the cops and have the squatters removed. Would President Biden support something like that?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals from here. What I can say is that ultimately this is a local issue, and it is critical that that local governments take action to address it. Again, everybody wants the same thing. They want to feel safe in their communities. That's what they want. We certainly are tracking these stories.
Hi. So last week when Secretary Pete Buttigieg came, he talked about the Baltimore bridge collapse will be affecting 8,000 workers. I was wondering if the White House had any plans for these workers.
So I know that the Department of Labor, the acting secretary, Julie Su, is certainly working on top of this. I would refer you to the Department of Labor on what they're doing specifically to make sure that workers are certainly their needs are being addressed. But want to be really clear, we're taking all of this seriously, right? We're taking this is a whole of government approach, and so Department of Labor has had meetings with stakeholders, as I said at the top, and looking into this and trying to figure out how we can be helpful here. I know I could do one more. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about Adil Mengi, who's nominated for a seat on the circuit court. Can you talk about what you all are doing specifically to get him confirmed after?
Which
Mengi is his last name,
okay.
Mangi. There were 3 Democratic senators now who have said they won't vote for his confirmation. Are you all doing anything specific to change their minds?
So, look,
Change their minds.
I don't want to speak
right.
specifically to members. I was very proud to.
I made a play. Don't trade this. Not a recommendation. I'm starting off a hedge on CCJ. I grabbed April 19th, $41 puts on CCJ. I grabbed 10 of them for 24 cents because I own 1,000 shares of CCJ. So my price is a little bit higher. I got to put a little bit lower, but I was going to buy more than 10, but I said, let me start with this. If I'm holding for today, if CCJ pulls back, we could get a good insurance play. And then if it keeps going up, then we'll see where all the other hedges are, and then our other shares will benefit a lot more. So that's just a hedge play. Don't worry. Are you feeling lucky, Chad? It's coming very soon. You got to get through this, though. If you can't get through Corinne, then that's it. You're like, what? I have to go through fucking KJP for PHILO?
The president's going to continue to do everything that we can to get him through. We believe he's extraordinarily qualified.
CCJ is uranium.
For this position.
Next catalyst tomorrow morning. Jolt's jobs openings.
Okay, Brian, you're the last one.
Thanks a lot.
He's the last
on the
one.
Key Bridge in Baltimore, the
That's
Key Bridge
it.
collapse, and the impact it has had on the Baltimore port. Does President Biden want Americans to be prepared for any supply chain problems?
So you heard me at the top lay out some meetings that we were able to do. The task force met a couple times last week. As you just stated, the port is one of the nation's largest, as you were alluding to, shipping hubs, and the Francis Scott Bridge is critical to travel in the Northeast corridor. So we have engaged intensively with industry, ocean carriers, ports, and labor unions to minimize disruptions as shipments are rerouted while the port of Baltimore is closed to ship traffic. So the Small Business Administration has been quickly activated. Obviously, I said this at the top. You have the Department of Labor as well. This is a whole of government approach. The Department of Transportation, we had the U.S. Coast Guard admiral here that was able to, who's running that effort, obviously to deal with the cleanup and what we're seeing there in Baltimore. And so we are going to be there for the people of Baltimore. That is what the president has said. We're going to be there every step of the way. You're going to see the president on Friday. We'll have more details to share as we get closer to that day. But all of government approach, Small Business Administration, Department of Labor, Department of Transportation, we are going to be there for the people of Baltimore.
What's the president's current assessment on supply chain disruptions?
Look, we're obviously going to be monitoring this. We're going to be looking closely into that. And that's why we have activated, the president has made sure that we're doing this in a strategic way, in a smart way, and dealing with all the stakeholders that's going to be affected by this. All right. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
That's it. You did it. You did it. You did it. Thanks, KJP. Spy near the lows. At least the bonds didn't go down. Got some OpenAI news. I think today we died, but we didn't. Still very small. If anything, the bonds died, but even the reasoning. I mean, I think this is just a lot coming back from the holiday. We had a lot of end of the quarter wild moves, but it's not. And then the data, we finally had really strong data and had a negative reaction, but it's not as if this is like massive. I mean, we are back to the top end of that little range yesterday, but sadly, I don't think there's much to read into. And I think it's even kind of the setup into a week filled with all sorts of activity. So, Chattadonia. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you feeling lucky? I asked if you were feeling lucky, man. Oh, I asked if you were feeling lucky, man. It's here. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for PHILO. I hope you are ready, man. I hope you had a great holiday. I have some interesting stuff to go over. I got a good one to start off the quarter, man. I got one that I'm really excited about, and I hope I could bring up some things to get you thinking. And then I do have a personal story, just something that happened over the weekend, and it was funny. I'm gonna share with you a little funny little mini PHILO that I had as well. But before I do any of that, man, come on, man, 2024, bro. Some of y'all been with me since 2019, baby, and God bless y'all, man. And like, we were just talking about, it's just, dude, a couple months ago, how the market looked a certain way, and I'm just like, man, we're already just finished a quarter. It's 2024, man. I'm just very, very proud of y'all who have kept up for another year, another quarter, who have stayed in the game, who have not only set goals, but have actually committed to them, who have kept in mind the future self. You know what I'm saying? And instead of giving in to the need to complain or the need to turn around or quit, you stuck to something bigger than yourself, man. And again, all those people with that personal responsibility, man, I hope every single day you can be encouraged. And I do hope you get encouragement not only out of me, but also around people that you see doing the same thing, bro. Look around, man. So for real, it's an honor, and like I told you guys, even last Friday, bro, I'm very thankful to be able to share this. It's crazy how the world has been, so it is awesome, man. So thank you, and just keep it up. That's why I've been saying this every day to start off a PHILO, bro. Just keep it up, baby. So that being said, let me start with the mini PHILO. I'm gonna give you the mini one, bro. This one was hilarious, bro. I went hiking with my girlfriend, okay? And, like, I tell you, man, she's not really, like, athletic. I told you, like, she didn't, I told you the most athletic thing I've ever seen her do was ski. Like it was insane. But, so she don't really like hiking. Like, we don't really go hiking. And, like, moral of the story, she don't have any hiking experience. And then I guess Dunning-Kruger effect, I thought I was better at hiking than I actually was. So we go to this location. Apparently, there's like really good hiking. And we like try to find this trail. We like looked it up and we saw it and we like Googled it. And then we like drive to where it sent us. And then like it totally was like not where it was. And then we like try to find somewhere else, parked by it, started walking. We started seeing people and we were asking people. And then they were just giving us like the wildest directions, right? Like wildest. And then, I mean, just pretty much fast forward like 45 minutes, we're walking around this like campground trying to find this place, and we're like essentially lost. We could not find this place. You know, we are, and the thing is, when we left, like, we didn't even like it was a very spontaneous plan. We were kind of like, all right, we got time, let's go do this, and then we were like, let's just go. All right, let's go. We just set out. Well, we're like walking nowhere. We can't find this thing. Yeah, bad at hiking. Yeah, we just didn't know how to find this. We're just bad directionally, I guess. But point is, this is where it started. Like, because I was just trying to vibe, man. And it's funny because by the end of it, I had like a little PHILO on my mind because we're trying to find this one hiking trail. Can't find it. We're like wandering around. We're like walking 10, 20 minutes in one direction, then the next direction. And then finally we see these like trailheads with like names. And then it only has 2 names. The other one was just like random trail. It had a normal name. And then the other one was called Devil's Bridge. And we were laughing because we were like, man, the only thing we could find is damn Devil's Bridge. We were both like joking, and we were like, haram, you know, like, and then like we just keep walking, and all we keep seeing is Devil's Bridge. And then even then, like at some point, I'm like, all right, man, we've been here for like, if we gonna get a hike in or whatever, I'm like, yo, it looks like Devil's Bridge is the only thing. And then she's like, nah, let's see if we can find somewhere else. And I'm like, all right. And then we still lost and keep looking. And then even then, I'm like, listen, she be lazier than me sometimes. So let me, I was like, let's just take the Devil's Bridge. She was like, no, I don't, like, bad vibes. And then before you know it, just fast forward, we end up finding it. We didn't take Devil's Bridge, but my little mini PHILO, in my mind, this is all I kept thinking about. All I kept thinking about was that if you don't have a plan, you're always going to come back to the Devil's Bridge. That's it. That's what I learned that day. That was my mini PHILO, and I was just laughing to myself the whole time because it was a very spontaneous thing, and I was like, you know, without a plan, you are always going to come back to the Devil's Bridge and be encountered with it. It was deep. It was very deep for how simple it was. So that was my little story over the weekend. But now, let me tell you about some PHILO. Okay, and then you better watch out. It's like it was called Devil something. I don't know. We were making jokes about it until we were like, damn, this is our only option. We gotta find something. So here's the deal, Chad. Today's PHILO, man. I just want to share with you a reality of something, and maybe the way I'm gonna explain it to you today, I hope you understand it, and I hope this motivates your actions. I hope this could change some of y'all, especially if you're depending on how timid you are, depending on things. But can I just tell you something very simple? The world will never be heaven. And I know some of you are like, duh, but I need you to understand this. This world is called the world for a reason. It is always not going to be heaven. You are actually never going to get heaven here on earth. Why am I saying this? I want you to understand the reality of life. No matter what, there will always be something negative. That's what I mean. That's why y'all got to take a step back. You know, the world will never be heaven. That's what it's saying, that idea, bro. From when you were born to the day that you are dead. There is always going to be something negative or opposition in life. How bizarre. Oh, I hope this hits y'all. You know why? Because I know I'm not the only one who at some point in my life, I really thought everything would be good. At some point, even when I mistakenly thought certain things would make me feel a certain way, I did have a belief that, you know, one day you will be able to kick your feet up and really, you know what I'm saying? The birds, and then you got coconuts and like, you know what I'm saying? y'all feel me, Chad. I can't be the only one. I feel like I don't know where this thought comes from, but it's, I don't know if it's TV, media, books, how we were raised. But it's like we do kind of have a weird hope that there will be a time in life where there will be no pressure. But unfortunately, that's just not true. That's why that's heaven. The time where you mean to tell me there will be a point where I could be a being and not have to deal with negativity, that means I'm in heaven at that point. So until you get to heaven, that means there is always going to be a negative force in this world. That means always in life, whether you get the best job in the world, whether you're doing the best, something's going to happen. You ain't never had that happen? Have any of you ever had the best thing in the world happen? The one thing you wanted, and then at the same time, one of the worst things happened? Yeah. Well, welcome. That's how you know it's not heaven. But this is a very important point. And this is why I said for those who may be timid. Because you need to understand this like ASAP. Because this right here is the exact reason why you should never wait for everything to be good. The farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. Yes or no, Chatadonia? Oh, I know somebody feel me. You can't wait for everything to be good. That's it. I'm telling you the reality of life. There's always going to be something negative. And the other thing that comes with that reality, you cannot build plans around negativity dissipating or disappearing because it's going to be there. Are you following? So I'm saying if you really think about this, if you know there's never going to be a moment, oh, okay, well, I'll invest once this is like this, and once I don't have to worry about this, I'll do. No, you can't. I'll start helping people out once this, no, because trust me, you'll spend your whole life waiting for things to get perfect, but then you're going to slowly realize, be like, man, right when I thought if I do this and I'll do that, then this thing came up, and then this thing came up. The main point of this right here is that you cannot wait for everything to be good. You must go. So I hope to start off this quarter, Chad. I hope you're prepared. Get ready. Get used to tension. You're going to have tension. There's always going to be something in your life pushing back. And that I want you to remember that the next time you're like, well, I'll do what's good for me once this, and this happens. No. That's a trap. Because then again, I'm telling you, we will spend our whole lives waiting for things to get perfect and never do anything. So this is a big deal. And it honestly, it brings up the secondary part. Right? I'm like, okay, man, if you can't, how do you go then? Can't wait for everything to be good. How do you go there? How do you deal with the negativity? To go the journey, to go the distance, the decades. You have to understand this next thing. Chatadonia. Nothing on the outside makes you. Do you got it? Everything we are talking about here is internal. Like I'm saying, you could have things materially on the outside. Things still won't be perfect. You will still wait before you do something. You can meet all the material goals of the world, bro, and you will still feel sad. You could still even feel empty. That's the funny part because life is very unfair, but then there is elements of life that are fair. I could tell you all about the unfair things. I'm sure you can too. But the thing that's fair is we all have emotions. is that we all kind of have to go through things. Like, you don't, like, come on, think about it. The fairness is that money is on the outside, and that's just about it. And what's on the outside is never enough for all of us. I think that's a common trait we all share, believe it or not. Some of us more than others. Some of us less than others. Some of us get us in a nice car, put some money in your bank account. You'll feel real good. Some of you, you'll hate it. It's not like you're mad about it, but you're going to be like, man, I still feel a certain way. You're still, as a person, always going to have things on the outside and what you have to deal with on the inside. So, I don't know if you ever thought about that. You know, all those guys, billions of dollars, they all got emotions. So, they go through this the same way you feel things. It's a pretty funny concept. Why? Because you think, like, oh, well, they live life like this and that. It's not like this. It's like, y'all can actually really relate. A lot of people are, again, bro, some of our favorites have committed suicide. There's families, people with billions. I'm telling you, young people. All that matters is the inside. How you hold up, what you tell yourself. Honestly, this is what I'm trying to tell you, man. This next quarter, y'all better not wait for everything to be good to make some moves. Rest of this year, you better not be doing that. And then you better not forget, you know where you're going to get that energy for the rest of the year? Then the next year, no matter what opposition pushes against you or not, is going to be what you do on the inside. I'd want to give you a little reminder, baby. You win on the inside. That's the only thing that's going to make some of y'all not snap and actually stick to the goal. Where you look back, you're like, man, I can't believe I did it. I actually stay with it and this and that. It's because you had something. Again, we were talking self-motivation. But you stirred something up on the inside to make sure that you're like, okay, that's it. Again, it's something internal. When it's like, should I do this or should I wait for this? Or should I go? Should I go without confirmation? Should I go without really knowing? Should I go? And honestly, even there's a lot of uncertainty. You're going to win on the inside. That's how you do it, Chad. But that being said, y'all, it's hard to do if you do not value yourself. You got that? So I really hope I can end it on this. And y'all come into this quarter swinging, baby. Make some moves on this, man. But you start valuing yourself. Realize your importance level. And start treating yourself accordingly so you could feed that internally. And that's what I'm saying. All I'm saying, man, just a little reminder. Feed the inside. Next time bad comes up, understand it. That's life. It's going to be like that. You got to make sure the inside don't get affected by the water on the outside. But like I'm saying, man, you're never going to have everything good. How do you learn to operate and navigate a life like that? The masters of that are the ones mastering the inside. You see what I'm saying? How do you handle the negativity of the world, that tension? The answer will never be material. It will be a material, and outside will be a tool, but it will never be the actual inside. That's why so many people, again, depending on what you believe, what you have on the inside will change your approach to everything on the outside. You know, honestly, that's why it's so easy to understand the whole, oh, I believe in this. It's easy to get along with the, oh, that's why when people have like prosperity gospel, because it's easy. Someone on the inside, you say, I don't have anything, I could be happy. That one's easy to understand, but there's 50 of these. 1,000 of these in life between inside and outside. It's not just finances. So, Chad, I hope you take all of this in, man. I hope you understand the win will come on the inside. I hope you value yourself to the point where you could build that. And Chad, you've heard it once and I'll tell you again. The farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. Don't wait for everything to be good to keep moving, baby. All right, Chad? So take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. That's it, Chad. That's it. Now I have Corinne part 2. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, man. I won't do you like that. I won't do you like that. Idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call. Hey, Xavier. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man, he would travel many places. You could find him in.
You think I'm gonna give you all of it, man? You cry. Exactly. Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, that one is me. That one's not Uncle. That's why. That's my country song. My second one, man. I only had one out. I had to cook up the second one, and we ready to go, man. It's a good one, man. It's a good one. You guys got to wait like 3 or 4 more years. Just kidding. Don't worry. It'll be out there. Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the school, man. That one ain't it, nephew. Hey, man. It's not the first time I've heard that. You know what I'm saying? So amen, man, amen. I appreciate it, but yeah, I don't really like listen, if that makes any sense. But it's just like, believe me, they said that a lot. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. It's good though. It's good. It's good. Wait till you hear it. Wait till you. That's it. There's still more. There's still more. F-350. Yeah, we didn't think F-350, but that one. It's good though. It's how you start. The love starts with hate. It's all the same. It's the same energy, just different part of the spectrum. About GES. Guess? You're telling me to guess? No, I don't really like Guess, Gap. I think they're older there, but Guess is honestly held up pretty decent. But I mean, you could work it into your portfolio if you want some of that retail, apparel exposure. But I think there's better names and even better brands out right now, even in apparel, like who have gotten, again, in a weird way, I think like Crocs. Who else? Lululemon. Like some people doing it where they got way more of a brand following. Like I feel like Guess was the old Lululemon of days in a weird way, just not fitness. But I don't think it has the same appeal. Surprisingly, they held up. Ralph Lauren, Guess is what Ralph Lauren is what Guess wants to be. And that's because Ralph Lauren has held up amazingly, man, over the years. Long ways to go. Shout out all the Chads day in and day out, baby. It's a long, long mission. We got 10 minutes till 11, so 2 hours, 10 minutes on the day. I mean, a day of everybody asking why. There's a lot of weird movements to start off the week, but like I said, I wouldn't read too much into it. We still got a lot this week and a lot in store, so don't you worry, man. Then Abercrombie, exactly, man. So I don't know. Maybe Sarah, I don't know if you shop at Guess or if you know about it. That's the thing about even apparel. Some of these trends are tricky because I do think Abercrombie is nuts. I feel like Abercrombie is one part sales and still selling shit, but I also think the other part is their debt. I'm pretty sure Abercrombie has a really, really low debt load. I think that's why it's so profitable, if that makes any sense. So that's why I think even whatever Airbnb Abercrombie's making, I think it hits so much better because I do believe it is closer to pure profit. No, they have debt they're repaying, but I mean their interest expense is very, very small. I don't know how they do it, man. Crocs is a little up there, yeah, and Lulu, all the good ones though. But that's what I'm saying. It's the clothing and apparel brands that are not super duper trendy right now, they're still kind of up, but then again, it's not like they're the leaders in this space. Maybe they can be in the future, and if you think they can, those are the ones you want because you go see if you're in apparel, you're either a new guy killing it, a new guy failing, who was that other one, that shoe company one we saw the other day, or it's just you're one of these old guys who fallen angel, or you're old guys still killing it like Ralph Lauren. So at this point, I don't know. I think Guess falls into old guy kind of falling off. No, it wasn't ONON. They're a new guy. But I remember it was one of those penny stocks. We were gonna play it for earnings, and I was like, oh, I've seen this in the mall. Allbirds, yes, thank you. That's the one. Speaking Airbnb, the house is looking to outlaw or curb the STRs in Houston. Glad we sold you sold the pink one? Oh, it was so pretty. The Barbie beach house. I think Aritzia is already publicly traded. Aritzia kind of sucks. It sucks because my girlfriend loves Aritzia. I don't know why, because it's an expensive H&M. And I know the ladies love Aritzia, and it's popping as of lately. And I don't know how they're not doing it, but Aritzia doesn't make that much money for how much they charge for those generic women's clothing. Oh, my goodness. You've never heard of Aritzia? Oh, wow. It does have better quality, but I still don't think it's I don't think it's that much crazier Aritzia is expensive, but like, they don't make that much money. You've never heard of Aritzia? Oh wow, maybe check it out. They've been popping lately. I know Aritzia is very, very common. At least it's getting trendy. But they don't make good money. I was surprised when I saw that. I told my girlfriend, I was like, man, you overpaying and you don't even, like, they ain't even profitable. It's Aritz, Aritzsa, Aritzia. Actually, I don't know, man. The fuck? Aritzia, yeah. Aritzia. You've never seen it? They look like this. At malls. They all look exactly like this. Literally, the two doors. They're all literally the exact same. Really? So maybe they got room to grow still. If some of you never heard of them. You've never seen that before? Dude, they're everywhere in Cali. I think literally every mall. I think Fashion, UTC, I think everywhere except North County. They don't have one. Then there's one in LA. There's one at Beverly, what's it called? Century City. Yeah, it's like a mall place. Like 100% a mall place. I don't know if I've ever seen a standalone. They aren't that expensive, though. I think it's expensive. Like, my girlfriend knows it's expensive, but she likes it. But, like, I was like, damn. Like, for, like, a generic unmarked, it'd be like $50, $40 for, like, a generic unmarked shirt. Let's see. Everyday luxury in the United States. I worked at the Gap in high school, $5.25 an hour. Wow. Well, today, California, McDonald's, $20 an hour. So all fast food places in Cali were now having enacted $20 an hour. Isn't that nuts? Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, in Cali, minimum wage in California is now $20 an hour. I don't know if it's for everything, but I do know, like, at least, I know it's mandated at least for the fast food. But, like, legit, yeah, $20 minimum at any fast food restaurant. Or Big Mac's $40. I mean, that's what they, again, we had this talk the other day. People, like, the societal shift, like, I guess if you, like, the mini generation shift, like, you know how fast food used to be seen as, like, garbage, trash, just dirt food? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like past generations, the connotation behind fast food was that it was, like, lower quality, like, just garbage. That's it. Just trash, right? Like, just junk food. That's again, where the name comes, junk food, right? Nowadays, it's not even, like, it seems like the shift has gone from, like, it's no longer like fast food is even like fast or junk. It's like convenience food. Like, watch. I wouldn't be surprised in the next 10 to 15 years, we don't even call it fast food anymore. We're going to call it convenience food because that's what it seems to kind of be turning into. And that's where a lot of, like, the pricing, again, now wages, how people are getting paid, training, all of it. Like, they've definitely made these fast casual, really. But that's its own, like, restaurant definition. But I do think we might just start calling it convenience because that's it. It's not even cheap food anymore. Quality could be debatable, but I think everything sucks now. But then it's just like you're paying higher prices. It's not like it used to be way cheaper to eat out. Now it's not. It's more convenient nowadays, but it's not necessary. Like it used to be like cheaper. Like that's why people would call it like junk food, because it was like you were getting 2 tacos for 50 cents, $1, and you couldn't really make that at home for that price. But nowadays, it's just everything's expensive. In-N-Out in Utah makes 17 to 22. Yeah. In-N-Out pays good. No, McDonald's is expensive now. I mean, everywhere, dude. Like, if you go to any fast food place, at least in California, 2 people, and you both get, like, a meal, fries, and a drink, you're paying $30, give or take, or just under it, depending on what it is. Doesn't matter where you go. Taco Bell all the way down to McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, I'd say minimum $27 minimum for 2 people. Just 2 meals anywhere, $27. Talk about, bro, I don't think we'll ever see that, but like, remember, these fast food places, they used to have shit for less than $1. Like, I was trying to explain this to my girlfriend, she didn't believe me, but you guys remember when McDonald's would sell like 35-cent burgers? And I didn't live in the Great Depression. It was like 35 cents for a burger, 60 cents. Yeah, you guys remember that? I was trying to tell her that was real. It was like 39 cents for a burger. Bro, this was in like the 2000s. Like, this was somewhat modern. You were able to go to McDonald's. Like, I remember they would buy them at church, and they would get like 10 of them. You could buy, 69 cents with cheese. This was maybe like 2006, maybe. Maybe 2004. Maybe. So I guess 20 years ago? Holy shit. I guess maybe that is a long time. But no, bro, it was like 39 cents for a burger. It was insane. And now that same thing is like $1.75. I'm like, what? Yeah, I guess it was a long time ago. I mean, shit. I think I'm really getting old, dude. Holy shit. Because that's crazy. I guess it was 20 years ago. Yeah. Don't call me a boomer. I'm a builder. I'm a builder back better. Fuck you. Like the video. I remember the McChicken. I was in high school, dog. Like, it was a good part of my adult life driving. You were able to cop a McChicken. Even after college, I was able to buy a McChicken for $1. That is honestly the most heresy thing that's ever occurred, because I have, for most of my adult life, a McChicken was $1. Now it's not. Now it's like $1.75. They have McChickens, but that's just is a little bit more premium now, man. You know what I'm saying? It's no, they don't got McChickens for $1. No. But most of my life, it was 99 cents, and then they went to 109. We're like, all right, that's cool. But no, now it's a new breed. It's $2.50 now. No, yeah, I don't want to talk about it, man. It's fucked up. That was the worst. What's up with 3M today? Thought you'd never ask. 3M is down today due to the spinoff of Solventum. The shares are down, but shareholders received free shares in the new company. So although the stock is down over 20 a share, shareholders received 70 a share for Solventum. Are you getting 150 50 McChicken. I would get like three McChickens. I'm telling you, bro, like you could have like feasted very unhealthily for $4. Like I would low key in high school, bro. I would, bro, $2, $3. I would go get food, either in lunch or after school. I would go get me a McChicken, a junior bacon, too. I would have a full blown meal for the change in my cup holder, all day, all day. Yeah, but that was a long time ago now. In my mind, it doesn't feel that long ago, but like low-key, it's been a shit ton of time. So, yeah, man. You should have the shares of Solventum. You just may not be able to sell them. So, like, both my Schwab and Fidelity, they both show the Solventum shares. I'm 43. Man, all these birthdays. Tim Whitman's birthday tomorrow, too. It's a little baby one till we get there, man. God bless you. You were born in 02. I don't remember shit. Yeah, you may not even, like, I don't even know. Are you real? Are you like a real 02? How you born after the 2000s? I thought the world ended with Y2K. How do you mean 2002? I want to go home, man. I feel older now. You remember the snack wraps? That's a fairly modern McDonald's invention. You youngin'. That's good, though. You got long term. The auto market. Auto market's weird. It's slowing down. I got scammed, though, again on a car. I don't think I told you guys. I put in an order for a vehicle a couple years ago. And then it finally got built and then ready to deliver. And then this guy is trying to charge me a premium. And he's like, yeah, you have to pay a market adjustment. And I was like, you have to market adjust. And then, yeah, we got in a big fight. And then he tried to ask. I was like, you're insane. And then I keep going. Then, like, half these dealers are getting clapped. Some are holding up. I'm still seeing some Toyotas with premium. Some aren't. It's wicked, bro. It's wicked. Oh, Solventum. Ho, ho, ho. So 3M's technically down, or I guess it's technically up, but it is trading lower. But now Solventum, that'll be interesting if it goes above 70. Market adjust here. All right, well, here's the thing, though. I'm not going to lie. I was driving, and I saw a billboard, and it said, in America, hair transplant, $4,000. I looked up their website. I'm not going to lie to you. I said, in America? My girlfriend said, target market reached. I said, hey, don't joke about serious things. But, so I don't know, man. I don't know. That was very cheap. I was like, damn, that's Mexico prices, yeah. I was like, hold up, sir. In America? Like, in California, too? I was like, damn. But then I always get sketched out. Like, if you be buying any cosmetic surgery off of, like, a discount, that's fucked up. Like Groupon, like laser one eyeball, get one free. Buy one boob implant, get the other free. That's like, come on, bro. I can't be doing no BOGO on my hair. Yeah, buy one hair graft, get one free. I'll be like, what? You've been bald 4 years. I want to see. I need to get like an AI to see how I'd look if I did the Andrew Tate, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Bruce Willis. Snapchat felt us. Speaking of which, they're at 11. Bonds haven't gone lower in the last couple hours. Neither has the SPY. Oh, it's already 11. 2 hours remaining. And then VC. Oh, yeah, we got out of JRVR. They came back down to 9. And then CNTX, that one went positive 16 to negative. It took you 5 years to figure out what BOGO meant. I'd learned it, I think, like second year of college. Took me a minute, too, to pick up on that abbreviation. BOGO. I think it was that commercial, though. There was like a commercial that explained it, and then that was it. What time do I go to bed? I went to bed yesterday at 9:45. I remember very vividly because I forgot to put my alarm on. And I was like, oh. And then I picked up my phone. And then I remember seeing the clock. And it said 9:45. And then next thing you know, that was it. Oh, I had a crazy-ass dream. I had a dream that I was in like a crazy, huge, like hurricane storm. But, like, it was, like, about to hit, and then, like, pretty much, like, I, like, drove around it, and then, like, turned around, and then I, like, perfectly dodged this hurricane to the point that, like, when I'm coming back, I was like, man, there wasn't even a hurricane. And then that was it. But, like, it was really weird. It was really, really weird, but that was my dream. Well, yeah, I remember knocking out at 9:45 and then escaping the hurricane in my dream. No, I was in a truck. Escaping the hurricane. It was wild. I told you I've been having nutty dreams, bro. Last couple months, man. I've been having the most entertaining dreams. ACI? I mean, wasn't there an update over the weekend or on Friday? Is Ballard stock? It's up 17. Name sounds familiar, but I don't think I could say. Ever nightmares about tornadoes? Nah. MSTR. Oh, I thought MSCI is what I was thinking of. I was like, they didn't do that bad today. Ballard's is hydrogen. Oh, I thought it was retail. Yeah, I really don't know about it. CVI, DK on the high. I mean, SPY's a little lower. At least maybe we could say bonds stopped dying for the day. And then now, low-key, even after yesterday, you're like at the high end of that low range we were in yesterday. Yeah, CXI went nuts. CXAI. And then they said Google deal. It just sounded like they were releasing something and then working with Google, but it sounded a lot better. But people bought that up. I'd like Home Depot, yeah. I mean, if you get Home Depot cheap enough, I'm really down with it. I like Home Depot a lot. I think Home Depot is like a really solid company. I mean, you know it'll be here in 10 years. It kind of has a premium. And, you know, they moved up a lot recently, so I think you just got to get it at a good price. Yeah, Home Depot really is always solid. I'm a big fan of this one. Solventum, bro. Let's see, man. If this thing goes above 70, does that mean we get a gain? It's kind of wild. Technically says it's green. Did it come out at 69? I thought it was given to you at 70. Solve will be the next AbbVie. I mean, be careful what you wish for. Because that would be nice, but then AbbVie, after spinning off, it took like 2-3 years, and it traded really rough. So that's like, I kind of want it to be better than AbbVie. Because again, I think Solventum is doing very well. Like again, their revenues, their growth, all of that stuff, it's actually on fire. We have 5 years, 2030. Don't. It's kind of crazy. It is almost 2025. I would wait to buy Solve. I'm surprised people are buying it. Again, I do think it's a good company, but you know, I mean, I don't think anybody really knows the value. We don't even know with 3M, and then even then the risk with 3M is they cut the dividend. But for now, I mean, Solventum's even above 70. So, I mean, I don't know. Did Kenvue go a little higher on day one? I feel like Kenvue may have gone a little higher, but if this thing holds up, man, that will be huge. House, that one ripped today too. You know what else is huge? My love for you. So thank you for liking the video. Appreciate you. Country song. I haven't released that one you heard today. So you will have to exhibit some patience. But in due time, it will be released. Do I rap? Yeah, like once a year. I mean, I don't really have the best like technique, but I've learned to do a little bit better. But yeah, I love wrapping presents every Christmas. But other than that, I don't really give too many gifts. But like I said, the tape technique's a little difficult. I've seen a good TikTok though. Solventum. I know somebody got really mad at that joke. They're like, it's not even funny. What the fuck you... I know, man. I'm sorry. Okay. It was a dad joke. That was a real big dad joke. I know. I told you guys that one, though. I'll tell you my dad joke, my dad version. One time my dad was, like, emailing everybody at the church. I've told you this one, though. Some of you know this story. And it was for Christmas. And my dad was emailing the entire church, like, this huge letter. And he was talking about wrapping presents. But my dad doesn't know how to spell because he's a fob. So it typed out as raping presents. So I had to fix, like, 6 or 7 edits and turn raping presents into wrapping presents. Otherwise, that email would have came out a lot weirder. Yeah. I'll never forget that one. That was the best. Like, he was about to send it, and thank God I proofread it for him. We were dying. We were like, what does that say? He said, the wrapping. Because you tell him to read it, he'll say wrapping. It's a wrapping, like a wrapping present. And we were like, Dad, that's not what you said. We explained to him what he said. He was mortified. And then he started laughing. Mm-hmm. Oh, I told you the Easter. I think I told you that one too. This happened, I was like maybe like 6 years old on Easter. We're driving home from Easter, and this dude, like right before we pull into our house, he like cuts off my dad and is like honking at him and going crazy. And then the car just zooms by. And then right as the car zooms by, my dad takes his hand and throws his middle finger up and flips off the car and is like holding up his hand. And my mom goes, oh, and then all of us just start dying of laughter, all of the kids. And we're like, Dad. And he's like, what? And we're like, you can't do that. He's like, why? And he didn't know what flipping someone off meant. And he said he saw it from a Bruce Willis movie. So we told him what it meant. And then we were like, yeah, you can't do that. But yeah, so Easter several years ago, my dad learned what the middle finger meant. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's watching too much Die Hard. Bro, 3M insolvent. This is actually insane. Good first day of trading. Any chance he made up that he didn't know what it meant? No, because I never saw him flip anybody else again off ever. That was it. I saw him do it once in my life at that stoplight, and I've never witnessed it ever again. So like my dad is like when it comes to certain things, he's kind of like a child, like again, like being a foreigner. So like when he does like certain things, like if he sees it on TV, he'll copy it. Like at least back in the day, he used to do it a lot more. I guess 20, 30 years ago, he was younger, I guess, and more impressionable. But yeah, definitely. No such thing, too much Die Hard. Habibi, great movie. And then Spy getting back up here. Haven't been here for like 30 minutes, so take it. I think PayPal's too expensive, but, we didn't use the deposit yet, and, I mean, thankfully we don't have to. So, like, I know PayPal moves a lot. We were just negative on it. So I still have the deposit, but I don't want PayPal at this price. I would want it a little lower. I would totally be down. Like if I'm still holding this deposit and Pfizer or nothing else moves, and then PayPal comes down to like low 60s, bro, I'm totally down to throw the deposit there. It would be growth, so I wouldn't be able to get my dividends, but I'm not too opposed to that one. Spider gold. Is gold up 7 still? 0.7? 7%. Yeah, gold's up 1%, man. No, gold held up. Even that little sell-off earlier. That's insane. Goldie. Very, very expensive. Yallah, Habibi. Yallah. So you guys have heard I did an interview with my dad. I think I did that like a year ago. It's on the main channel, but you could hear his accent. Why is GLD up? What is this, 2011? Rates, man. Countries around the world are cutting rates. America's getting ready for it. I mean, a lot of currencies around, again, even the Japanese yen getting clobbered. So there's a lot of things impacting gold. I like gold too. Honestly, I don't think we've done this today. Well, I'm surprised gold hit another record. And this is the first time I'm doing this. First case of bird-cow-human transmission of bird flu reported in Texas. What? All right, so what happened was the bird got the flu, but then the bird was messing with the cow, and then the cow was like, yo, bird, get away from me, 6 feet, and the bird was like, nah, and shit on the cow, and then the cow got sick from the bird, and then the bird got the cow sick, and then the cow got a little mad, but not mad cow, but like he got mad, but he got sick, and then as he was sick, he got killed because the human wanted a burger, even though minimum wage is $20 and a Big Mac now costs $72, but humans still needed the burger, and then after the cow got sick from the bird, the sick cow then got the human sick, creating the first case of bird-cow-human transmission. I think that's what it means. I think. It's not mad cow, just upset. Agitated cow. Pixie. That would be awful, though. If you did have one of those, like, animal viruses that found a way to jump to humans, oh, we're screwed. That was, like, the big virus worry people were worried about before COVID. So before COVID ever happened, that was, like, one of those situations that people discussed, like, as, like, an extreme, or what was it called? Like, wasn't it, like, stuff that, like, antibiotics and, like, super germs. You guys remember that? I don't know if you all remember that. Both people were worried about animal transmission and then like super germs. Mad cow was like 2000 to 2004, around then. A couple of times, honestly. There was mad cow. There was SARS. What was the other one? Bird flu. Yeah, antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Yeah, that was the worry. It was like 2019, 2018, before COVID, people were talking about that. And then again, it's like if bird flu found a way to jump to humans, that would be a whole new era that we have not dealt with. Or like, again, if any of these like primarily animal-related viruses turned into something that spread to humans, we are totally ill-prepared for that. Oust. Then SPY working its way up. Dude, we didn't come close to VWAP today. Even if it's moving up now, I mean, there's still a little bit of a distance there. Reddit at IPO low? No way. Dude, didn't it just hit 70? Yo, that's actually nuts. So it went from gap up, sell off, go up, what, another 50%, and then come back down to a new low? That's a vicious IPO, man. Say good morning. How are you? 11:30. 11:26. I mean, people did say they were going to short it, but I remember people getting real excited after it started going up. People were like, yeah, right at. It looked nice after. Again, even then, Dow Jones, Trump dropped too. I think DJT already did. DJT already sold off. That's going to be the most volatile stock ever. I mean, IPOs could get real crazy. So, I mean, again, wasn't ARM nuts? I feel like ARM sold off as well and then ran up. You guys remember that? Yeah, ARM did the same thing. 2 days up, sold off, got murdered, and then now look at it. Again, IPOs, not all IPOs are created equally, though. Tell that to INTJ. Ain't no love in the heart of that IPO. Ain't no love in the heart of pound. Anything dropping? Tomorrow we got Jolts. Uncle got a new song that are getting cooked up. That's it. The Scanner. No news. Bowen cut to hold. I might be able to get you like a 12:30 news update. Give me 2 minutes. I'll probably get one. Walgreens in the gulag. Let's see, man. Again, they had earnings. I think that slipped by a lot of people. So that's why, again, this next earnings season, I think it's going to subject a lot of things to the gulag, or it's going to, again, justify a lot more moves. Tesla deliveries are tomorrow. You can make a play. We priced it in real quickly. I didn't do it on screen, but I already looked. It's pricing in a lot. So you could treat the deliveries number like earnings. That's something we've talked about, simply because the deliveries, earnings comes out in 2 weeks, but that's usually why Tesla earnings don't even go crazy, because the delivery numbers come out and move it more. So, you can play it if you want, but it's not like the options are cheap. So the options are pricing in like a 5% move for tomorrow. So the options chain thinks that Tesla delivery numbers are going to move the stock 5% up or down. CXAI, the headline, they said that they announced like the release of like their app and then partnership with Google. It sounds a little bit fluffy with the Google partnership, but generally you could say it's a Google partnership, but it sounds more like they're just launching an app, and then they worded it very, very strong. But best case, Google partnership, worst case, a launch of a product. You can't play the TSLY. But remember, the same logic applies, right? The market it's 5% priced in. So you could generally expect that for your movement tomorrow. If you think the numbers will underwhelm, you could aim below that. If you think it'll surprise up or down, you could play accordingly, whatever you want. Options, shares, futures. You can't play futures on Tesla, but you get the idea. DJT not making any money for the foreseeable future. I don't think, even though DJT is a company, I genuinely don't think people are buying it because of its financial performance. Again, who the F even uses Truth Social? Is there anybody in here who has posted 14 times on Truth Social this month? Is there anybody? Because I'm not surprised if you're like, they didn't make money. I'm like, is there anybody in here? And do I got any Republican fans out there? Have you really? You've posted 14 times in this month? That's like once every other day is what I'm looking for. So yeah, or shit, have you visited it? So yeah, that's kind of the problem. But then again, I don't know how much it'll affect the stock because people are not buying it for that reason. Are you Truth Social famous? It's pretty cool. Rum is actually sharing blocked, censored info? What do you mean? Just like what's on the site? Target. I like Target. I just wish Target, though, you had a chance to get it at a way nicer discount not too long ago. I like the longer term discount. I just don't like the shorter term premium that you have to pay for it. And then watch out when bonds come down a little bit. You hate that when they sell your info? Can you imagine saying I'm True Social famous? I mean, I feel like it's not that hard to do. I'll get True Social famous tomorrow. I'll post 4 memes about abortion. I'll post 2 things about the border. You know what I'm saying? Then we'll throw in a fuck Pelosi in there, and then boom, I'll get 200,000 followers. Right there. And then boom, I'll be on the campaign trail with Donald. Yeah, wait, what am I doing here? I'm not supposed to be here. Fuck. I gotta go. All right, bye. I bet you can't blow up on there that easy. I feel like you probably could on anywhere. You go on True Social, even on Twitter, you'd probably blow. If you pander to that's it. If I wanted to blow up on Twitter or TikTok with the liberals, that's it. I'd be like, go transition all of your children, and every single problem we have right now is Donald Trump's fault. And then I post all these memes on how bad Donald Trump is. I'll get 100,000 followers. Easy. That's it. You just gotta play into it. You gotta play into it. Pick your side and play. That's what it seems like. Have you guys ever heard of that? Because you said it's all bots. Have you ever heard of the dead internet theory? It's kind of weird. But so apparently, there's just so many bots out there on the internet and social media. A lot of them interact with each other, right? And all they do is interact with each other. But if you even go see with AI and how it's going, some people are just saying the content that bots make for bots, it's getting so much weirder and weirder, and it's just it's weird. You should look it up. Look up dead internet theory. It's pretty trippy. 11th out of 5. Yeah, it pretty much is 2 series next to it, literally. And NVO, I told you every time I get worried about it, because that thing don't move when it don't move, man. But then when it really starts to kick in a high gear, it does. But then if not, that's a slow moving stock. That's why it's been so hard to play, kind of deceptive, because it has so many good things, hits all time highs, going crazy. But then it just stops out of nowhere, and then it doesn't move in big increments. But it's been one of those things slowly but surely has turned into what it is now. Are we all bots? We might be. I mean, if you don't have a long term, see, if you have a long term, you could vote for Disney or against Disney. Without a long term, you might be a bot. You might be a bot. I'm just saying, get the long term. Just get the long term. Long time now, if I ever hold your peace. So if all humans die today, Twitter would go on. Yeah, so essentially, assuming internet capability did not fall offline, yeah. And Twitter would just still be, bots would just post all day. And then they would interact with each other, and then they would create content for each other. That's the crazy part. But yeah. Oil extends gain. Crude settles at 83.71, highest since October 2023. How important is it voting for these stocks? Well, it just depends which company it is. So this Disney vote, since it's very contentious, this one's very important. But there's like votes for like Abivai and all that. I didn't vote on them. It just all depends on what the company you own, what they're going through, and if you want to get involved and actually vote on that. Oil, it's up due to some of the stuff overseas, but then again, it's already been on a rise. There's one more. I think there's the oil numbers even last 2 weeks, how they've added up. And then, yeah, we are getting close to the seasonality, too. I mean, that's it. We're finished up winter. Got a new quarter on the way. Weed names. They were, dude, weed. I like the gains I got, but I was like, damn. And then watch here, 46.50 on CCJ. We insured that play a little bit, but that's going up there. Marvel. But where's weed? Yeah, bro. Into the highs, 10.14. Got some good gains. Happy Monday. I can't believe it's Monday. It's good to be back, but yes. Happy Monday. Again, we have some jobs data tomorrow morning, and the rest of this whole week will be categorized by jobs data. We even got Powell speaking later this week, too. I think Wednesday or Thursday. So still a lot more to take in. SPY. A lot of questions today, but we stopped dying from the morning. And then, honestly, SPY everything was doing green up until the data. So, again, we even have more ISM data coming up here as well, too. Catalyst tomorrow just jolts jobs today. I mean, ISM was its own little catalyst, not to mention, again, coming back from the quarterly rebalance and just dealing with all of that stuff there as we got into it. All the stuff from last week. Got some CCA 48. Oh, let's get it, man. Good luck. I'm in the shares. I got a good gain on the shares, and I spent $200 to buy some puts. But like I said from the morning, anything above here, CCJ could start to get near the 48s. So last time, 46.50. Last time it went up like another 50 cents, but again, 48, 47. That would be the top end of this range if it holds. Chipotle's final moves. Oh, I don't know. I like Chipotle too, but it's just like Walmart. Both of them, you want to buy them and you like the companies. And although they're splitting, and that's good to a degree and it'll help hold the value, it's just a matter of do you want to buy it at all-time highs or not. So, I do like Chipotle. I think it'll be very good. My price target, around 48. I might be down to sell out a little earlier, but I just want to see, I think that or the next gap up, I'm down to get out of it. Or if I could protect it even cheaper. So right now, I only spent $200 for puts, and I have just under $4,000 in profit on the shares. So if it gets real cheap to protect that play, I might be down to just keep protecting it. But I do want 46 to 48 breakout. If we get any energy uranium news, I mean, I don't think 50 is out of the question. But then again, I mean, uranium is it's wild. That's the only issue with it. Why does MSOS have cash? 60%. You got to either call them, but they probably have a plan depending on how they move it. Or when people buy in, maybe there was a lot of people who just bought in, so they issued a lot of shares for cash. You'd have to look into it. I sold out of JRVR. Again, we got good profits on it, but I am fully out of that play. I'm down a double dip if it could fall back below like 870. Oh, same thing even with your boy Nordstrom's. No, they're at 2030. Does the new uprising and squatting concern you at all? No, my houses are all majorly occupied. So I don't have really that much vacancy. And then when I do, again, that's why I like to keep good tenants. I don't raise my rents too much. So I got a lot of most of my tenants. I want to say 60%. I think like 67% of my tenants are longer term. So they've been there for like even longer than 2 or 3 years for me. So some even longer than 5 years, a lot. So it's been fine. And then any empty houses, I have good rates on them. I have managers, so they're maintained. But I mean, if you're not actively monitoring your properties, yeah. But then, I mean, do you know what some of it was though too? And then one guy there was one guy who got arrested. It was an illegal immigrant dude, but he was making some TikToks on squatting. But there's been like video trends of people about squatting. So, but I don't think it's been a real, like, I haven't had any semblance of a squatting issue in a long, long time. So I think it's being a little bit over dramatized, but I don't think squatting issues are any worse than they have been. Well, I signed 1-year leases, but again, like, I have tenants where if you take care of the property, you're a good tenant, I'm not going to raise the rent on you. You pay on time, everything's good, you'll keep it. I have some tenants, I haven't even raised the rents on them since COVID started. They've been homies, they held it down. We ain't got shit to worry about. Fine with me, man. You keep my property good. And then, like I'm saying, though, like, I don't have high turnover, so I'm not really too worried about, like, empty properties. And then if I had one property empty for a little bit, and then the pipes froze. That was about it, but I got somebody in there now, so I don't really have to worry too much. And then my Airbnbs, they're in active areas, so they're, even if they are quote unquote empty, somebody's in them, usually before someone could squat them. I have hiccups. I have Airbnb. I don't rent to people on Airbnb longer than 30 days. I stopped doing that in 2019. This was even before COVID and all of the craziness of the world. Like, go back on like the real estate course when we have a little Airbnb section. I even say don't rent longer than 30 days on Airbnb. Just be careful. If you are going to rent to somebody on an Airbnb longer than 30 days, even if you do it through Airbnb's platform, make them sign a rental agreement. So that's it. Any platform you're on, if you are going to, or even then, even if someone you're going to rent to them for 3 weeks and it's like a longer stay, just have a rental agreement. You are allowed to do that. So again, Airbnb, don't collect money outside of Airbnb and don't try to circumvent that. But like you could totally give them a separate rental agreement and say, hey, here's a rental agreement. It's in line with the Airbnb. It's just saying you plan to stay from these days. And if you don't, it turns into a normal lease. So then or it doesn't turn in and you have to leave and yabba, yabba, yabba. If they stay 29 days and then on the 30th, welcome to your new squad. That's only if they want to. So, like, if they want to leave, they can. There's nothing wrong. Like, if someone stays for 35 days, and, like, let's say they don't put the power in their name or whatever, but they, like, establish tenant rights, if they choose to voluntarily leave, then then hopefully that'd be the best case. But if they wanted to stay, then, yeah, that's where you run into your issue. CCJ, that was nice. Nordstrom's, we were talking about double dipping on some place. Can you hire people to take care of the problem with squad? Well, that's why you got to be careful. So Florida just passed the law, but like in Cali, if someone's trying to squat your property, you could make efforts to get them out, but depending on what you do, you run a fine line of between getting them out properly and then getting sued. So like if you try to like threaten or harass them, you could get in trouble. And then you would have to pay them. So like they could take you to court, still stay in your house, and then even then get you to pay them cash because of what you did to try to get them out of your house. This is just, what is it called? Adverse possession. That's the legal name. Just adverse possession and tenant rights. That's all we're really talking about, a.k.a. squatters. But someone just asked me again. They even talked about it at the press conference. And like I was saying, I do think everyone's talking about squatting because of like some of the illegal immigration stuff and some like trends of people talking about squatting. But like I was saying, I haven't seen it. I haven't dealt with it personally, and I have a lot of units, but again, most are occupied, and when they're not, I mean, I haven't seen this problem stand out anywhere close to what I have. But then again, I mean, it just all depends. Like I have everything managed. Like there's people out there though, like if you only have 1 or 2 rental properties and then like it's not rented and you leave it there, and like you don't, like a lot of mom and pop investors, if they haven't managed it, I'm sure, but I haven't noticed a uptick in squatting, but some people are talking about it. GCT, that one's still going up. And again, I hope CCJ holds this so it could just go crazy. The United States advocates for humanitarian considerations in Gaza. So they say. Other countries, there was like in the last 6 months, it's been a couple. Colombia, Switzerland, did Italy? I think Italy. Who has cut rates in 2024? There's one more. I don't know if New Zealand did. I don't have a list though so far. Australia. Was it Australia? That's what I was thinking. Oh, so I think New Zealand, Hungary, Chile, Brazil, Norway, Peru, Poland, and South Korea. Oh, yeah. Well, Japan raised. So Switzerland cut rates. Australia's kept them the same. Euro's the same. I'm going through the list. Mexico cut rates. Turkey raised rates. And then Argentina. But yeah, Mexico, there's a couple. At least like 10 pretty big ones. I sold out of Oxy today, yeah. Got like 30 on the equity and then like 120 to 150 in dividends. But I'm out. We were talking. Every time I go green on that play, it always goes red. I really like oil right now, but I think it's time to get out of Oxy. Because every time I'm green, it goes down. And then I've been down as much as like $1,000 on those shares. Google, only Mag 7. For now, I mean, there's been a lot of back and forth. Everybody's kind of, finding where they fit in after all of that. Everything we've gone through. Mexico did raise rates, I think, before. Some people raised before us, some after. Again, New Zealand led the way. They still haven't cut. Swiss was, I think, behind us, and then they cut first. So when they started isn't as of much importance as much as it is literally now we're actually getting, the cuts. And, like, this is what I was saying with gold. It's not just America. Like, gold, and we're waiting, and everybody's waiting for Powell to cut the rates, and Powell is the most important out of everybody. But you could go look around right now. There's at least 10 big countries that have already cut rates so far. So, whatever you think is going to happen in America, this is why everybody believes this story so much. Look around. You actually have it moving in other places. We like to see it looks, but CCJ just it's tied to commodity uranium. And then the thing that sucks about CCJ, it just like the last, it'll just randomly drop and moves big. But that's why I grabbed the puts there to protect the shares. But then also why I like it, because like it's that same craziness to the downside. If we could just string together 1 or 2 more days on a breakout, this thing, we Allah Habibi. Bro, 3M slowly but surely throughout the day. Good going. I still have the Lulu from last week, but those got clapped day one. CCJ strong long term. I like uranium a lot, and it has outperformed. The only thing I don't like about uranium is how much it's up. It's still like holding like it's been like what? It's in like 300-400% over the last couple of years. But then again, some people do think uranium will go absolutely insane from here, though. Grab some 3M below this price, so I didn't. I should have at 88. I'm not trying to buy 3M until we find out what's actually going to happen with their dividends still. So I think patience. We see the moves. It looks exciting, but patience. Same thing goes down to, we have our long-term deposit. We will be patient with it. Let the opportunities form, Let the blockers set up, and we'll be good to go. No need to rush. I still like Pfizer. I'm waiting here. It's not like at the best price, not at the worst. I'm just giving my deposit some time just in case I find anything else I like. Walgreens, nah. Their earnings weren't that hot, and you got to let them work their way out of all this stuff they're going through. I've heard NVIDIA 1K comments a lot today. Someone wanted me to use black magic on it. I said, yo, calm down. All right. Expedia will travel. Well, remember, Expedia wasn't that good from their earnings, but travel still kind of shaky. And then again, I'm sure fuel prices don't help. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram. And just know I love you. Okay, Chad? You are blessed. Oh, did I just drop everything? I think I dropped everything. But I love you, Chad, okay? I'll see you in a little bit.
In the last week or so, with the company's CEO planning to retire by the end of the year, Dave Calhoun. We've talked about this a lot, but they got to figure out what's kind of at the core of the problems at Boeing.
Yeah, and who's going to take over for that company, too?
Yeah, exactly, right? So a lot to come. Boeing shares, by the way, they were up as much as 1.8% in today's session earlier, but just right now down about 0.4%, so a little bit lower. All right, that's going to do it for this first hour of Bloomberg Business Week with Tim and me. Coming up for those who are watching on TV, the close is up next. And in the next couple of hours, we're going to get into a few things, and that includes Torsten Slack's going to be with us.
Yeah, we'll see what he's thinking when it comes to the Fed not cutting rates this year, because that's what he said a month ago.
Changed his tune?
I think he's gotten more evidence to back up his tune.
Exactly. We're also going to get to the stock picker using AI to pick stocks and manage his portfolio. All right, folks, you are listening and watching Bloomberg.
After a phenomenal first quarter, what does Q2 hold for equity investors? Live from Studio 2 here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York, I'm Romaine Boston.
And I'm Alex Steele. Happy Monday. Happy
Monday.
Long weekend,
Yeah,
I guess.
sort of. Yeah, we're back.
We finally got here, right? I was waiting for the second quarter.
Yeah, it's
and
here.
Womp womp. That's pretty much my takeaway so
That's
far.
no April Fool's.
It is no April Fool's. Okay, let's take a look at where we are here. The S&P is down 0.3%, but remember, volume is light, and we just got off a great quarter for the equity market where we saw stocks rally about 10%. 10-year yield, though, honestly, is where a lot of the action is. Yields really pushing higher by 12 basis points after we got that better than expected ISM manufacturing data, but more on that in just a second. And obviously, as you get higher yields, you get that stronger dollar, outperforming all its G10 currencies, and gold also at a record high up 0.4%. That's a head scratcher, though, because if it's higher for longer, why is gold outperforming? We'll talk about that. Romaine?
Yeah, a lot to talk about today here on the first trading day of the new quarter. The S&P 500 coming off, well, a 10% run in the first quarter, but you got this soft start today here, a dip below a key technical support level. That was right around 52.44. You take a look where the S&P is right now. Now, put that against the backdrop of 5 straight monthly gains. That still goes down as a feat only accomplished one other time this century, and it's a feat that historically underpins further gains. Jeffrey Hirsch, he's the editor over at the Stock Traders Almanac. He says that going back to 1950, when the S&P posts a consecutive monthly advance from November to March, it rises the remaining 9 months of the year with an average gain of 12%. That's history. Doesn't always repeat. And getting that extra 12%, at least by evidence in today's price action, may be less linear than some investors want. In fact, they're still trying to reconcile some of those already high valuations, including the equal-weighted version of the S&P 500, which is now topping 17 times earnings. That actually ranks it in the 92nd percentile of observations going back to 1985. But Goldman Sachs strategists find that historically that has been cause not for any imminent concern, saying that periods of overvaluation often persist for nearly a year and are typically benign if the subsequent economic growth environment is healthy. That's going to get us to that manufacturing data in a second. But keep an eye on sentiment as well. Scott Kroner and his team of strategists, this over at Citigroup, they say the S&P is already above their end-year target of 5,100 by about 3%. And they say that their own internal gauge of investor sentiment, that has actually reached a, quote, euphoria level that aligns with the lower probability of positive returns over the coming year. Kroner, though, says a catalyst may still be needed to slow those gains, adding, Alex, that exhaustion, that's not going to be the excuse. You need something a little bit more than that.
Then on the flip side, you get that data that we got today from the ISM, right? That's not going to trigger exhaustion, right? That's not going to trigger that sell impetus. And here's sort of the chart that shows you. So this top line here is the ISM Manufacturing Index, and you can really see hitting that expansion territory for the first time since September of 2022. The bottom line here, though, is the warning shot, and as prices paid, you can also see prices paid accelerating. On the flip side, employment was a little bit weaker as well. I was talking to Tim Fiore of the ISM Manufacturing Index survey, and he was saying maybe by June we'll see those layoffs kind of start to cool. If that's the case, though, prices picking up, manufacturing picking up, demand holding up, new orders holding up. I mean, is the economy actually reaccelerating here at this point?
Well, that seems to be the fear amongst a lot of investors right now, particularly when you look at some of the pricing for the amount of Fed rate cuts this year. Jeremy Siegel's joining us right now to give us some perspective. He's the professor emeritus of finance at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School. And Professor, this really has kind of been the parlor game now for quite some time.
Isn't this the guy y'all always
tell? Jeremy Siegel into valuations. They have been.
He got a great hairline.
Back, and when you look at the latest
he
ISM
looked like
data
I think
here,
I'm going to look like
gone
him.
From
honestly,
a situation
low-key.
where the manufacturing services,
he kind of looked like
manufacturing
me.
area was weak, at least relative
if
to
I
services.
did an old man
Are
like
we
simulation, he would look like
me. Are we
me.
looking at an economy that's healthier than maybe what we thought?
Yes, Romaine. What has amazed, I think, all economists, including the Fed and forecasters, is how strong this economy can be despite very high interest rates, even relative to current inflation. There is a lot of momentum there in this economy. We saw the Atlanta Fed raise its GDP estimate for the first quarter to well over 2%. And this strength is what brought those bond yields up by 12 basis points. I was a little puzzled last week why it was falling because I didn't really see any weakness, probably end of quarter adjustments, but certainly the strength in the economy is going to lead to these firm rates, and we know that stock prices get discounted at interest rates, and so that will give some headwind to stock prices, notwithstanding. The momentum is so strong in this market. I don't think it's over. I don't think this bull run is over. I think that we have more to go.
You should have went with Patrick Mahomes.
What a lot of people have said here, Jeremy, even when you look at valuations on a historical basis, whether it's the traditional metrics or you use CAPE or anything else here, there's an argument to be made that pockets of this market are overvalued. But is the entirety of this market overvalued?
No, I mean, you know, we look at the Magnificent Seven, or you call it the Fabulous Four, or just the tech
Actually,
sector.
you know who he sound like?
25 to 30
he looked like the guy Sheldon,
take out
the Professor Sheldon.
No, man, there's 10 other sectors outside of tech. And
you
got to
watch the show if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Forward earnings,
the one who went out with
extremely reasonable level of valuation and pretty much on par with historical averages. So, yeah, when you say about pockets of
little pop here, no reason. I think we're just popping.
As we know, once we get to the mid cap,
I mean, because you haven't really had a pop today. This is just your first sign of relief, and it's power hour.
The mid-teens and even the low teens in many of those averages.
Yeah.
So if we broaden out over here,
he reminds me of Dr.
Sturgis. We still could have a lot of ways to go in a lot of these stocks.
So I love that you brought that up, Professor. Do we see the money, say, go out of tech into the value plays like you were just talking about, small caps, mid caps, or is this new money coming in and we're going to see really a broader base rally?
I hope we see a broader base rally. The truth is we've had a lot of head fakes, I hear, where all of a sudden value does extremely well. The Mag 7 back off and everyone says this is the start of something. And then a few days later, the Mag 7 or its followers just reassert its pull. And, the truth of the matter is that the global growth of those stocks and the earnings growth of those stocks, certainly Tesla having its own problems here, are so strong that I'm not surprised to see the momentum there. I think the momentum will stay in those stocks and broaden out. One thing we have to remember,
Bro,
bull runs
Solventum's
don't
at
end
70-40?
at fair valuation. They
2030
often
is
go
crazy.
too far before they back off. So arguing that this market is fully valued, or even by some ends maybe even slightly overvalued, is certainly no argument that says that this bull trend and run is soon to stop.
It's such great perspective.
Great
Then
perspective.
pivot to gold for a second,
Tell
because
us why
I just don't
gold is
get
up.
it. Gold at a record high.
Higher for
but
longer.
We're looking for higher for longer from the Fed.
Explain it.
And tech continues to outperform on a relative basis. What is up with that?
Well, you know, it's quite interesting. I remember I was pretty positive towards gold right after the pandemic when I saw money supply expanding and inflation, and it just languished for so long. And what did everyone go into? Bitcoin. And then I sort of concluded that, you know, Bitcoin is the millennials' gold. They don't care about gold. It's going to languish. But the truth of the matter is, gold has a 5,000-year history of value, and it's going to rise with prices. It's going to rise with inflation. So what I think you have is really a catch-up from a lagging early performance in this inflationary cycle to catch up to other commodities and other prices.
When you look at some of the other commodities out there, Professor, particularly the ones that traditionally have been associated with economic cycles here, are we still seeing those same correlations? Can equity investors still sort of be dependent on some of the signals coming out of that space?
Well, I look sensitive commodity prices, and I mean, your Bloomberg commodity price index is on my home screen. It's a very sensitive indicator to not only inflationary trends but also real strength in the world economy. And as we know, that had been in a downtrend for almost a year. And about 3 or 4 months ago, broke the downtrend, stabilized, and is now moving up. Now, I'm not saying it's a threat. You know, I don't see an inflationary flare here or anything like that. But we do have to acknowledge that the commodity prices, which peaked out after the Russian invasion of Ukraine and have been going down for almost 2 years, has broken out from its downturn and has turned upward. I think it's a strength of the economy just as much as it is any inflationary pressures.
All right, well said, Professor. Always wonderful to get your perspective. Professor Jeremy Siegel there over at the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, helping us.
All right, that's cool. I want to hear him. Remember getting to hear Jeremy Siegel. But yeah, man. So I hope you guys even hear it though, man. Like somebody said it earlier, and I don't know if y'all have realized it, but we've been talking about like what's gonna happen with rates for like 3 years. You guys know that? And like in a weird way, we've been talking about rate cuts for 3 years. Because the moment we raised rates, we were talking about cutting them. But it's like, bro, this is like, I don't know, like you could hear everybody, you know, it's like one part talking about what's happening now, but then it's a whole story and discourse and discussion on what is going to happen kind of in this path we're on. And then again, just all related to rates and policy. But yeah, bro, we're just walking the golden path for now, man. I agree. And then it's still like, this has been the same discussion for 3 years, man. And that's why, like, one more quarter into this now, you know, we got more developments, but not really. And it's still the same number one question in everything. Well, I mean, we started raising rates in what, 2022? Or like end of 2021, we were talking about it. But like ever since then, I guess almost 3 years though. So maybe like 2.5. Remember trading when it wasn't about rates? Yeah, it was fucking GameStop and it went straight up. Well, we had nothing to worry. There was a period of time between March in 2021 or even 2022 where, yeah, the rates were low. Nobody talked about it. And, you know, we had a lot of other it was just growth. It was tech. It was, you know, these companies doing this. It was investing in EV. Before COVID, I mean, you would trade at that point. We, you know, low key right before COVID, people were getting worried about a meltdown liquidity and reverse repos. So it wasn't about rates, but it was about rates. So, like, I don't know. You can't really escape it because even prior to that, even in 2015, when, like, first raising rates again, that was another big discussion there. And then you had China. So if we aren't, and then again, think about it, like, if we weren't reacting to rates, we were reacting to China and trade wars, what was going on in their economies and other stuff. But, yeah, it was, or just we were worried about the inner workings of the market. I mean, there's no way around it. You're not going to get rid of rates. Rates are very important. There's a reason why, like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I probably talk about bonds a lot compared to a lot of other people out there. I know when a lot of people first encounter me, you want to hear me talk about fucking head and shoulders, knees and toes, and I'm talking 10-year bonds and yield curves. You know what I'm saying? It's a little different, but there's a reason. It's because rates are very important. Interest rates, bonds, policy, and the impacts on the market, it's actually it's the most important thing, I would say. So you're never going to escape it completely, but there were other points where the market, we traded off different factors and catalysts, but you'll never escape rates. I hate to break it to you. I don't know if that's ominous. You'll never leave. You're never leaving the house of rates, bro, ever. It's not going anywhere, unfortunately. It's going to be a part of your life till the day that you die. The interest rates and the cost of money, that would be some weird, like, Greta Thunberg shit. I don't know if they eliminated interest rates one day, but till then, I mean, I doubt it. And I do think till the day most of us leave this earth, interest rates will have some invisible hand effect on your life no matter what. So, I mean, get used to it. And even with the markets, I mean, there's no way to escape it. And the moment you think they don't matter, they do. And if they don't matter, there's probably a great moment of arbitrage. You can't leave it. The rates are so important. So bonds, futures, and Fed futures. But then again, it's one thing about interest rates. Lately, we're more concerned with what the Fed is going to do, and that will affect interest rates. But, generally, we do want to know, what are these central bankers going to do, especially Jerome in the United States of America? Get used to it, buckaroo. No, I don't want to. Whoa, I'm going to get a long term. Okay, bye. Rates are important with everything, man. Just sometimes rates are more important or less important. Sometimes they're more restrictive or less restrictive. And, some people prefer high rates. Some people prefer low rates. Some people need it. Some people don't. So, welcome to economics. CXI is on the high again. That has to be, 200% now? 180? You want your rate? You want my rate? Or you want my rate? Whatever the rate they give me, sir. I got some fixed rates. I can't give them to you. I doubt they'd let you assume them. Rate control, yeah. But I'm saying, like, what if they banned it? What if we went, like, full Islamic banking and we were just like, nah, interest is haram. And then there's no workaround, though. Then that's the only way this changes. Everything I told you changes is if interest is no longer charged, or if we view generation of money or currency into the system without any interest rate component, because even though zero is nothing, it's still an interest rate. You see what I'm saying? But, like, I'm saying if, like, we get rid of this aspect of having to pay back money with more money, that would be the only way. But that is the modern era. Like, even, like, I don't know, do the communists use interest? I mean, even China, they do, so I don't know. No, well, zero interest rates is still a rate. That's why they went negative. It's still an act of either you have to pay money back on this duration, or you don't. Or you have to pay us money is even the concept. But, like, if you remove the element of cost of money, like by banning it or just does not become the norm, then you would change everything I'm talking about. But then again, a lot of things don't make sense at that point. Like, again, how would the economy and lending work if people, don't want to loan money? Like, or like, why would they loan money if they don't get paid for it? What would be the whole point? When will the Twitch be up again? When the full moon fades. Once the full moon is gone and Gatorade has re-entered into Mercury, then the Twitch will arise from the ashes as the phoenix. I don't know. I think in like 20 days. I think the eclipse is on April 7th or April 8th. Your girl thought April Fool's was on the 4th. Nah, that's a keeper. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, pouring out for the Twitch. Is it the 8th? Oh, so I was wrong. It's the 8th. I have glasses. I need to find them. I got them for the last one. But I have special eclipse glasses. Not the paper ones, too. I ain't on that shit. I ain't play around. I got some real OG. I got some eyewear. I got to find it, though. It's always a trip. Oh, and then did y'all know? I think I learned this with you guys. You guys were there when I learned it. You guys know Miami don't have a sunset? It's amazing. You could get a sunrise, but you don't get no sunset, bro. Shout out Cali. Amen, amen. USGO. I'll keep up CXAI. What do they get? Sun death? Well, like the sun goes down in Miami, but like just like the positioning of the like where it is, like Miami, like you don't watch the sun set on the beach in Miami. You have to, you got to go to the other side of Florida to catch the sunset. So like the sun goes down, but like you don't watch like the sun dive into the ocean like in Cali. It's beautiful. Or I guess in St. Petersburg, but like, yeah, it's crazy. You gotta just how it works, man. Just how it works. See, you learn something new. Yeah, you do get the sunrise out of the water, though. That goes hard. The Florida Keys gets both? Oh, no. I want to see. The Keys is those... Is that Key West? Those, like, little islands? Like, it's just, like, a crazy drive. And it's just, like, at the bottom. And, like, if there's a hurricane, y'all just better know how to swim. Because that thing looked good, but I was scared. I want to go there. That drive looks... It's still, like... Isn't it, like, 2 hours drive from Miami? I thought the Outer Banks was in... North Carolina Netflix. Is it not there? That's crazy. I still can't get my girlfriend to go to Alaska, but I want to go. Seems like a great place to visit. Some of y'all live there. Y'all sent me some beautiful photos. Outer Banks, North Carolina. Good show. I want to see it. I actually want to go out there. It's a 4-hour drive from Miami to Key West. Oh, yeah. That's... Oh, you baby. That's nuts. You're going in 2 weeks to Alaska? Wow, enjoy it. Let me know how it is. Apparently, it's beautiful. Like, dude, in the summer, like in Alaska, bro, like you got like fucking salmon jumping out the ocean and like crazy lakes and beautiful trees and greenery, bro. Alaska looked dope, man. I'm telling you, like, I could low-key vibe in Alaska. It looks majestic as hell. Like, I would try to catch a fish with my teeth. That's the type of vibe it gives me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the type. Like, I would just be out in nature feeling it myself. Because I got the hair too. You know what I'm saying? And, like, I would try to, like, catch one of those jumping fish with my teeth. like fish swimming upstream and shit, bro. It looked beautiful. You live up here, everything is breathtaking. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you were you the one who sent me it. Some Chads sent me. We have a couple Chads in Alaska, and I was like, dude, this thing looks beautiful. The mosquitoes, y'all got what? That's crazy. The mosquitoes in Alaska, that's ridiculous. But I guess nature is everywhere. San Diego's good. It's been, it rained over the weekend. It's been like hella rainy and like not good weather, but it's like good weather, like randomly. It'll just be randomly like a beautiful day and then just rain. You got the hair from the backside. Why you got to bring my hairline into this? Just let me live as a bear in Alaska. He's like, well, technically, Josh, I don't think, animals got receding hairlines. You ever see them animals sometimes? It looked like they got hair only on the sides. You're losing it. It's okay, man. It's okay. You go every year for July for the sockeye salmon run. So do you catch them? Sounds awesome. CXAI 692. You got 2 months. I don't know, man. Maybe we should just hit up one of these hairline doctors and be like, listen, I got 500 people who are down to... Can you give us a 500 for one discount? That's all I'm saying. Listen, I got 500 scalps that you could go and implant right now. All got long term. Can we get a group discount? No. Okay. I don't know. Maybe somebody. But that's crazy. We can't do it. We can't all have the same hair. Imagine we all got the same. We all wearing the same outfit. You got the same small good decision shirt. We can't have the same hair. We can't go anywhere together. You're like, fuck it, I'm in. No, man, I'm not going to Istanbul. Weed stocks popping, 1025 MSOS. CXAI 7, right when I took it off. I should have kept it on for you guys. And then bonds are about to hit a new low. I just noticed that. We got 5 minutes till 30 minutes. The bald on top coat. Honestly, that's just like your ranking in the Chad is just based on your hairline. So like even once you become an OG Chad, you're required to keep the hair on the sides and then shave the top. So like even if you have a full set of hair, you still have to. So that's just like that's just like our badge system. It's kind of like a Pokemon dojo, but yeah, you're out. It's okay. It's not for everybody. I mean, your emoji has the head of a lion. I could see how you're attached to your mane. I get it. I get it. I think that one hit you deep. I feel you. What if you got dreads? I mean, we could make like religious exemptions. We could talk about it. Henry Hazlitt, Economics in One Lesson. No, I have not. I'll cut my hair tonight. It's okay. We haven't initiated this yet, so you're good. But you seem really motivated already to cut your hair. So I don't know. If you're waiting for a sign, maybe this is it. Market's slow. It's honestly not that slow. I mean, we haven't really gone any lower, but volume is actually kind of shit. 44 million. People still got day after. Oh, yeah, Europe is closed. So technically, there's still some of the holiday. So, and then again, tomorrow we'll have data, but don't be too disappointed. It is slow. But here's the good news. Only 30 minutes left in the day. AXNX. And then the CTRX or CNRX. Or CNTX. Actually, there's 32 minutes. Good try, buddy. I'll pull out the stopwatch. We might get moves. I mean, it's not as good. It's not going to be as dramatic as last week in like the expiration. We shouldn't have too crazy of like a 330. But then again, if you haven't moved in a while, I wouldn't be surprised if you've released the tension towards the end of the day. I would not say that is unusual, to say the least. NXL, Nexaline, 47%, $2 stock. 330, just ramp capital. I mean, lately, last week, when it was like slow week, holiday, and then even the big expiration, like those 330s, you would get the market on close and everything else, and things would move crazy in the last like 10 minutes. But, yeah, other than that, I don't think you're going to get it this week, but you never know. Maybe that's the theme it wants to set. Remember, last week, all of your moves, you had the biggest moves happen in the last 30 minutes. Kimberly Clark. Walgreens below 20, they're getting murked. PayPal even dropping. So again, we got the deposit, man. You know, we locked and loaded. Baidu holding up. So man, 30 minutes remaining. Let's see. You're near the low of the day. 30 minutes. Let's see if Ramp Capital shows up. Is the stock market participated in April Fools like a joke? No. Do you think like that? They're like, yo, all of them trades we just executed. No, it was just a joke. It was one big. Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, that price wasn't the price. It's a joke. It's a joke. Like, it's a prank. Calm down. It's a prank. It's a prank. You didn't really make money or lose money. It was a prank. That's never happened. Yeah, March manufacturing came in. Bonds sell off to start Q2. Treasuries under pressure to start Q2. Follows big backup in rates during Q1 with hawkish repricing of Fed pivot. Today's rate backup has come despite largely in line core PCE. Last Friday when market was closed, Powell also spoke and delivered a fairly balanced message. However, this followed the dovish takeaways from March meeting and came on the heels of a more hawkish leaning comments from Waller earlier this week. In addition, this week brings another flurry of Fed speak, which could add some heightened risk to consensus of expectation of 75 basis points of easing this year. ISM print came in as a headwind for bonds today, though a chunk of the rate backup came before 10 Eastern. Continued ramp up in deficit concerns also flagged, particularly with largely widened tidbits from latest Bank of America flow show. $1.1 trillion in interest payments on U.S. government debt in 12 months, double since COVID. Corporate supply rush also in the headlines. Liquidity may be a factor as well, with most of Europe closed. So that's for the bonds. Microsoft Teams with Open Office to avoid antitrust to separate it. Citi to lay off 430 workers. Dominion Energy receives approval of Virginia solar project. Trump drops after reporting $58 million loss for 2023. United Airlines requests pilots take unpaid time off Boeing delays. Economy home insurance rates expected to hit record highs this year. AI has generated enormous enthusiasm, but will actually produce productivity. Bank of Canada survey finds business and sentiment improving, fewer expecting a recession. Oil rises to highest since October on strongest demand and geopolitical tensions. Iranian consulate hit in Damascus by Israeli airstrike, casualties reported. And Russian government denies report it is behind the Havana syndrome. Nothing new from Fed Powell. Fed Chair Powell on Friday. Friday, largely non-event for PCE. And that's it. That's your little top news stories by now. Well, that's like a nice little recap of the day. Havana syndrome. That sounds familiar. What was the headline? Russian government denies report that it's behind it. Yeah, isn't it? It's a weird thing. Florida Supreme Court will release if rec will be on the ballot here. Do you know? Is that for weed? I don't know. PayX earnings. No, I don't have any earnings on the calendar. I didn't really look, but I don't think we have to. Again, we have a couple of things coming up. Earnings, baby. Yeah, you got PVH today after the bell. You got GoEV, Zomedica, Duos, New York City REIT, Vertra. You got Paychecks tomorrow morning. You got Dave & Buster's and Calmain. Then you have BlackBerry, Levi's, SLP, Sportsman, RGP, Acuity, Conagra, RPM, Cura. And then those are all today. Or not today, excuse me, this week. Excuse me. Tomorrow morning is Paychecks, PayX. That's one earnings. I mean, I could get you guys a preview if you want that. I won't go over all of them, but Paychecks. Let's see. Oh, I do have a preview. Did we renegotiate, pump it up? No, we did not. We took a holiday. The last negotiation we had was $5,500. That was my offer. So I said we pump it up at $5,500 nowadays. I feel like every 100 points doesn't mean anything anymore. So it seems only right we pump it up at $5,500. And then we could negotiate. You accept? What the last? I proposed this on Friday. We did not get a, that's why we took a holiday to think about it. Or we proposed this on Thursday. I said it was a fair offer. Because I said 100 points is nothing. You could do that in a day nowadays. So, I don't know. I said 5,500, bring some excitement back, solid level. Nothing, 5,400. What are we going to, 53? What? Come on, 55? A little bit, baby cheek lay here. Just got back from Secretary of State. Happy birthday. What are you doing there? Happy birthday, baby. You guys didn't accept. No. There was not an accept. I could do a poll if you would like it. Okay. I could do it. I can add that to the ballot, but you have to like the video. I can add Pump It Up Never Again to the ballot, but it looks like you need to like the video. Yeah, bro, Solventum's going up, 71.45. I don't know, man. Essentially, like if you do the math, usually the stock would drop. I mean, I guess you have to just take the market cap, but I mean, I want to say, is this putting 3M at 170, bro? It's a little interesting, man. It's a little interesting. Oh, man, your mom passed last week. Hug your mom. I'm sorry to hear, man. Thoughts and prayers for sure. I'm very sorry to hear. You can buy Solventum. You just can't sell it. I'm just not trying to buy it. All right, well, I will place the vote. I don't think last time we had a poll, but Pump It Up offer is 5,500. You can approve, reject, abstain, or Pump It Up Never Again. So you don't have to vote. You could abstain if you would like to. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you, man. It's up to you. But I don't know. This might be a preliminary vote. I think we need like minimum 1,000 votes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like this isn't everybody. So I don't know. But like the more votes, the more likely. But you got a lot of approvals here, it looks like. You need to counter. I mean, you could reject. If you reject, you could place counter offers. You know, I'm not against it. Like I said, that's why we're negotiating. That's why we still don't have a deal in place. You know, so you guys, I'm open to all sorts of negotiations. If you want to, I think 5,500 is a fair offer. So you let me know. You let me know. You reject? Well, right now, 250 people seem to be accepting this vote. I mean, 25 people want to never hear Pump It Up ever again. So just think about that. Just think about that. Needs minimum fee. Oh, I'll leave it up there. We'll see. We'll see. This is like, you know, House and Senate. So if it passes this vote, we could, you know, we could rat. I think you need like 500 votes. I think it's like 1,000 minimum. And then we could send it over and then we could finalize approval. No news on MPW, but again, bonds, banks, REITs got slapped today. So you'd add 25% of the solve to calculate the pre-split price. Would that make sense? Be like still like 12, yeah, give or take. Rite Aid, I think the last news was that Rite Aid might be able to exit bankruptcy without full liquidation, I believe. But other than that, I've not heard anything. Rate cuts will bring out the bears, but they also bring out the bulls. That's the ironic part. So again, once the rates actually get cut, people will be very excited about that. But then you're also going to have a chorus of people who are like, no, that's it. I'm probably going to be in the latter. Do you sell covered calls? I do. I have a couple that we already sold this year on like DraftKings. What was the other one? Uber. I do want to sell covered calls on Airbnb. We talked about that for a while. There's a couple of covered calls on Airbnb I want to sell. Maybe even put the money towards NVO. Who knows how cute we're feeling. The poll is overwhelming. I mean, I made a pump it up offer. It seems generally, though, I think Chad's attitude over the weekend shifted. Y'all were it was a tough crowd on Thursday. I was negotiating with some real hardliners, it seemed like. But now we put it to a vote today. It seems like 5,500 is a great deal. 3M shares, I thought you would never ask. 3M is down today due to the spinoff of Solventum. The shares are down, but shareholders received free shares in the new company. So although the stock is down over 20 a share, shareholders received 70 a share for Solventum. So yeah. You will get your shares no matter what. I miss you. I can't believe you do it every day. Greatly appreciated. New job fills most of the day. Missed the lives cast. Gotta go. Hey, man, GG. Enjoy. Get the bag. Better stay with the long term. Always, baby. Always. 3M is up. I don't know why it says it's up, but it's technically down. So it's up in terms of how it's traded on the day, but technically it had to readjust the price. So the price readjustment wasn't considered negative, but it's down, at one point $20 or so. $15. So now it's like what? It's down it's down $14, $13 for now. You'll be receiving $1,400 in dividends for free investments. Mind blowing. That's amazing. So, depending on what your deposit is, that could be a couple of free months. I love the free months, man. I like 3M, but I'd wait before investing because I don't know what that dividend. We don't know if they're going to cut the dividend or not. Because, again, they get money from Solventum, so it's not like they don't have cash, but then Solventum was where they made a lot of their money. So, I'm not too sold on that yet. But, hey, man, maybe Solventum goes up. That'd be dope, bro. If we could get another set of shares that, moves up, I'm kind of down. I think technically we're up because now the drop brings us negative on our shares. Let me see, 3M. Yeah, we're down $679 on 3M, but then the shares we got today are worth $850. And then also the dividends we've received. So if you could just sell out and take the gain if you wanted to. Keep your 3M. Or you could sell out 3M and just hold Solventum. That's what some people are doing too. Wouldn't their plan have been in the corporate emails? It would have. They would have definitely guided towards it. But, I mean, nowadays we've seen a lot of abrupt dividend cuts. So out of an abundance of caution, I'd still say you never know. Or maybe they go through one quarter, this could be something for 3 months. They may go through a quarter, see the results, and then go from there. But I'd still kind of be cautious. That's good. Now, I think Solventum will be the second smallest now. We have a little bit more overstock than Solventum. But, man, have that. Home Depot, yeah. I think, again, a lot of people forgot. They bought a company on Friday. So, I think that's some of it. Bro, and then bonds at a low here. We got 13 minutes remaining here. CXAI, that's still up. It hit 7 a little bit ago. Abercrombie on the high. You got the homie Armando on the stream. Let's go, baby. Get that long term, man. We need more long terms. And Armando, the long term. Future Armando will thank you. Dividends. SM Energy, 52-week high. Okay. Amazon break even all day. Microsoft was red, or I thought it was going red for a little bit. That's back to green. And then Google's killing it. SPY is meandering. Again, I mean, it is kind of slow. The volume's low today. But, I mean, Europe is still closed, so maybe we'll get a little bit more tomorrow in terms of activity. But kind of a weak close here, but we do have data in the morning, and then Bond just wants to die. He said, let me die in peace. ArmandoBeats.com. Solventa, man. Oh, no, man. That's cool. But didn't I feel like Kenview went up for 2 days and then died. Yeah, Kenview did the same thing, so might just be getting a little too excited. Yeah, earnings is right around the... In 2 weeks, we'll have 2 weeks, you're going to get earnings from the banks, like JP Morgan, and then the week after that, Netflix, and then even Tesla. So, yeah, man, before you know it. $3M still going. Oh, those fill? Those did fill. All right, I made another play. I grabbed more puts on CCJ. So now I'm fully protected on my shares for the next 2 weeks. But I'm kind of down with that one. Show with your puts. Do you not get it? I have the shares, but the stock went up a ton today. So I have 1,000 shares of CCJ at like 42.70-ish. So now I'm up on it. So what I did is I grabbed the 42 puts, I think, today. Or I grabbed the 41 puts at first for like $200. And then now the other one just got cheaper. But now I just grabbed the 43 puts for $400. I spent $600 in puts today, but now I have 10 puts to protect my shares higher than where I bought them, and then I have some a little bit lower just in case if it really flushes, we would protect the shares and make a profit. But I pretty much spent $600 on the protection, but I made $4,000 on or $3,500 on the shares today. So I'm not really trying to bet against it as much as protect the position. I can make a lot of money on the upside with it, and now it's fully protected with not that much outlay. So it gives me about 2 weeks to run CCJ, and now I can't lose. So like if CCJ goes back to the price I paid, those puts will be guaranteed worth $500. So which will be $100 less than what I paid for all of the puts, but at that point, I'm sure the other ones would have value too. But yeah, so now we've protected CCJ. Just in case. GG, all right, Ryan. Have a good one, baby. 8 minutes remaining. So again, I don't know. Did we get market on close numbers? Should have had 10-minute rigged, uneventful. Bonds just keep slipping. CXAI in the long term. I don't know if that's a long-term name. Unless you've used them. Unless you really know about them. But I just trade the stock. Have your flips. But You know, I wouldn't add names to the long term that are, unless, again, you could work it in if your balance is good. Makes sense, but I'd rather take risks on, like, NVO. Like, I would rather buy NVO than CXAI. If you know, in my favorite scenario, we're like, all right, Josh, hypothetically speaking, if somehow a man put a gun to your head and the only scenario in which he would not hurt you would be dependent upon the equities that you purchase, but then he only presents you with 2 equities in which you could purchase out of the 37 or so hundred equities in the United States market. He narrows it down to 2, and then he says the only way you could preserve the life of you and your family is if you select one of these 2 stocks right now. Right, in that scenario, right? Let's say, you know, I get presented. You know how many times I've been asked this question in my life? Oh, you have no idea, bro. You have no idea. You have no idea, bro. Hypothetically, of course, right? And let's say this happened. And then he was like, CXAI or NVO. I would go at NVO. I would take all-time highs, Ozempic. Then random AI play that's here today. Who knows what it will be at in like 5 years? 5 years, you're gonna be like, oh, CXAI was my lesson. Just buy NVO and just thank me later. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You said what in the training day? For real, that do sound like a straight up training day scene. This happens more often than you would think. Can never be too careful. Freeze, I don't want your money. I want you to pick one of these stocks. The fuck? This is crazy. Man, the world is getting crazy. Oh, sorry. $728 votes, so it may not pass the floor. So pump it up negotiations may not even make it past the floor, man. What the hell? Oh, man, we might have to. This might be a big delay, man. I don't know. It may hit 5,500 by the time we're still going to be in limbo. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Well, either way, Chad, I love you. Okay? Don't worry. Oh, little popper. PHILO. Spy pop. Bonds stopped dying there. Again, weed stocks were going up. We made our final play. CCJ, was that the only play I made today? Yeah, and then Nuve. I sold out of Oxy. Yeah, I didn't buy anything. Only sells. Only sells. Only sells. All right, well, Chad, I love you all, man. I hope you know you're blessed. God willing, we'll have another day tomorrow to be here. So that being said, I can't believe the day is already over, and I want you to end your day on a very, very good note. So I'm here to remind you that it is about to get really loud in here, okay? And when you hear me say the words earmuffs, that is your safe word to protect yourself and mute your speakers. So if you are sensitive to any loud noises, I know a lot of people are. They said the sensitivity to loud noises has caused diarrhea, ruptured eardrums, bleeding eardrums. They said it's caused anxiety. They said it's led to their relationship ending. You know that? People have blamed their relationship has ended because of this. So just listen. It gets really loud in here, and I want you safe, and I don't want to bring any bad problems in your life due to loud noises, and I understand. Just understand, I understand how loud noises causes all these problems. So when I say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers and protect yourself. Okay? So that's it, man. So just be safe. Okay? 6 feet apart. I don't know. But earmuffs will do the trick, okay? Earmuffs, that's the word. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. It's here. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Okay, it might be because my computer is frozen. Okay. Maybe it is a drill. Okay, we're good. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here under the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 67 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought the market would move because Europe's still closed. But don't worry, you got data in the morning. And other good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way. Yeah, as always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please fly down to flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. There it is, Chattadonia. Can you believe it? The first day of the quarter. You already knocked it out. Monday is over, and now you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You got to wrap it up, baby. You got data. Jolts, jobs, openings in the morning. What are you going to do? Not too many earnings. You had paychecks. Oh, I had the preview. I forgot to go over it, Chad. You have less than 10 seconds, though. Finalize it now. Wrap it up. You get a little bit of data as well with ISM, but now, welcome to April and the new quarter. It is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Ding 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 ding. Or not. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat. Let's go, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated, contributed, brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, infos, personalities, baby. Way to hold it down. Good game, brother. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. GG. Way to hold it down. And listen, it's good sportsmanship. Without a GG, then I don't even, without a GG, are you really a CHAD? You know what I'm saying? I'm just sure you might get BANNED without the GG. That's it. It's sportsmanship. It's bigger than you, baby. Drop that GG. Show some love. Way to hold it down. Oh, I don't even have a kick. I don't got a Twitch, nothing, man. I just got YouTube. The firstborn, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You throw in a dono today. You didn't have to. You showed love, baby. You held it down. You got a membership badge. You just been a positive chat over the years, baby. You've been helping out Chads answering questions. God bless you, baby. God bless you. Way to hold it down. GG, baby. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh. No. I want the Oval Office. Chad, that's it, baby. That's it, baby. We made it. 7 hours. God bless you. We ain't got earnings yet. Oh, weed going up. Is that weed news after hour? Yeah, I mean. Yeah, you got some Florida approved cannabis ballot language. Yeah. You got that moving, baby. Yeah, this is fuck. I could have made another 1,000 on that. You should have held that. There you go. Weed up after hours. That's it, Chad. I love you. God bless you. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Thank you for being here. We're gonna vibe a little bit of uncle, but that's it, man. Thank you to all the Chads, baby. Thank you for holding it down. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I'll see you on the Watchlist, baby. God bless Chattadonia.
500 mil to Ukraine every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight again.
get it, strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold, they ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe, had it 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coat, 100 my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes, me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low, I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze, I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze, but mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a breakfast? How I got it, how to sex? Yeah, how I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad.
Fuck, bro, GRTS.
Dumping our oil, turn me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck Opec and King
Bro, GRTS.
I'm tired.
This is the one from the watch list. I don't see the data, but that just popped. 20%. Oh, I don't have it yet either. I know. GG. Da Vinci. All right, I'll give you one more. But Chad, that's the day, man. Thank you all for being here. I hope you had a wonderful one. That's it. I gotta get going here. So we gonna for a little bit, man. There's a little bit. We got a little bit, but enjoy, okay? And thank you again. And I'm gonna see you on the watch list, okay? So go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And then I'll give you one more. I'm trying to find out. Did GRTS really just do that? Yeah, bro. Phase 1, Phase 2. Damn it. So they're up 15, but
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state, but devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions.
Yeah, positive
if I said them all out loud,
progress.
then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state, but devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa.
I think Tesla's tomorrow.
I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in.
That's it. That's it, Chad. That's it. Whoa. I don't have that Marcus Angel voice. I can't do that. Yeah, but Gritstone. So the one, we were bringing this one up on the watch list. He did his thing, though. It's good, though. It might come down and I won't be as sad, but either way, I love you. That is the day, Chad. I got to get going, but thank you again for being here. I hope I see you on the watch list. I hope you finish your day with peace and love and energy, and understand you have the rest of the day, baby. So whatever you got to do, give it a little bit more than 100%, baby. It's what's on inside. You know what I'm saying, man? That self-motivation. And listen, man, don't be waiting for things to get perfect to make a move. You could always make a move, baby. So, Chad Adoni, I hope you have a great end of the day. I hope you wake up and drive tomorrow, too. God willing, I'll see you here tomorrow, baby. You have a good one, and that's it. That's all. I already told you the books. Right? That's it. All right, the cancer drug went down. There you go. Okay. But I sold out the weed stocks a little too early. But we'll talk about it. We have a watch list. We could go over all of it, baby. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money, bro. And then that's it. I'm going to just end it on there. It sounds like Kennedy, so I'm just going to let it fade out.
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Read a book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan. It depends on the translation, but that's the point I'm saying. If I said his name Muhammad, would have told me that was awesome. If I said his name was Moses, would have told me that he chosen. If I said his name Confucius, would have said darn it, I know it. If I said his name was Jesus, then you changed the